Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Baby, please turn around. Sister, how are you? In the ghost realm, no, it should be said that it is in the 6 reincarnations. Lee Su frowned, with a worried look on his face. The fierce second half of the battle had just been less than halfway through, but something went wrong. Inexplicably, the soul of the sister began to vibrate, and the breath was changing, constantly changing. As a last resort, Lee Su stopped and felt the situation in Zhang Shengying's body. The result was a good thing. Zhang Shengying became her dependent and obtained his 6 reincarnations. Under normal circumstances, this should have been just one more means, and as the highest law, it has been practiced by Lee Su to the level of transformation, and the combat effectiveness is incomparable. Even if the sister is at the level of 5 transformations, it can be improved. This was Lee Su's original intention, because this world is not safe for his woman. Lee Su doesn't think it's a problem, no matter how strong the other party is. Anyway, the stronger the better. Zhang Shengying agreed without any hesitation, because she could feel Lee Su's concern and care for him. After all, dependents are not something that can be given to people casually. Once signed, both parties will have a huge impact. However, what was unexpected was that Lee Su's 6 reincarnations gave Zhang Shengying a great shock. After all, he was too talented. Looking at the whole world, he was an existence above the ceiling. His understanding of the Tao was too high, especially the depth was extremely terrifying. Zhang Shengying felt different the moment she accepted it. Countless Tao principles directly covered her body and mind, giving her countless inspirations, as if she had seen a lifetime of exploration and seeking, which had a huge improvement in her Tao. Therefore, Zhang Shengying was extremely emotional and took the initiative to kiss Lee Su, which triggered a fierce battle in the second half. The effect was unexpectedly good. Zhang Shengying was happy and Lee Su was also very happy. But it was obvious that the two of them were happy a little too early. With the continuous in-depth communication and the harmony of their hearts, changes appeared. Dependence. What are dependents? It's very simple. Establishing a relationship and being completely connected is a stronger relationship than husband and wife and blood relationship. In this kind of relationship, the deeper the feelings between the contractors, the better. And it is obvious that the husband-wife relationship can definitely be said to be the highest level of relationship between contractors. It is the fusion of two hearts colliding together. If the contract is divided into levels, Lee Su and Wang Meng, his best brothers, are probably in the 1st class. With senior sister Lucy, they are in the 2nd class, just a little bit away. Then with Zhang Shengying, they are in the 5th class, breaking through to a whole new height. The so-called life and death, and I will be with you, holding your hand, and growing old with you. Among the relatives, this is undoubtedly the highest level of relationship. Zhang Shengying completely opened her heart to Lee Su and let Lee Su live in it. Similarly, Lee Su's power was completely opened and integrated into her. Originally, this connection was nothing. It was about that Zhang Shengying could use Lee Su's 6 reincarnation power 99%. But a problem arose. That is, Zhang Shengying's own extreme transformation of the Tao is the power of the moon transmitted by the Moon Palace, which is the physical cold. The soul mastered by Lee Su is the highest, and his way is also the way of the moon, which is the yin of the soul attribute. Physics is real, and the soul is virtual. The way of virtuality and reality, and at the same time, corresponds to the way of yin and yang. Although they are both the power of Taiyin, the zodiac signs are separated into yin and yang. One yin and one yang is the Tao. All things are born with yin and yang, and exist with the 2 poles. Therefore, the signing of the contract between Zhang Shengying and Lee Su did not result in a quantitative change, but a qualitative change. The yang belonging to Taiyin and the yin belonging to Taiyin merged. I'm fine. Zhang Shengying took a breath. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, her eyes were constantly shaking. She could feel her situation. This is a qualitative change, this is transcendence, and the occurrence of this change is beyond imagination. She, who broke the limit of the 5 transformations, clearly felt that she was breaking a certain wall, locking the shackles of all Taoists. Her body was shaking, and there were Dao scriptures falling. It was not the Taiyin of the Moon Palace that she mastered, but the Dao scriptures belonging to the saints of the underworld, which was the highest soul. It was infiltrating Zhang Shengying's original Taoism, absorbing them, integrating them into itself, forming a new Tao, and reflecting the road of the Tao. Her body slowly floated up, penetrated by the Dao scriptures, and countless understandings fell. That was perception, Li Su's perception, the understanding of Tao gained by his gifted understanding ability of more than 200%. Zhang Shengying's body was glowing and ringing. The hair color and eyes that were impressed by her skills were being retrieved little by little, and the cold air that made people completely unable to approach began to converge. This was not a loss, but a change to a deeper level. Looking at Zhang Shengying floating in the air, like a fairy, Li Su couldn't help but blink his eyes. He felt his nose itchy, wiped it, and found blood flowing. He couldn't help but take a breath, and his heart was beating wildly. There was no way Zhang Shengying was more beautiful at this moment. The weird white hair was gone, replaced by sapphire blue stars floating around her body, and the body without a trace of excess fat was flowing with light, as if it was guarded by the stars in the center. Of course, the most important thing is that she is not wearing anything now. After all, they were still fighting just now, and the fire has not burned out yet. 1 hour, 2 hours, the elder sister was transforming non-stop. Gradually, a colorful and dazzling vortex began to appear above her head. The vortex bloomed with magical power, and there was a great power falling down, attracting the soul to want to invest in it. Li Su smiled, although it was a little small, but there was no doubt that it was the 6 paths of reincarnation. Not only that, he could feel that the elder sister's 6 paths were connected to his 6 paths and had magical powers. To put it simply, if the elder sister was in crisis, he could directly transmit power to help through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Unfortunately, his strength is too weak now. Even if he takes action, the effect is not great. But it doesn't matter. When he becomes a supernatural power realm, or even a fairy realm, the elder sister's comfort can basically be guaranteed. It took Zhang Shengying 6 hours to complete the transformation. She opened her eyes, and there were emotions beating in them. The next moment, she was like a little girl who got her favorite gift. She threw herself into Li Su's arms, and hugged Li Su tightly, full of joy. With their hearts compatible, she could feel Li Su's unreserved feelings for him. Not only that, the Dao in the heart is equivalent to the career in hand. A double harvest of love and career. For a woman, what else is there to ask for? Probably, such as passing on the family line. Feeling the excitement of the girl in his arms, Li Su smiled and gently embraced her. His lust faded a little. After all, the place was wrong, the time was wrong, and the occasion was wrong. He really couldn't continue and had to leave as soon as possible. After a while, Zhang Shengying calmed down her emotions. Her body was complete, and the hidden dangers that existed because of the extreme yin of the real Dao were eliminated. Now she has mastered the Supreme Soul and possessed the fundamental Taoism of the saint. With the transformation just now, Zhang Shengying can be sure that she has broken something and stepped into a whole new height. Junior brother, thank you. Li Su smiled and said, senior sister, you are my wife. It's better to kiss me to express gratitude between husband and wife. For example, when my father-in-law wants to hit me, help me. Puff. Zhang Shengying couldn't help laughing, hit Li Su, and rolled his eyes at him. Li Su smiled, then took a breath, and said with a serious expression, let's go, senior sister, it's time to leave. Although my transformation method can last for a long time, it is estimated that it can't be hidden when so many demon souls disappear. Zhang Shengying was stunned when she heard this, and she nodded immediately. There is a big problem with the 100,000 demon cave. After listening to Li Su's story, she understood that this place is probably not just the peak of the mana realm. The divine ability realm is not as simple as that. There should also be the immortal realm, and she must leave as soon as possible. Although she has become stronger again, it does not mean that she will relax and be careless. She was careless once and almost died. If it weren't for the junior brother in front of her, her final outcome could be imagined. Therefore, such a thing is enough once, and there is no need to do it a second time. Junior brother, how about you stay here first? Now you are only at the limit of the magic realm. Although you are very strong, the 10,000 demons blood cave is very dangerous, especially the exit is guarded by the centipede and scorpion monsters. How about I take you out from outside? Immediately, Zhang Shengying spoke, but she said it tactfully. It's not that she looks down on Li Su, but that her strength is not enough for the time being. Okay. Li Su nodded without hesitation. Super Thigh. When he rescued, he had the idea of hugging Thigh. Now, although there was an accident, the Thigh became his wife, but this is better, isn't it? Originally thought there was no chance. After all, the other party was devoted to seeking the Tao. So Li Su was not embarrassed at all that the other party was stronger than him. No matter how strong his woman is, she has to love him in bed. Well, this is a very positive view. Exclamation mark. The ideas were connected. Zhang Shengying's eyes narrowed immediately, and she smiled and gave Li Su a kiss. It really is true that you become who you are with. If the target is Aangzan, Zhang Shengying will never be like this. Even if they become husband and wife, she will not be like this. This is also the fundamental reason why they were childhood sweethearts for more than 10 years, but were finally snatched away by Li Su. And this incident also tells us a truth at the same time. For the person you like, you have to be shameless. Zhang Shengying moved her body and jumped directly out of Li Su's ghost domain. With the mutual communication of supernatural powers, she can also use the power of the ghost domain. Standing outside, she glanced around, and her soul wavered. Although it is not as good as Li Su's Pangu banner with Tao heart planting demon as the core, the perception ability is also super strong, especially under the supernatural realm. The situation around was instantly captured by Zhang Shengying. Originally, her power was not suitable for large-scale exploration, and it was cold, and would be discovered. Now that the virtual and the real are combined, this kind of fluctuation is difficult to detect even in the supernatural realm. Zhang Shengying took a breath and smiled, very relaxed, never so relaxed, feeling that she could do anything. Sister, don't drift, don't drift. For a cultivator, living long is the fundamental way, and only then can you understand the principles of the way more. Everything else is fake, so you can do anything, but don't commit suicide. Li Su's voice came out, reminding directly. Zhang Shengying nodded, her eyes were full of love. She didn't like reckless men, even if they were strong. Therefore, she felt that Li Su and she had a tacit understanding and could live together. The only thing was that he was a little too beastly. I'm afraid I can't bear it alone, so I have to find someone to share the burden. Locking her own position, Zhang Shengying jumped up and rushed directly to the exit in her memory. After a while, the exit was in front of her. She was very fast. With the integration of the Supreme Soul, she mastered too many things that she had ignored before. The air also has resistance, and all contacts will cause obstacles. Now she has eliminated everything, and the improvement in speed is far from a little bit. Feel it. There is still a certain distance from the exit. Zhang Shengying's eyes suddenly turned cold and her smile froze. Her personality is very similar to Li Su in a sense. She takes good care of her friends and is decisive in killing her enemies, especially the scorpion spirit outside. She still remembers the stab a few months ago. She can't forget it. She shook her footsteps, and the power of the 6 paths was running. The virtual and real extreme yin alternated between her hands, turning into 2 rounds of black moons. One is the moon of the heavenly palace, full of coldness, which is the physical coldness. The other is the moon of the underworld, full of coldness, which is the coldness of the soul. She stepped out and came to the outside of the cave in an instant. With her appearance, the impatient centipede spirit and scorpion spirit were startled. The next moment, their faces changed drastically, and their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs and kidneys were all frozen. Note that this is not an adjective. Bipolar extreme yin, and Zhang Shengying, is also a 5 transformation supernatural power, a worldly prodigy. Although the 4 demons of the centipede spirit and scorpion spirit guarding here are not bad, they are only about 1.5 transformations of the supernatural power realm. If there is only one, Li Su can fight, let alone Zhang Shengying. As soon as she appeared, the soul of the Supremian launched an attack and froze the souls of the 4 monsters. The next moment, the real freezing air gushed out from their souls, freezing their physical organs. The 4 monsters were shocked, and their faces turned green, because it was so strong that it was beyond imagination. In an instant, they were frozen, before they even fought. You have to know that the 4 people present had attacked Zhang Shengying before. At that time, the opponent's freezing air was also amazing, and almost froze their internal organs, but this time it was completely different. The freezing air directly attacked from the soul, and froze their lungs in an instant. Their bodies glowed, and their innate magical powers burst out. They were perfect in the first transformation, and the second transformation was more than halfway. Apart from other things, the strength of their vitality was very high. Even if the soul and the body were frozen at the same time, they could be repaired. With a roar, the 4 monsters attacked at the same time, and they were deadly. Not only that, they were also sending signals to notify the patriarchs of the 2 tribes to come and surround and kill this woman. Too terrible, too strong. The war was about to break out at this moment. However, at this moment, the ghost crow standing in the distance, waiting, and staring at the 10,000 demons blood cave, moved. Its eyes were dim and dead, and its pupils moved to the shadow under Zhang Shengying's feet. The next moment, it felt something, and its eyebrows glowed directly, and there was a terrible murderous aura bursting out, and there were supreme spells gathered. They were evil spells, mysterious methods, and curses, with a power that shocked the people and monsters present. That power made Zhang Shengying and the others feel cold and feel a huge crisis. Even in the ghost domain, Li Su's pupils shrank, and he felt a great crisis coming, and the pores all over his body were trembling. The ghost crow's eyebrows glowed, and evil light shot up into the sky. It looked dull, without a trace of emotion, and murmured, "Please, baby, turn around." In an instant, the light was shining, and the evil spirit rushed into the sky. An extremely evil flying knife rushed out from the ghost crow's eyebrows. In an instant, the ghost crow was drained of blood by the flying knife, and turned into ashes in front of everyone. Not only that, its soul was also sucked by the flying knife, and it let out a huge wail. There were also dead souls on the flying knife. They were demons, all of whom were demons in the realm of supernatural powers. They all became nutrients for this knife, and their souls were swallowed up. The next moment, the knife flashed, and it stabbed directly at Zhang Shengying's feet. Zhang Shengying's eyes were shocked. Although she didn't know why, her heart told her that this knife was going for her junior brother. Even if it was the realm of supernatural powers, she felt a great threat and a terrible crisis. What about her junior brother? Her face was cold, revealing a piercing frost, and her killing intent instantly doubled. My friend, you have shortened your journey. Chapter 277. Shengying is unparalleled. Zhang Shengying's eyes glowed coldly, and bright silver stars fell. Her head was glowing, and a full moon rose. That was her supreme Taoism, which came from the Moon Palace, the ultimate manifestation of the Taiyin Dao, and evolved into a supreme magical power, with endless Taoism gathered in it. She did not move, and the moonlight fell down, reflecting the earth. The earth was like water, shaking, and a Taoist shadow appeared in it. That was also her, standing below, as if in another world. Her eyes shook, and the stars also surrounded her body, but they were not bright silver, but azure blue, and there was also a full moon above her head, hazy. 2 figures, one real, one empty. Between the alternations, an extremely terrifying power burst out. Both figures were entangled with supreme Tao patterns, and terrifying laws gathered in them. They attacked at the same time, facing the flying knife that was killing Li Su. A strange scene appeared. The flying knife also became 2, and was directly reflected in front of Zhang Shengying. She stretched out her jade white hand, and pointed through the void. Space vibrated, the void intertwined. The flying knife, that was clearly rushing towards Li Su, was forcibly lifted up by Zhang Shengying, changing its original trajectory, and pointed at it. She pointed at the flying knife with her finger. Sparks immediately splashed, and starlight rained down. The terrible power exploded in an instant, and the entrance of the 10,000 demons blood cave was shattered on the spot. The rocks with a diameter of 10 miles were all destroyed by the power she hit, turning into ashes, forming a huge hole, and all life was ground to pieces. The next moment, the extreme freezing air erupted, all matter stopped, all temperature disappeared, and the place where Zhang Shengying stood became a 0-degree space, absolute zero. A terrible blow. Space and time were stopped by her at this moment. The 4 half-demon kings of the Centipede and Scorpion clans were all frozen, and the terrible freezing air directly penetrated their skin, internal organs, and bone marrow. Not only that, this freezing air was going deeper and deeper, freezing towards their molecules and atoms. Before they could even breathe, the terrifying bodies of the 4 demons were all frozen and cracked, and a huge crack was frozen in their Taoism. The freezing air was bursting, and even the walls could not block it. It was directly frozen through, extending for several miles before stopping. All the lives that were swept away turned into ice sculptures. Clang. Everyone outside was like this, and the flying knives that were the first to bear the brunt could be imagined. Under the terrible freezing air, even gold and iron could be frozen to be more fragile than foam. Although the material of the flying knife was magical and had unimaginable resistance to cold and heat, it was composed of an extremely special material and had an indestructible characteristic. However, even so, the structure was penetrated by Zhang Shengying's finger and fell directly on the Tao patterns densely covered on the blade, destroying the foundation. With a click, the blade cracked, and dense cracks appeared on the blade, and each of them burst out with absolutely terrible freezing air. The flying knives that couldn't help but let out a mournful cry. Their bodies were injured, and the foundation of their existence was destroyed. There is no doubt that this seemingly simple finger was the ultimate power of the 5 transformations divine power realm, standing on the ceiling of the highest level of the divine power realm. But it's not over yet. The real finger fell, and the virtual finger has not yet. With the reflection and vibration under her body, she locked the flying knife spirit in the void and pointed it down. Squeak. There was a sound, without any vibration or sound, but a wave exploded from the void and swept out instantly. This wave had no effect on physical things. It passed through a range of thousands of miles in an instant and continued to wave and ripple. Stones could not stop it, and fine iron could not stop it. All substances were penetrated by it. The terrible power spread across her as the center, and the wave swept through a diameter of hundreds of miles. Snap, snap, snap. Countless bodies fell directly. The demons in the demon cave, who were frightened by the sudden burst of terrible momentum and were running wildly, fell directly to the ground. The extremely terrible freezing air burst out from their souls, and their souls were frozen, cracked, and frozen to death on the spot. The demons with bodies could not be seen, and the demon souls without bodies turned into ice sculptures, falling from mid-air and shattered all over the ground. The 4 demons were even worse. They were too close and were seriously affected. The freezing air on their bodies had not yet resolved, and their souls were hit again. The 3 souls and 7 spirits were all frozen. The innate supernatural power suffered an unimaginable blow, and the Dao was frozen from the material and soul levels. They were spitting fear in their eyes. It was really unbelievable, and they were shocked by Zhang Shengying's strength. As for the flying knife, it wailed, and the soul in the blade was screaming. It was hit by Zhang Shengying's finger, and the knife spirit was directly frozen and cracked. The blade and the blade spirit were both severely injured, and the terrible freezing air continued to burst out, trying to destroy it. It vibrated and made a huge sound. As the ultimate evil method and the supreme magical power, the blade that had shown great power in the conferred god, began to burst into blood. Souls rushed out of the blade spirit. They were more than 40 magical powers, and were integrated into the ghost crow body by the Crow King with a special method as a nutrient for the flying knife. They vibrated, and the flesh and soul light merged into a terrible power. The blade and the blade spirit were glowing, and tens of millions of divine lights shot out from them to fight against Zhang Shengying's double attack. Boom. 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 The terrible power exploded directly between one person and one knife. The freezing air and the blade light were in the void. In reality, in the illusion, thousands of collisions broke out directly, like billions of meteors shooting at each other. The void couldn't bear it and cracked. Shattering the void is a magical power, and it must be a very powerful magical power. Zhang Shengying was different. When she collided with the flying knife, the power of both of them directly tore a terrible crack with a diameter of 100 meters. The hideous wound shocked the entire 10,000 demons' blood cave and shook it. Countless rocks were swept in and crushed. Humph. Even if the realm is extremely high and the limit is broken a lot, facing the top boss in the prehistoric period and the ancient demon heavenly court Deng Huang, who was performed by the immortal realm croaking, even a genius like Zhang Shengying, who broke the limit again after the supernatural power realm and exceeded the normal limit of the 5 transformations realm, still couldn't help but groan and tremble. She started with her fingers and gradually cracked, and blood kept pouring out. The cracks became bigger and bigger and soon spread all over her arms and shoulders, and countless bright red blood fell. The cracks carried terrible laws and turned into strange spells along Zhang Shengying's hands, cursing her body and soul. The power of the flying knife can be imagined, and it is even more terrible. Facing the power of the flying knife and the curse that infected her soul, Zhang Shengying's eyes were cold. She said nothing, only the scripture of the supreme Dao kept flowing. The terrible freezing air, the power that could freeze souls and matter, kept pouring out of her fingertips. The injuries on her body were frozen and cracked, and the curse was also frozen and cracked. The endless freezing air kept bursting out and kept squeezing into the flying knife from the 2 surfaces, trying to kill and wipe out the flying knife. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flying knife kept vibrating, which was very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Facing the unparalleled power displayed by this unimaginable Xianjiao giant in front of her, the freezing air that was a combination of reality and illusion was too terrible. Even if she resisted and suppressed it with her own flesh and blood soul, there was still a little bit of it that kept penetrating in. The blade and the blade spirit were affected, and the Dao that constituted it had to stop. One person and one knife entangled with each other, and the terrible power kept wiping each other out. Half a catty and 8 tails. Faced with this situation, Li Su couldn't help but be shocked. Others didn't know the origin of this knife, but he didn't know it. That was the immortal slaying flying knife, a great killing weapon in the conferred god spirit, and a means of Lu Yataoist. And who is Lu Yataoist's true identity? There is no need to guess, right? It is Jin Wu, the son of Emperor Jun. Although this knife is not the one in conferred gods, but just a magical power, its user is not Lu Ya, so how powerful it is can be imagined. However, even so, the existence of Zhang Shengying, one of the 2 great geniuses of Xia country, blocked this top-level killing magical power and stopped it. Senior sister. In the ghost domain, Li Su was shaking, while his eyes were also bursting with terrible murderous intent and rage. The moment the flying knife appeared, he realized what was going on. The bastard who used Zhan came again and attacked him again. Where is your face? Where is your face? He was furious, his eyes were red, his realm was not enough, his strength was not enough. This flying knife broke the limit, beyond imagination. Ordinary supernatural realm people would be killed by it in an instant, and cursed to death in an instant. That is Zhang Shengying. 5 times of transformation, plus 6 reincarnations breaking the limit. It can be said that he has broken through the ceiling of the 5 transformations and stood at the top of the supernatural realm, a hegemonic existence. Even so, it is still the same. Do you really think there are many strong people like Zhang Shengying? Let me tell you that when King Xia was still in the supernatural realm, it was hard to say who beat who. The opponent was too cruel, dark and cruel. He could feel that more than 40 supernatural realms were directly turned into materials for raising knives by that bastard. Although the level was still supernatural, how could the supernatural realm have this power? I'm fine. Zhang Shengying didn't retreat. Her eyes were getting colder and colder. She was not afraid of fighting with the Seekers. Her emotions were getting more and more excited. Especially after the hidden dangers of the Moon Palace method were eliminated, her emotions were no longer so absolutely rational. Her eyes kept shining, and her fighting spirit was high. In this kind of competition, she had more advantages. Although the flying knife was powerful, it was rootless, and could not be compared with her. If it continued, the flying knife would be exhausted sooner or later. However, at this moment, a vibration sound came, and a voice broke out of the ground directly from a distance, and rushed here quickly. Suddenly, Zhang Shengying's face changed slightly, and the coldness in her eyes prevailed. After all, this is a 10,000 demons blood cave, which is the hinterland of the centipede and scorpion clans. There are 4 frozen supernatural powers of the 2 clans around her. The other party can't just ignore it. She didn't say a word, but just kept fighting against the flying knife, wearing it down, and exhausting its power. Unfortunately, the flying knife was fed with too much power, and it was composed of special spells. It can be said to be extremely magical. Although it cannot burst out the power beyond the supernatural realm, it can be maintained in the supernatural realm. It has too thick and deep foundation, like a peak supernatural realm. Even if Zhang Shengying breaks through again, it is difficult to wear it out in a short time. In fact, being able to block it can be said to be a move, amazing and unparalleled in the world. Boom. With two loud noises, 2 huge figures broke through the rocks and drilled out from inside. Unlike the numbered centipede and the extremely colored scorpion, the aura of the 2 who came was undoubtedly very powerful and terrifying. The Tao was all over their bodies, and the scriptures were manifested. Not only that, there were energy fluctuations around their bodies. Although it looked very evil, it gave people a feeling of floating in the air. This is the supernatural realm, and it is still completely too transformed, equivalent to the 4 transformation of the human race, close to the limit of 5 transformation. And their aura is very obvious, having reached the extreme of the supernatural realm, belonging to the level of half a foot stepping into the immortal realm. It is the master of the 2 races. Zhang Shengying's eyes suddenly changed, cold, because the moment the 2 appeared, she felt and heard the voice from the other half in her heart, the decision made by the other party. Junior brother, no. Zhang Shengying's face was rarely panicked, and her face turned pale instantly. Before she finished speaking, Pangu Banner suddenly appeared. The void turned into a world, and directly chopped on the flying knife, breaking its void, and pulling it in. Because of the head-on collision, Zhang Shengying understood more and more how terrible this knife was. If junior brother was in the realm of supernatural power, he would not be afraid, but he was not. He was only in the realm of mana. A figure appeared directly beside Zhang Shengying. He looked at Zhang Shengying with extremely gentle eyes, gently reached out, and stroked her cheek, then smiled widely and said, it's okay, senior sister, believe me. Want to kill me? Come on. Li Su swept the void with cold eyes, and the next moment he touched his brow, and an ancient banner appeared above his head. The ancient banner shook, and the void cracked directly. He jumped in and disappeared. Then, the flying knife that was hit into the void vibrated, and it appeared again, breaking through the void that trapped itself, and ran out from it. It vibrated, and the next moment it turned directly, and plunged directly into the void and disappeared. Zhang Shengying's face changed drastically. She wanted to chase, but it was obvious that, whether it was Li Su who had the Pangu banner, and could break through the boundary and leave, or the flying knife, that could directly lock Li Su through cause and effect, she could not catch up. She vibrated the Supreme Dao pattern in her body, wanting to activate her own small 6 paths, wanting to use it to sense Li Su's main 6 paths. But there was no movement. Obviously the other party had cut off the connection. Not only that, she didn't have time to move, but the leader of the Centipede Demon Clan and the leader of the Scorpion Demon Clan rushed over and took action. They were undoubtedly confused, and had many questions in their hearts. Not only did Zhang Shengying get out, but her strength also improved. Then, the guy who suddenly escaped, there was actually a human who went deep into here? Did he save the other party? They had many doubts in their hearts, but none of them prevented them from taking action. The human race, the pride, must die. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they took action, and rushed straight to Zhang Shengying to beat the other party to death. You, damn it. Standing there, after a moment of stunned, Zhang Shengying slowly raised her head, her hair flying, and cold air rising to the sky. It was them. It was them. It was all them. Originally, she could suppress the flying knife and wear it out, but because of the appearance of these 2 damn demons, Li Su had to lead the flying knife away, and face it alone. Zhang Shengying was crazy, and her mood was almost exploding. For the first time in her life, she was so angry to the heart, angry to the limit. She moved her body, and it was actually split into 2. The soul and the body were directly separated, but her breath did not weaken at all, and she went straight to kill the 2 monsters. In an instant, 2 rounds of black moons rose above the 10,000 demons' blood cave, and endless ice exploded. Zhang Shengying fought alone against the kings of the centipede monster and the scorpion monster. She opened and closed her fists and feet, and every blow had billions of frosts exploding, and every blow was an absolute explosion of freezing air. Boom. For a moment, even if it was said that half a foot had stepped into the immortal realm, the kings of the 2 tribes who were still in the supernatural realm were stunned. The freezing air was too terrible. It targeted the body and the soul. When a punch came, the soul and the body would be violently shaken at the same time, and the breath was full of bloody ice chips. The internal organs were frozen and cracked, and the 3 souls were frozen and numb. They were not weak either, and they quickly fought back, showing their own strength. One of them turned into a dragon with a length of several thousand meters and a diameter of 100 meters. One of them sprayed light from its tail, and the rays could penetrate almost everything, and were also highly poisonous. The ancestors of the 2 tribes undoubtedly had earth-shaking strength. As the 2 exploded, the entire 100,000 demon cave was shaking. Countless people were filled with horror, and couldn't help wondering what happened. Facing the leaders of the 2 tribes who had exploded, Zhang Shengying did not retreat a single step. With her body as the center, the entire area was filled with freezing air. With every move, the freezing air gushed out like waves. Above her head, the moon became larger and larger, and the endless moonlight turned into thousands of sword rains, confronting the 2 kings head on. The more she fought, the angrier she became, and the angrier she became, the more she fought. The freezing air became even colder and more deadly under her boundless anger. Boom. 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 With repeated attacks, from being evenly matched, it gradually became Zhang Shengying alone who was suppressing the kings of the 2 tribes. Damn it. The more she fought, the more frightened she became. The 2 demon kings were frightened. Human race, so reckless. Chapter 278, Lock. At this moment, Li Su was madly breaking the void, while escaping with the Pangu banner. Unlike Zhang Shengying, he knew the power of this broken knife very well. Please turn around. It can be said to be a great killer in the conferred gods, killing many masters, and Yuan Hong, the monkey, died under its knife. Yang Zhang put a lot of effort to kill him. This method is very deadly. Zhang Shengying, who had broken the limit of the 5 transformations, could only resist, and could not destroy it quickly. Not only that, after a contact, he was cursed. Fortunately, his realm was high enough, and once he stopped resisting, he could quickly erase the traces of the curse. But, want to kill Dad? Dad is not so easy to kill. Li Su broke through the boundaries all the way, not caring at all, and didn't care where he was. He ran very fast, and every time he opened a realm, the location where he appeared must be thousands of miles away. Behind him, the immortal slaying flying knife chased fast, constantly breaking the void, chasing Li Su's tail, biting very hard, and every time he passed, the distance between the 2 sides would be closer. One chasing and one escaping, just in this 100,000 demon cave, running wildly. Li Su did not dare to leave here. He always remembered what Pangu Banner said when he was sent here. The cause and effect here are blocked, and cannot be calculated. Although it is only the immortal slashing flying knife chasing him now, God knows whether the opponent is prepared outside. Once he escapes, and is directly locked by the opponent outside, he will be chased by the opponent's cause and effect. At that time, he will not face the flying knife of the supernatural power realm, but the direct attack of the immortal realm. Clang, approaching again, the distance is reached, and the blade of the immortal slashing flying knife explodes. Thousands of knife lights are splashing towards Li Su without money. Without looking back, Li Su turned around and punched, and the punch turned into a world, hitting a huge Buddha kingdom, covering the blade of the flying knife and the flying knife itself. Seal. The supernatural power shook and directly locked the flying knife in place. The next moment, Li Su rushed away again. He was very fast. He split the void with Pangu Banner, and fled thousands of miles in an instant. Buzz. Boom. With a loud bang, the Buddha kingdom split open, and a knife light broke through. It rushed out, and plunged into the void again to chase far away. Pangu Banner can ignore the geographical environment and let Li Su escape at will. The immortal slashing flying knife can directly break through the space and slash towards Li Su along the cause and effect. Immediately, the entire 100,000 demon cave became a battlefield for this man and this knife. There was a lot of movement between the two. As soon as Lee Su appeared, the void would inevitably split open. Although it was said to be opening a door, if it was opened on someone else, the meaning would be different. In an instant, the door would be opened, and the opponent would be directly split. The immortal slashing flying knife was the same. Every time it appeared, it would shred the place where Lee Su stood into pieces. Chasing all the way, there were countless demons in the huge 100,000 demon cave, and they were split and chopped into pieces before they could recover. Once he appeared, Lee Su landed and punched, and turned back and punched out. His fist split the void, and Pangu Banner vibrated on his fist, and the Vajra Dragon realm glowed. The immortal slashing flying knife that followed obviously didn't expect the opponent to stop, and was immediately knocked out of the void here, blocked by the Diamond Dragon realm, and chopped away by the Pangu Banner. Taking a breath, Lee Su's breath was a little anxious. He was at a very high level, with terrible comprehension, and the breadth of his Taoism was unprecedented and unparalleled. He raised his hand and grabbed it, but he didn't run away, but directly grabbed a rat demon under his feet. The 6 reincarnations appeared, Lee Su's eyes shone, and great power burst out. He directly began to knead the soul of the rat he caught, changing its form, breath, and taste. In the blink of an eye, he kneaded the opponent's soul into his own appearance. The Pangu Banner appeared and chopped the rat out, and sent it outside. At the same time, his figure moved, and changes occurred directly in the void. His body and soul changed, and changed in accordance with the analysis of all things in the Yuking chapter. In an instant, he turned into a small black rat. Lee Su swooped, and found a hole to drill into, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom. The terrifying blade light came, slashed open the Diamond Dragon realm, broke through the Pangu realm, and the flying knife appeared again in the 100,000 demon cave. It shook slightly, and paused for the first time, but after a moment, it turned its blade light, and chopped directly at the black rat that Lee Su had transformed into, completely ignoring the black rat demon that he had transformed into himself. HMM? Question mark? Lee Su was stunned for a moment, and his small body jumped up, without thinking, and directly drove Pangu Dissolution to escape again. How is it possible? His transformation technique is not a simple transformation, but involves the supreme flesh and soul avenue, which is the fusion of the two fundamental laws, completely covering himself. Not only that, he also threw out the black rat spirit that was stained with his own breath, and changed by himself. How did the other party lock onto his body in an instant? Boom, boom. Facing the flying knife, Lee Su just touched it and left, without resisting it. He couldn't bear it, and he couldn't bear it. Once he was really caught up by that thing, even if the 7 great saints methods were activated at the same time, he could only resist it at most. He was a little out of breath, the inner long river was shaking wildly, and the Danshan was constantly absorbing. Fortunately, he got a lot of demon souls in the 10,000 demons blood cave. Although he consumed a lot of it in his practice, he still had 70,000 to 80,000 left. He gave 10,000 to his senior sister, and there were almost 60,000 left, which could last for a long time. He kept running away, and didn't collide with the immortal slaying flying knife head on. During this period, he performed the art of transformation several times, and created countless fake bodies, but all of them were quickly noticed by the opponent, who found his original body in an instant, and chased him again. Lee Su was stunned, puzzled, and quite at a loss. If he hadn't been chased too closely at this moment, and had almost been stabbed by the opponent several times, he would definitely scream to the sky, "What the hell is this?" You know, the last clone. But Lee Su used his own flesh and blood, mixed with his own soul light, and suppressed it with the 6 ways. It was almost him. Even if the cause and effect should be divided into 2, the immortal slaying flying knife rushed to his original body without hesitation. This is unreasonable, very unreasonable. Why? While running wildly, Lee Su showed a puzzled look. Speaking of which, how did the other party lock onto him? Indeed, the two had met once. No, it should be said that the other party had met him once and attacked him through the chaos bell. If it weren't for the protection of Pangu Banner, he would have almost beaten him to death. It was just this one time, and then he was immediately sent away by Pangubana, and he was sure that this bastard would attack again, and he didn't give him a chance to find him. As a result, not only did the other party find him, but the immortal slashing flying knife seemed to have identified him, and chased him madly. This is not logical. Yes, Dan Huang's strength is amazing. Yes, Dan Huang's realm is extremely high. But how did he lock onto me? Not to mention that the immortal slashing flying knife does not have the ability to kill people through cause and effect, and it needs a target to activate this. He himself was covered by the cause and effect by the strong man at the level of the immortal realm, not to mention that he had the cause and effect technique of his master. Now he has learned the methods of the seven saints, and has a direct connection with the Kingping sword, Pangubana, and the 6 reincarnations, 3 treasures, and is protected by them. If the immortal realm was in front of him and wanted to kill him, the 3 great treasures might not be able to do anything but to kill him through the cause and effect technique. A saint is still okay, but a false saint? Can a false saint be so perverted? It's just a joke. In fact, think about the cause and effect between the two. Because he became the holder of the Pangubana, the other party wanted to kill him. Before Lisu's items, the only cause and effect the other party could find was this. Locking himself through the Pangubana? Even a saint can't do it, right? Lisu's talent is too high, his comprehension is too strong. Although the height of the supreme soul and the supreme flesh is far inferior to that of the saint, it is no problem to approach Taluo in terms of width. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill the magical power in the mana realm, and it is not the kind of beginner, but the old one. Therefore, the transformation technique, based on the Yu-King chapter, is almost equivalent to rebirth in nature. Not to mention that Lisu is also proficient in the 7 supreme fundamental laws of the Holy Way. Although these magical powers are not based on cause and effect, they all involve cause and effect. Under normal circumstances, if it is broken, even the immortal realm will find it difficult to detect, unless it is close to the distance and has special observation skills. Otherwise, with Lisu's transformation skills, the great sage, who had not yet become a Buddha, could not tell the truth from the false even with his fiery eyes. As a result, the immortal slashing flying knife seemed to have completely locked him up. This was unreasonable, too unreasonable. There is a problem, a big problem. Lisu's eyes shook. Facing the immortal slashing flying knife that was chasing him again, he was a little slow. He did not block the opponent and turned around to run away. Instead, he used 2 great magical powers to directly freeze it and block it for a short time, buying himself 1 more second. Once. Poof. Lisu began to vomit blood. Cracks appeared inside his body, and his soul also split slightly. Using magical powers to suppress the opponent, although he escaped before the opponent's attack arrived, it did not mean that Lisu was fine. No, on the contrary, he had something wrong, a big problem. Every time his magical power was penetrated, his body would also be split. Although he was still in the realm of magic power, in fact, the magical power of the Tao was almost equivalent to a part of him, connected to the body and compatible with the soul. It's not just the immortal slashing flying knife. After several observations, Lisu's mouth was full of blood, and the corners of his eyes were cracked, with blood flowing. He took a breath, and his eyes kept flickering and shaking. Every time the immortal slashing flying knife approached him, something was burning. It was a very special thing. Every time it burned, a line would form, connecting the other party to himself. At first, Lisu thought it was a causal line, because he had reached a certain realm, and could see it. But after several observations, he found that it was not, or not simply. This immortal slashing flying knife also integrated other things, and there were means in it. Every time it chased, that thing would be burned and consumed. Facing this result, Lisu's eyes kept flickering, with a hint of inexplicable meaning. It's not just as simple as loss, the other party's loss is also a problem. If it simply escapes with the Pangubana, it will consume when it catches up, but not much. But if the Buddha Kingdom, Diamond Dragon Realm, Thunder Method, etc. are used, the number will double. And with the combination of flesh and blood supreme and soul supreme, this consumption will undoubtedly be greater. In other words, the more you use the saintly Taoism, the more difficult it will be for the opponent to lock him, and the greater the consumption. Li Su took a breath directly, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Cause and effect can hurt others and yourself. His realm is very low now, and his fate does not account for much. But he can't stand the fact that he has many saintly skills and many saintly causes and effects. If he continues, he will undoubtedly be involved in a huge vortex. It's fine if he kills with one blow. Now, this behavior of locking him again and again through cause and effect and killing him is undoubtedly equivalent to stirring the cause and effect of his whole body. Once, and again. Li Su kept dodging, and the 7 saintly ways kept being used. Every time the flying knife chased him, he would go into battle together, fight with the opponent, and entangle for 1 or 2 seconds before running. His body was torn apart, with scars everywhere, the avenue was cut open, and the flesh and blood supreme could not heal. The soul was also torn apart. The main souls of the 7 supreme powers were cut with countless wounds, and a little soul light was constantly overflowing from them. The injuries were extremely serious. Li Su was still fighting, and madly escaping for his life. His injuries were extremely serious. Over and over again, until his injuries were extremely serious and fatal. Li Su paused slightly. His liver began to glow, and there were golden cicadas chirping. That was his way to save his life. Although it was far inferior to the top magical powers he mastered, it was extremely magical in substitution for death, and it replaced all his injuries in an instant. Taking a breath, Li Su's spirit recovered a lot. Without thinking, he once again directly entangled with the immortal slaying flying knife. Come on, I don't believe it. This kind of cause and effect technique can be used continuously and infinitely. Asterisk and thousands of miles away, in the 800-mile Flame Mountain, here is one of the 6 wonders in the earthly immortal realm. The croaking slowly opened his eyes. It was laughing, and the laughter was light and disdainful. It is it, and it is not it. Dong Huang's soul woke up when the flying knife locked onto Li Su. Although he couldn't see the scene over there, he could slightly feel that the holder of Pangu Banner had been locked in and was struggling madly, trying to fight for his life, trying to escape. What a pity, what a pity. Sure enough, I sent it to the 100,000 demon caves to avoid the calculation of cause and effect. But Pangu Banner, you miscalculated. Although the 100,000 demon caves can isolate the calculation of cause and effect, they can't isolate the search for luck. Obviously, the consumption that Li Su saw was another extremely special power in the conferred god, the power of luck. As the master of the ancient demon court, he is not short of this. With luck as the cause, and cause and effect as the line, no one can avoid escaping. No matter how you change, as long as you are still in this world, you can't escape the pursuit of merit, and cause and effect. The corners of his mouth hooked slightly, and his face showed a smile as the Emperor of Heaven, high above, overlooking all living beings. This world does not need the inheritance of saints. With him, Dong Huang, it is enough! Exclamation mark. As for the cause and effect technique that Li Su wanted, can it be used all the time? Indeed, it cannot be used, but as the Eastern Emperor, it goes without saying how strong his luck is. He also has the Supreme Treasure Chaos Bell to help him suppress it, which is even more terrifying. The target is Pangu Banner, which is a bit tricky. It takes a lot of luck to lock the opponent, but since everyone has a Supreme Treasure, the higher the realm, the greater the advantage. Unless Yuan Shishianzhen can come back, the opponent will surely die with only Pangu Banner, and there is no room for maneuver. He raised his head, looking into the void with a dim gaze, recalling the scene before the last battle in ancient times. After a moment, he spoke out, full of sneers in his heart, and domineering in his eyes. In this world, having me is enough. There is no need for the inheritance of saints. No, no. Chapter 279 Three Pale Green Faces. Dong Huang was very happy today. Not only was Li Su, the successor of the saint's lineage, caught by him, but even though he was still struggling, it was undoubtedly a dying struggle and he would die soon. What really made him happy and excited was that the great array of stars in the heavens was about to be completed. Not only that, wasn't the Crocodile King of the Crocodile clan injured by the Pangu Banner? That guy ran into the mythological world and came to him because of his serious injuries. Under normal circumstances, there would undoubtedly be some trouble, but the other party was too seriously injured, and his body was severely damaged by the Pangu banner, and his soul was cut off in a corner. Because he was the one who planned the attack on the Tau cliff, he reluctantly gave the other party the precious medicine that could replenish the soul damage. The other party did not suspect him and ate it directly. That is indeed a good thing. Under normal circumstances, eating it can bring countless benefits. There is a soul in it. It is Jimeng, one of the 10 ancient demon saints. He died together with the witch clan in the war between witches and liches. He is loyal to the demon clan and is a rare warrior. He is completely different from those coquettish bitches who ran away, especially Kumpeng. Thinking that the other party actually ran away with the Luoxu River map in the end, it directly prevented the ancient heaven from using the Zhaoshan star fighting array. There was no choice but to fight the witch clan head on. Otherwise, in the war between witches and liches, the demon clan would undoubtedly become the winner, instead of ending up with both sides perishing. After all, at that time, Hao Tuho was reincarnated, and the 12 witch ancestors were missing a corner, and could not form the 12 heavenly gods and demons. Whenever he thought of this, Dong Huang hated to eat Kunpeng alive. It was a pity that Kunpeng's true body was not dead, and was no longer in this space. Otherwise, Dong Huang, who had awakened from the war between witches and liches, would definitely not hesitate to personally pull out his tendons and skin him, and kill him once. He left the body of the croaking, and his consciousness returned to the place where his soul was. That is a place in the mythical world, with countless stars. It is a corner of the real heaven, where the Zhaoshan stars are located. It was broken, separated from the heaven, and fell here to form a world. At this moment, the He-Tu Luoxu is hanging high in the void. It is a phantom, not a real entity. The real He-Tu Luoxu has disappeared. It was created by Dong Huang, who spent hundreds of years to gather hundreds of supernatural powers, to practice the star array, occupy the star zodiac, and outline the Zhaoshan reflection. Before, there was a missing corner, and Taiyin star was unguarded. But now it is different. The Crocodile King, who swallowed Jimeng's soul, is sitting on it, practicing the last corner, piecing together the last corner of the ancient heaven's strongest array, the Zhaoshan star array. The Crocodile King's body is constantly shaking, and his body is changing. Horns grow on his forehead and scales appear on his body. He is turning into a dragon, or more accurately, turning back to the original appearance of the ancient monster Jimeng, a dragon beast with a human body, able to make clouds and rain, and turning back to the ancient heaven's rain master. Don't underestimate the rain master. He is not weak. The rain in the ancient heaven is almost always a disaster, a catastrophe, a punishment for the races that do not obey orders, and the rain will annihilate them. The hard power is still above Beza, but Beza has the ability to turn misfortune into good fortune. It is a lucky beast protected by great luck. Otherwise, if it comes to fighting, Jimeng is only slightly worse than the first Kunpeng. It is gradually taking shape, and its soul is integrated into it from the broken corner of the Crocodile King. Not only that, it begins to erode from the missing corner little by little, not integrating into the Crocodile King, but absorbing the Crocodile King's soul in turn. This is also the reason why Dong Huang is willing to give the other party the precious medicine containing Jimeng's soul. With an incomplete soul, even if it is said to be an immortal realm, facing Jimeng, who was originally an ancient demon in the heaven, there is still no room for struggle. He is very happy and smiling. For nearly 1,000 years, his plan has been very slow. Now that he has made a breakthrough, as long as Jimeng succeeds in his rebirth and completes the missing part of the Zhaoshan star array, he will no longer have to hide. He can go out in front of others, to recast the ancient heaven, and reproduce the glorious era of the witch and lich era. He was full of expectations. His heart, which had been silent for countless years, couldn't help but tremble at this moment. He was very happy and couldn't help but sing a song. He could already see the future glory, that extreme corner. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that the stars in the distance are getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, Dong Huang blinked his eyes, a little stunned. He saw a celestial body break away from the original orbit and head towards the Zhaoshan star array. He frowned slightly, and there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. It is normal for stars to fall off. Hundreds of years ago, when the star array was just being constructed, this situation happened a lot. Thinking about that period of time now, he felt that the past was unbearable to look back on. It was not until he reflected the innate treasure chaos bell that the situation improved. But he didn't expect that the scene that had not appeared for hundreds of years would happen again so suddenly. He raised his eyebrows slightly, but he was not anxious. It was no longer the period of hundreds of years ago. The Zhaoxinzingdao Great Array was almost formed, and a great force had begun to form, generating huge gravitational force around it. Although it was only a small array at present, far from the supreme splendor of the ancient times, it also had the power of the galaxy, which could pull the stars and repel them. In his heart, he aroused the interaction between the sun star and the moon star, bursting out divine light and shining with the river map and Luoshu, pulling the Zhaoxinzingdao to lead the falling stars away. At this moment, the body of the crocodile king shook, and the soul inexplicably sensed the abnormality and felt that something was wrong. The Yuanshan burst out divine light, and terrible power burst out from its body. That was its innate magical power, which was extremely powerful. It inherited one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts, Teoti. Teoti, this beast, has few abilities. What people remember is undoubtedly eating. It eats everything, so much so that it swells itself to death. It is a symbol of greed. But the real beast is extremely terrifying. It can swallow the world and eat the sun and the moon. When it was rampant in ancient times, it was so fierce that even the golden immortal had to retreat, because once it was targeted and eaten, even Daluo would find it difficult to ascend to heaven. This beast was born from heaven and earth, and only cultivates the magical power of swallowing, because it has infinite hunger in its heart. Although it is called a beast, its origin is the desire of living beings. In ancient times, reincarnation was not established. How many living beings died? How many dead souls wailed? They could not be reborn, let alone be liberated. They continued to suffer all kinds of pain in those endless years. The most painful of them was hunger. The dead souls could not eat their fill. This emotion gathered, and eventually turned into gluttony, the demon of appetite. This magical power is very strong and very evil. It felt that there was a problem with its own soul, so the soul opened its mouth and subconsciously bit a part of its own soul. With a wail, Jimeng, who had already merged into the body of the Crocodile King, and the Crocodile King wailed at the same time. Their souls were injured, and they spewed out large mouthfuls of soul light. The Dao in their bodies was in chaos, which was a sign of misfire, and they almost fainted on the spot. It fainted, and the Taiyan star, which was linked to the sun star, shook violently and stopped immediately. What would it be like if a gear of machine that was already running suddenly stopped? Originally, the Zhaoxin star array had already involved the formation, pulling the other party to accelerate, and changing the angle little by little, through its own gravity. Before it smashed into the Zhaoxin star array, it gained enough power to pass by the Zhaoxin star array and go far away. As a result, the Taiyan star suddenly stopped, and the pulling and pulling force was reduced, and it became only pulling, but not pulling. Therefore, the star was not only accelerated, but also attracted by the Zhaoxin star, and kept accelerating, and crashed into the center of the star array, where the river map and Luoshu were located, and the Taiyan and Sun twin stars. Deng Huang, who could have easily dealt with it, suddenly turned green. His liver was cracked, he widened his eyes, and the corners of his eyes were cracked. Damn it! He yelled and rushed up. If such a force and such a huge star hit, the Zhaoxin star array would not be formed, and it would be directly shattered, and turned into a very fast. Many of the magical monsters living between the stars would die, and it would be difficult to replenish. Rushing out of the star array, Deng Huang was spitting fire all over his body. The fire of the sun and the law of fire flashed on his body, forming a burning road. He supported his hands in the void, and a phantom appeared. It was a tripod bell, full of ancient breath, with the power to suppress everything. His power vibrated wildly, turning into nutrients, and entering the ancient bell. Big. As an innate treasure, the ancient bell, under the infusion of Deng Huang's magic power, directly grew against the wind and became huge, even bigger than the stars. There was a law of Taoism on its body, which turned into the ultimate defense. The chaotic invisible air was filled, and the mist spread, directly covering the Zhaoshanxingdao formation of unknown miles, and covered it under its own body. Dung. With an extremely loud sound, the flying star fell directly on the chaos bell. It was a star that could accommodate billions of people. The closer it got, the smaller it became. When it finally fell on the chaos bell, it was only the size of a grain of rice. It only slightly shook a corner of the chaos bell, and it couldn't bear it, and was shattered by the sound of the chaos bell's explosion. Dung Huang let out a long breath, his face a little pale. Although his realm was high, he was a rootless source. Only the soul body was left, living in the body of the chaos bell, relying on it to exist in the world. If possible, he didn't want to activate the power of the chaos bell, which consumed too much. Just as he exhaled, the corner of the chaos bell that was hit was originally smoothed out quickly as the power continued to fluctuate, and eventually no trace was left. As a result, the chaos power on the chaos bell suddenly cracked at the moment of rippling, making a clicking sound. The next moment, like a chain reaction, the crack became larger and larger, and finally fell on the surface of the bell. The intact surface also shattered, revealing a hideous wound. That was the wound left by Pangu Banner, which was directly cut on the body from an infinite distance, leaving a gap. What? Dung Huang's face turned blue. He couldn't believe it. He looked at the crack of the chaos bell in disbelief. The wound that had been repaired for 8 layers with huge resources not only cracked again, but also became larger. No. With a loud cry, Dung Huang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The chaos bell was connected to his life. He was prepared for the Pangu Banner to counterattack the first time he attacked it, so he did some tricks inside. Although a corner of the chaos bell was cut, it did not affect him. Afterwards, he immediately took out the resources he had stored for countless years to repair it, so as to make up for the loss in time. Now, not only did the external wound crack again, but the body of the bell itself also cracked and leaked air. How is it possible? Dung Huang widened his eyes in disbelief. He lost a lot. Liu Xiang lost a lot. This time, it would take a long time to repair the crack, and the resources spent were an extremely terrifying astronomical figure. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his soul was trembling. He was angry and shocked. How could it be? How is it possible? At the beginning, it was just a star that broke away from the original rules and crashed into it, but in the end it actually caused such a tragic loss. That's right, it's not just the chaos bell. The Crocodile King's soul suddenly woke up and bit his own soul. Ji Meng was injured and fell into a coma. It would take a long time to recover. The sudden stop of the lunar star was no different from a gear in a clockwork watch suddenly getting stuck in the Zhaoshanxingdao formation. In an instant, the entire Zhaoshan formation was affected and deviated from its original trajectory. It would take years to get it back on track. This was not normal, extremely abnormal. It was too unlucky, and the degree was even comparable to drinking water and getting stuck in the teeth. He couldn't believe it, and his face was full of confusion. He couldn't understand why such a thing happened to him. With his luck, not to mention a blessing from heaven, it was definitely auspicious. How could bad things happen one after another? Boom. Just when Dung Huang was puzzled, purple thunder flashed in the distance in the deep space of the mythical world. That was the 9 heavens divine thunder, the heavenly punishment thunder. When a mortal transcends, a celestial being breaks through the limit, a golden immortal attains enlightenment, or when disasters are rampant, this kind of thunder will appear to test or destroy. It is a corner of the heavenly Dao, the power of the Dao ancestor. It has always been in this mythological world, flowing in the center, strangling the evil forces that do not belong to this world. It came very fast, and in the blink of an eye it was about to pass by the Zhaoshan stars where Dung Huang was. But at this moment, it felt something in its heart, and it did not stop, but separated a small section, and went straight to Dung Huang. That was the 9 heavens divine thunder, the end of the world, with an extremely amazing power, capable of destroying the world, and one of the most terrifying killing disasters in the 3 realms of the prehistoric world, because it gets stronger and stronger, and once it falls, and hits a living being, it will basically be killed. Dung Huang's scalp exploded. If he was in his peak period, with the strength of a pseudo-saint, He would not be afraid of this thunder. At that level, he was only one step away from becoming a saint. Whether he could make it or not, he was already at the pinnacle of his realm and the peak of his life. The nine heavens thunder was useless to him. But now it was different. He was left with only his soul body, and his realm had plummeted. He no longer had the power of a pseudo-saint, and was one of the creatures punished by the nine heavens thunder. The worst thing was, that his realm was not perfect at the moment, and he did not need to transcend. If he was hit by the nine heavens thunder, even if he survived, it would be in vain and there would be no benefit. He did not hesitate to sacrifice the chaos bell, spit out the Zhaoshan crossing Dao, and covered himself in it. Boom. With a loud noise, the chaos bell was not as majestic as before. Facing this punishment from the heavenly Dao, it was also trembling. Not only that, it had injuries on its body, and the crack widened again. It was originally only the size of a bowl, but now it has become more than 1 meter long. Through the crack, you can vaguely see the scene inside. Inside the chaos bell, Dong Huang was not feeling well either. Because of the crack, the nine heavens divine thunder fell in, but only slightly, a thumb-sized one, and hit his soul. The soul of the golden crow was trembling, and the feathers on his body were standing up due to the electricity. The ancient beast turned into a fried chicken, and smoke was gushing out of all its orifices. It was shivering from the electricity. No, this is not right. Saliva dripped from his mouth uncontrollably, and Dong Huang didn't care anymore. He couldn't care anymore. This was too bad, as if he was plagued by bad luck and the calamity entered his body. He took a breath, and used the soul secret method. His soul eyes shone with divine light, turning into 2 pairs of suns, able to see through everything. You don't know, until you see it, and you almost scared him to death. Dong Huang's face was blue and green, his eyes were white and purple, and his feathers were shaking. The sunfire couldn't help but spurt out from his body, hitting the inside of the chaos bell and sparking. Calamity, the terrifying calamity, was entangled with him. The number is so large that it is extremely terrifying. You must know that as the master of the ancient heaven, his luck is extremely terrifying, like a torch in the night sky, which can illuminate 1,000,000 miles of land. Now his whole body is pitch black, and his body is full of calamity clouds. Fortunately, there is divine power at work to suppress the calamity for him. Otherwise, with this number, let alone the serious injury, even in his prime, his mind would be blinded, and the killing calamity would arise. How could such a fierce calamity appear? Dong Huang couldn't believe it, and he couldn't believe it. He widened his eyes, but found that the calamity was still increasing. It would jump almost every few seconds, and it was growing at an extremely alarming speed. And with the cracking of the chaos bell, the calamity has begun to permeate into his soul. Once he is entangled by the calamity, there is no doubt that he will fall into the past war between the witches and the liches again, and be blinded by the killing calamity, and finally die. How many calamities are there? Where does it come from? Dong Huang's heart trembled. He was puzzled, and couldn't understand it at all. However, at this moment, Dong Huang suddenly thought of something. He moved his mind, and connected with the croaking. The next moment, he opened his eyes and spit out a large mouthful of blood before he moved. He came to suddenly, causing the practice to go wrong, and he got out of breath, and lost his temper. The Crow clan was not the Golden Crow. It was extremely difficult to practice the true fire of the sun. The higher you go, the greater the problem. Now that you have a problem, you are really in a bloody situation. The fire rises and burns yourself. The strength of the Crow King is undoubtedly earth-shattering, ranking first among the 8 kings, but facing the domineering sunfire he practiced, he still can't bear it. The flames ignited all at once, burning all its feathers, and burning its flesh. With a large smell of meat floating in the hall, the Crow King turned into a roast chicken that was almost roasted. Dong Huang was stunned by the degree of being possessed by the devil. This was no longer bad luck, but was directly possessed by the god of misfortune. He didn't delay, and opened his sun eye to observe himself. Hiss. The dark calamity almost covered his body, and it would increase every few seconds. He felt that a huge cause and effect was connected to him. It was as if fate had been stirred in a water tank by his hands for more than half an hour, and it was constantly cursing him. He took a breath. His face turned pale, and he used his magical powers to capture the cause and effect. After a moment, Dong Huang's face turned pale, and his expression was so unbelievable that he almost vomited blood. The reason was found. It was the holder of Pangu banner. The other party was still alive, jumping and jumping to face the pursuit and attack of the immortal flying knife. Every time the immortal flying knife locked the other party by burning the luck, the next moment a terrible cause and effect calamity was generated, fell on the croaking, and then connected to himself. This is impossible. This is impossible. Dong Huang roared. He couldn't believe it. It was hard to imagine. A mere human race, although he became the heir of Yuan Shixianzhen, why would there be such a huge cause and effect involved? He suppressed it with the chaos bell. Even if the opponent had the Pangu banner, he could only be on par at best. Why was it that every time he chased him, 6 times the karma fell on his body? Dong Huang screamed loudly and was furious. He was going crazy, really going crazy. There was too much calamity energy, and it was increasing. The most terrifying thing was that his luck was going to run out, and it was going to be burned dry by the method of locking the immortal flying knife. His eyes were bleeding, and his bare body was jumping up and down. He was extremely angry. He roared loudly, and couldn't help but scold. His voice was extremely sharp. Yuan Shixianzhen, you are so shameless. You actually attacked in secret. You are a saint. People are like this. It's okay for you to not be embarrassed and do dirty things, but it's not okay for others to do it to you. Feeling the rising calamity again, Dong Huang didn't dare to delay, and he couldn't afford to delay. If it continued like this, the calamity would crush him, so he didn't think about it, and directly attacked, breaking the cause and effect, cutting off the connection between the immortal slashing flying knife and him, discarding it, and no longer connecting. After doing it, he spit out a big mouthful of blood again. The sunfire was jumping, the cause and effect was cut too quickly, and he got another stitch in the side. Dong Huang took a breath. His eyes were cold. There was incomparable anger and endless murderous intent. Yuan Shixianzhen, hello, you are fine. He started to make arrangements directly, not intending to endure, to attack regardless of the consequences, even if the demon clan was not well prepared, and both sides would suffer losses. He left his thoughts, impressed the croaking, and vibrated the mark at the same time. When the croaking met the other 3 kings, he would control them, and directly attack the human race. He would not only kill the heir of the treasure, but also destroy the human race. After everything was done, Dong Huang would leave this body, and plan to collect some monsters, to preserve the bloodline inheritance. After moving the body, Dong Huang did not come out. He was stunned for a moment, and then used the secret method, but still could not get out. He looked down, and found that his soul was entangled and fixed in this body. The original croaking could hardly carry him, but because of the terrible and vast amount of calamity, the two merged and became one, no longer separated. No. Feeling the situation of his body, Dong Huang could not help but screamed, extremely sad and angry. Because of the calamity, his soul fully covered the croaking, took over the other's form, and became compatible with it. And this compatibility is not that the croaking adapted to him, but that he adapted to the croaking. It was equivalent to him degenerating from the golden crow divine bird to a half golden crow and half crow state, and from a pure-blooded ancient demon to a hybrid race. There were also benefits. In an instant, most of the terrible calamity around him dissipated, and his own degradation offset half of the terrible killing calamity. Of course, there were also disadvantages. Once he had obtained a body that could carry him, he could quickly recover his pseudo-saint strength. Now the immortal realm of the croaking was his current limit. If he wanted to make progress, he had to start all over again. And it was obvious that it was not easy for a born creature to become an immortal. The celestial immortal was the maximum limit, and it was difficult for Tai to reach it. The golden immortal was just a dream, and the higher Daluo, or even a pseudo-saint, well, there was almost no hope in this life. Opening his mouth and spitting out a large mouthful of blood, Dong Huang shouted with his soul, Yuan Shixianzhen. HMM. In the 100,000 demon caves, Li Su was panting hard. He was so tired. Since he had practiced so much, this was the first time he felt exhausted. Even his spirit was exhausted, and he was about to faint. He ran for too long, and escaped too much. He was fighting with the immortal slaying flying knife that was chasing him. He wanted to fight to the end, and see who would be the first to be caught. He was very tired, really tired. He felt that the other party was a ruthless person who could chase him for so long. You know, every time he escaped, he would activate the Seven Saints' magical powers, which itself contained great cause and effect. The other party borrowed the power to come. No matter what was burning, the cause and effect would inevitably be contaminated on his 7 masters before locking him. How big is this cause and effect? How terrible is the effect? Lee Su didn't dare to think about it. Just thinking about it made his scalp numb. He owed the saint such a huge cause and effect. Even if the guy who used the clock had a treasure to suppress his luck, and didn't lose his mind due to the calamity, he would inevitably suffer a disaster under the involvement of the huge cause and effect. What a ruthless person. After running for a whole hour, Lee Su had almost visited the 100,000 demon caves. He chased him to such an extent. What kind of person is not a ruthless person? He thought he was ruthless enough to fight so hard, but the other party was even more ruthless. After all, Lee Su was just a small figure in his perception. Suddenly, he was on the road. The opponent was different. The Lord of the Ancient Heaven, an existence above 10,000 people, actually fought with him in such a bloody way, burning his luck without money and fiddling with cause and effect. Lee Su had to write a big word of admiration for this. Of course, although he was convinced by the opponent's ruthlessness, Lee Su's eyes were also cold, and he was murderous. Being chased to this extent, it was a joke not to want revenge. Dong Huang, so what? When his strength has advanced, the bird's brain will be knocked out. The demon clan emperor has nothing to do with other races. No, it should be said that there is a big hatred. In the war between witches and liches, the demon clan slaughtered the human race crazily and almost wiped out the human race. Lee Su and the opponent are irreconcilable. What's more, he attacked him twice, and he didn't want to be criticized. After this time, he immediately went to the world fragments to break through the magical realm. 3 months to reach the peak of the supernatural realm, half a year to enter the immortal realm. Damn, wait until everyone's realm is the same. I will beat you until your face is covered with blood. Lee Su cursed in his heart, and when he saw the immortal slaying flying knife chasing him out again, he immediately used the tattered and pierced Buddha kingdom, the equally leaky diamond dragon realm, and the bumpy thunder method. The 3 supernatural powers colluded together to suppress the flying knife. At the same time, he activated the supreme flesh and soul avenue. Although there were seams on the cells, knife marks on the bones, and the muscles and meridians were intact, the soul was leaking, and there were holes everywhere, he was still ready to change himself to make a big cause and effect entangled with the opponent. However, before he finished his action, he saw the immortal slaying flying knife vibrate and fall directly from the void. The unparalleled divine light disappeared, and the fatal breath was completely cut off. Is this stopped? Lee Su was stunned, his eyes were wide open, and he looked at the immortal slaying flying knife that fell to the ground in disbelief. So, Dad won. With a snap, he sat on the ground, his face was green, he had never been so miserable in his life, he had been hunted for more than an hour, and he was stabbed tens of thousands of times. Sitting on the ground, Lee Su's eyes were straight. He was trembling slightly, his heart and liver were bleeding, there were countless cracks on his face. He looked so gloomy and terrifying, like a ghost who came back for revenge, after being cut into pieces. He laughed loudly, and the only light in his eyes spit out incomparable pleasure. I won, haha, I won. What Dong Huang, bah. You bastard. Wait, if I don't beat your Jinwoo brain out, I won't be surnamed Lee, I will be surnamed Jinwoo Su. Asterisk 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 on the other side. Outside the 100,000 demon cave, a figure appeared, with a beautiful figure and a peerless aura. She rushed out of the demon cave and headed straight for the Xia Kingdom territory. Before she could speak, someone ran out of the territory. It was none other than Zhang Shand, the father of Zhang Shengying, and the son of Zhang Heyo. He could not help it, and came in person, although his father Zhang Heyo told him that Lee Su was also in the 100,000 demon caves, and would let him find her. But how long could Zhang Shand wait? It had been several months, and that was his own daughter. Although the causal line left on her father's side indicated that she was still alive, the causal line was looming and could be broken at any time. Faced with this general result, even if Zhang Shan's nerves were extremely strong, he could not bear it, really could not bear it. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to go down in a few days, his daughter came out. Not only that, her breath was extremely strong, and she had obviously broken through the realm of mana and entered the realm of supernatural powers. Her breath was a little chaotic, with blood and injuries on her body. She had used her power not long ago, and her breath was uneven. After a fierce battle, she should have fought her way out of the 100,000 demon caves. Shengying. Zhang Shan confirmed through the causal line that the other party was his daughter and ran up immediately. Even though the other party escaped, his face was still full of worry and joy. Zhang Shengying was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect her father to appear here. Then her eyes lit up, and she reluctantly stepped forward and grabbed her father's hand. She was very tired, really tired. Not only that, she was seriously injured. Her body and soul were injured, and there were cracks in the Tao. After all, facing the leaders of the centipede monster and the scorpion monster, both of them were half-step immortals. Although they had not completely transformed, they were also before the ceiling of the realm of supernatural powers. In addition to her extraordinary talent, she was able to kill out, and more importantly, she and Li Su's family obtained the power of the 6 reincarnations. The two monsters had problems with their souls, and their demonic nature was very deep. They were attracted by her, so they fought out. She took a breath. Her eyes showed no concern for her injuries, but great worry and anxiety. "Father, please inform Grandpa quickly. My junior brother is in the demon cave, being hunted by the demon clan with strange means. Let Grandpa come to rescue him." Zhang Shan didn't even have time to say anything. He was choked by his daughter's words and almost couldn't breathe. He was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, "Did the demon clan have immortal realm to take action?" Zhang Shengying shook her head. Although the flying knife was strong, it had not reached the level of immortal realm, but it was definitely not something that the junior brother could resist. "Father, don't ask. Contact Grandpa quickly." Zhang Shan was stunned and looked at his daughter in disbelief. What does that mean? As a father of his daughter, he understood his daughter's mentality the best. His daughter, who was born in a military family, undoubtedly took the overall situation into consideration. If the demon clan immortal realm was not touched, Zaya's state would undoubtedly be criticized and suffer huge losses if it sent out the immortal realm. The previous few times the 5 families of the demon clan took action, they lost a huge amount of resources. Now the mortal world has increased its efforts to recruit students to increase the number of practitioners. Not only that, the worried look in his eyes when he looked at his daughter was not like the concern of his fellow disciples. And his daughter's aura has also changed. She is no longer a young girl, but gives people the feeling of being married. Hiss. Zhang Shan took a breath of cold air, recalling the look in Zhang Shengying's eyes when she saw him, and couldn't help shivering. A woman has 3 important men in her life. One is her father, one is her husband, and the other is her son. When there is no husband, the father is the most important, and all the love is with the father. When there is a husband, the husband is the most important, and the father retreats to the second line. When there is a son, the son is the most important, the husband retreats to the second line, and the father retreats to the third line. My own little cotton padded jacket, the cabbage that I have worked hard to grow for more than 20 years, was just pushed away by a pig. Thinking of this, Zhang Shan, the father, had a pale face. He was inexplicably happy about Li Su who was being hunted. He even had the urge to go down and kill that little bastard himself. He suddenly realized Wu Emo's mood. The bad feeling was simply indescribable. He smiled and said, it's okay, Shengying, you take a rest first and recover your strength. Dad will go down and bring your nephew out later. Well, he will be rescued after he is beaten half to death. Listening to her father's promise, Zhang Shengying didn't think much about it. She didn't have the energy anymore. Her body softened, and she sat down on the ground. She was exhausted after a head-on confrontation with the 2 masters. "Father, you must rescue my brother, you must." After the words fell, Zhang Shengying fell asleep directly, and her body and spirit reached their limits. Zhang Shan took a breath. His daughter was already in the realm of supernatural powers, but she was consumed to such an extent. What on earth did they encounter down there? How could they fight to such an extent? Although he wanted to kill Li Su in his heart, Zhang Shan still knew the importance of it. Without hesitation, he informed his father directly and then took his daughter back to the camp. He would go to find Li Su, but not now. More people must come, especially when his daughter is safe enough, preferably after returning to the heartland of Xia. Saving people also depends on the situation. If you enter the 100,000 demon cave regardless of the consequences, the monsters around you will not die. Especially after Zhang Shengying returned, countless eyes looked down at this side. What those guys were thinking, Zhang Shan didn't have to guess. Putting his daughter on the bed in his room, Zhang Shan's face turned green, black, blue, and purple. Looking at the little cotton jacket who was sleeping on the bed, his eyes were almost on fire, and there was a flame bursting. 22 years of little cabbage. He originally planned to take good care of it and raise a little cotton jacket for a lifetime. Boy, don't die before I find you and chop you to death. Chapter 280, Letting the Wolf In. After lying on the ground for more than 2 hours, Li Su gradually recovered. His injuries were really serious, and he was forced to use the immortal golden cicada technique. You know, under normal circumstances, although he is still in the mana realm, in fact, his immortality is far beyond imagination. His flesh and blood have almost no weaknesses, and his soul is also extremely powerful, with extremely strong recovery ability. Even if he were replaced by someone in the mana realm, no, the divine power realm, as long as he is not at the level of senior sister, he will be in a dead end. He exhaled and stood up. After taking a look at the flying knife that fell on the ground not far away, he slowly stood up. His whole body was shaking, and all the cells were groaning. It was just like participating in a basketball game in junior high school. His whole body was in pain, and he would scream if he was touched. With a wave of his hand, Li Su directly put away the immortal slaying flying knife. This thing is evidence, and it is a proof of his tragic experience over the past 2 hours. He can't throw it away, let alone forget it. In the future, when he beats the bastard who used the clock to the ground, he will definitely let him experience the feeling of being cut into pieces. I don't know how senior sister is doing. Li Su blinked his eyes. Taking the flying knife away so that the senior sister can fight the enemy with all her heart and soul does not mean that the senior sister is safe. To be honest, the two she faced were very strong. Very strong. At least at this stage, Li Su could not beat them. The senior sister was in the supernatural realm, and she had broken through the limit of the 5 transformations, plus the 6 reincarnations, which was considered to have broken through the ceiling. Even if she was not a veteran supernatural realm, she had not entered the world fragments for improvement after the advancement. Facing 2 high-level monsters, escaping should not be a problem. The only thing to be afraid of was that the other party would get angry and fight with real fire, which would be very troublesome. The fluctuation spread out, and the Pangu banner connected to the void for induction. Li Su blinked his eyes. The 100,000 demon caves were very quiet, almost without any sound. So quiet, there was no movement at all. He was a little surprised. How many monsters were there in the 100,000 demon caves? I'm afraid there were hundreds of thousands, or even millions, but it was so quiet, which was quite strange. Taking a breath, Li Su's own 6 paths and the 6 reincarnations of the senior sister were sensed. On top, it should have gone out. However, the other party did not respond. Only a strong sense of fatigue continued to pass over, almost the same as Li Su, exhausted. As expected of a senior sister, Li Su was terrified by the 2 old monsters. Being blocked would definitely be dangerous. Taking a deep breath, Li Su reluctantly mobilized his magic power. He did not intend to delay any longer, and prepared to go out. As for the cause and effect lock calculation, Li Su estimated that the other party would not be able to do it in a short time. He did not think that the other party had locked him so many times without any cost. This was the cause and effect of the saint. It was because the saint was no longer there that the other party had been so presumptuous for a long time. Otherwise, he might kill himself through cause and effect, and then his masters would come to his door and beat him to death. Of course, he did not go out directly. The soul breath changed a little, and the physical breath also changed. He pointed to his forehead and replaced the Pangu banner. The ancient banner rang fiercely, with divine light flashing, and the avenue flowing. Lee Su took a breath, and chopped at the void. Seeing the crack appear, he jumped and plunged into it. With the light coming from the opposite side, Lee Su appeared in a room, and landed on the edge of the bed. Senior sister, who was sleeping, was very heavy and stable, constantly repairing herself. She was not in a good state and lacked energy. Although there were many extraordinary crystals around her, it was obvious that, although this thing was effective in restoring mana, it did not consume much soul. Not only that, although she was no longer in danger, her brows were still furrowed, and could not be dissolved. It was not only because of the weakness of the soul, but also because of worry. Lee Su smiled slightly, and said nothing more. He sat on the ground with his back against the edge of the bed. After reaching out, and pinching Zhang Shengying, he gently closed his eyes. Senior sister, I'm back. As the words fell, the 6 reincarnations floated directly from above Lee Su's head, and Year 9 soul light began to sway down. There were thousands of demon souls in the reincarnation that he refined, and a large amount of soul light material fell to cover them. In her coma, Zhang Shengying was shaken. With the comfort of her soul and the appearance of a breath that was not long, but extremely profound and unforgettable, her frown slowly spread out, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. ***** father. At this moment, outside the territory of Xia State, Zhang Xian, the leader of the team, looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, and stood up immediately. Yes. Needless to say, the person who came was Zhang Heo, the leader of the Great Xia Demon Army. He had been in the earthly immortal realm during this period of time. After Lee Su disappeared, he was able to find the other party in the first time, and confirmed that he was undoubtedly where he was. Therefore, he switched shifts with Zhang Tao, and he was in charge of the earthly immortal realm. Although they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they knew that he appeared in the 100,000 demon caves, he disappeared again after the demon tide. To be honest, Zhang Heo and Zhu Changba were a little annoyed. What's wrong with this stinky boy? Can he be honest and stay for a while? After waiting for several months, the little heart was getting anxious. As a result, his son Zhang Xian sent a message that his granddaughter had come out of the 10,000 demon cave. At the same time, Lee Su seemed to be being hunted. When he first heard the news, Zhang Heo was very happy. Since the news that his granddaughter was trapped in the 10,000 demon cave came, he was ready for his beloved Sheng Ying, who was also the leader of this generation of the Zhang family, to leave. Unexpectedly, she came out. Although Zhang Xian did not send much information, it was obvious that the guy who rescued the girl was Lee Su. Thinking of this, Zhang Heo narrowed his eyes and felt that he had accepted this disciple well. He accepted him in seconds. He made great contributions several times, turned the tide, and saved the human race from water and fire. Let's not talk about the insect pest. After that, he went to the cliff to seek the way. You must know that at that time, the Xia kingdom was undoubtedly trapped by the monsters, and the supernatural realm was almost wiped out. Although the final result was that Kyudeo Cliff disappeared into the void, and Xia Kingdom lost the opportunity to enter this place. At the same time, more than 50 veteran demon clans in the supernatural realm. No, to correct it, according to the news passed by the demon clan, it seems that the only one who survived among the more than 90 who entered it seems to be the boy of the Crow clan. What is that concept? It almost changed the pattern of human and demon. Now the Xia Kingdom has seized many places including the 800 miles Flame Mountain, the 100,000 Demon Caves, the Thousand Mountains Forest, the Zuan River, and the Bottomless Swamp. Various resources have been sent back to Xiaqing and Xia Kingdom. In a sense, the human race has been strengthened by a large wave because of Lee Su. His importance is self-evident. So Zhang Heo came directly. He came here without any hesitation in the immortal realm, ready to find Lee Su in person, and then quietly take him away, and bring him back to Xia Kingdom. After all, he has been in the earthly immortal world for a long time, almost half a year. Many people are asking, For example, his granddaughter, Lu Qian, his granddaughter, Zhang Zuzhu, his little darling, Zhu Tongyu, his niece, Zhu Chahu, and his own disciple, Yiren. Damn, wow. They are all women, and from appearance to strength, except for his granddaughter, the top wave of Xia country was directly caught by this kid. What a pity, what a pity. His granddaughter, because of her martial arts and personality, and her single-minded pursuit of the truth, is eager to solve the plight of the human race, and has basically no interest in this aspect. Otherwise, it would be nice to combine them. I was very optimistic about Yingzhan, that bastard, but I didn't expect him to be a wooden man, and he didn't have the demeanor of his grandfather's human bulldozer at all, which made Zhang Heo very uncomfortable, and felt that his hope of holding a great-grandson was slim. Suddenly, Zhang Heo was stunned for a moment, his eyes moved slightly, and he looked in a certain direction. Where is Shengying? Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he didn't expect that the first person the old man asked when he came here was his granddaughter Shengying, not Li Su. In fact, it's not just him, the Yan family and the Zhao family. In fact, the Yin family and several other families have recently had a lot of doubts about Li Su's identity. They think that he should be born extraordinary and is someone's illegitimate child. Or, the grandson of a certain woman. And there is no doubt that this woman is a great beauty. She has been admired by the three most powerful men in Xia state. Because of a series of bloody reasons, this woman did not marry anyone, but chose an ordinary family. Now with the appearance of Li Su, the three big men are reminded of her, and pour all their love on each other. That's right. They are talking about Zhang Tao, Zhang Heo, and Zhu Changba. The outside world is not clear, but there are a lot of gossips in the four departments of Xia state, the military, the Ministry of Education, the administration, and the police department. There is a saying that Li Su is the current prince of Xia state. Otherwise, Zhang Heo didn't move, even if his granddaughter might be in trouble. Hearing about Li Su, the three big men of Xia state directly went out together. There is no way to explain this, right? Here. Zhang Xian took a breath and smiled. Sure enough, the rumors were false. The old man still cared about his granddaughter. To be honest, he had heard a lot of these well-organized topics. At first, he didn't care much, but when his daughter came back this time, his heart sank on the spot, and he felt that Xiao Beike would never come back. Can this be tolerated? This can't be. That's his intimate little cotton-padded jacket. How can he let the wild boar take it away? It can be said that, if Li Su dared to show up, he could really chop the other party off. However, thinking of the old man's attitude towards Li Su, he was very flustered. He was afraid that the old man would laugh and clap his hands and say, "Okay, I approve of this marriage." Thinking of this possibility, Zhang Xian, who notified the old man, was horrified. He regretted his behavior very much. He couldn't help but pray that Li Su would be seriously injured and die. No, this is a bit cruel. It would be best if Li Su was seriously injured and died. He fundamentally cut off the idea. He took the lead and walked directly to his lunch with his father. "Father, over here." Zhang Xian came to the door quickly. He turned around and wanted to say something, but suddenly he was startled and his movements froze. People. Not one, but two. Damn it. His face changed drastically, and he broke into the door with a bang. His face was a 10, and he was even more panicked. He had already said hello. No one was allowed to approach his resting place. At this moment, there was someone else in the room, which meant that they were not from the base. Rushing into the room, Zhang Xian quickly locked the target and took a look. Fortunately, it was just someone by the bed, but when he saw the other person's hand holding his little cotton-padded jacket, he got anxious and exploded. "Kill you little beast, you are looking for death." His beloved daughter turned into a demon, Zhang Xian shouted, and was about to use his magical powers, turning into a big knife, and cut this person off with one knife. Sure enough, it's here. I'm not wrong. Before Zhang Xian could make any move, Zhang Heo came in and walked to Li Su's side. Hey, the cause and effect intersect. Shen Ying and Su assigned a family relationship? Is this a soul-related magical power? The level is very high. In this case, Shen Ying's emotional abnormality caused by the practice should be buffered. Zhang Heo looked at Li Su, then at his granddaughter, and then he couldn't help laughing. His old face was full of laughter. He raised his hand and lifted the two little guys with his magic power, and then walked out, saying, "Shandy, I'll go back first." "Go back? Father, you're not going to find Li Su?" Zhang Shand was stunned. His mind still hadn't turned around. "Isn't this it? He is Li Su? What does he look like?" It should be some kind of magical power that changes the breath of the soul of the flesh and can avoid the lock of cause and effect. Fortunately, I left the chain of cause and effect on him, otherwise I really can't find it. He is Li Su. Zhang Shan's eyes widened, and the corners of his eyes were about to crack. At this moment, his heart was about to explode. Oh no, we've let a wolf into the house. Chapter 281, The Ghost Still Exists. Strange, but very familiar ceiling. It's a place I haven't been to for a long time, but I miss it very much. Take a deep breath. It's the smell and memory, the smell of my mother's favorite laundry detergent. Clean, refreshing, with a hint of fragrance, not strong. Li Su took a deep breath and got up from the bed. Was he sent home? Through the time memory fed back by flesh and blood, he slept for almost 5 days. Stretching lazily, Li Su jumped down and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. At this moment, his whole body was filled with an indescribable comfort. His body and soul had a great rest, and he felt like he had reached a higher level compared to before. After a slight movement, he couldn't help blinking his eyes. It felt wonderful, and his strength was still increasing. The transformation of flesh and blood and soul seemed to have not yet reached its limit. In the body, the 7 great Dao fruits were glowing and ringing. They combined with the soul and were compatible with the flesh. They kept resonating and changing themselves little by little. Li Su, the transformation was too fast. From the cliff of seeking the way to the cave of 10,000 demons, excluding the time spent in the world fragments, it was only a little over half a year. And he was not at the 5th level, but at the 7th level. What does that mean? Even Zhang Shengying and the others took 2 full years outside, to digest it. According to Li Su's original idea, he would immediately enter the world fragments again after waking up, embark on the journey again, seek the greatest transformation of the mana realm, and advance to the supernatural power. Once the supernatural power is achieved, it is undoubtedly considered to be at the peak in this world. Combined with his combat power beyond imagination, it is not to say that he has no power to fight against the immortal realm. As a result, it seems that he cannot enter the world fragments immediately for transformation, and the mana realm is sublimated. Especially the benefits of the transformation of the way have not yet reached the maximum effect. Well, it will take at most 1 or 2 months. After feeling his own situation, Li Su blinked his eyes and gave a conclusion. He picked up the clothes on his desk and put them on. He had seen the style of the clothes before. Zhang Shengying was wearing the same clothes before. The half-military uniforms, not to mention the defensive power, were quite coquettish. They would attract a lot of attention when worn outside. He put them on and looked at the mirror. Handsome. I'm the handsome man, Li Su. Looking at the mirror, Li Su couldn't help but give such an evaluation. With the improvement of his strength, his handsomeness became more and more prominent. He was so handsome that he was so handsome that he was on TV. That face, that look, that temperament, no matter if you are 80 or 8 years old, you will never forget it. Well, Li Su's face has recovered. The changes of flesh and soul stopped after being taken away by the master. Even though Li Su was still in a deep sleep at that time, his main consciousness did not respond. His clones and Daogo thought it was safe and chose to recover. Otherwise, the master would not send Li Su home before he woke up. After being narcissistic for a while, Li Su felt that he couldn't go on like this. If he continued to look, he would be obsessed with his own beauty. He took a breath and went out. With a click, the door opened. Looking at the scene outside, his eyes couldn't help but jump, and then he looked back at his room. Sure enough, it was his biological child. Even though his house has grown from less than 100 square meters to more than 2,000 square meters, and there are 2 swimming pools, his room is still the small room of only 10 square meters. Even the storage room is bigger than his room. Looking at the hall, that can be said to be spacious and can sleep 200 or 300 people, Lee Su's face turned a little dark and he wanted to find the designer of this house. What kind of mentality did the other party have to make a room of only 10 square meters in such a luxurious villa? What was he thinking? Don't you think it's an eyesore? He understands that his parents want to create an atmosphere of home for him, but why does this kind of villa building have the same small room as his original home? Can't it be a little bigger? Although I miss this atmosphere, it also exudes a sense of poverty. Okay. As a successful man with nearly 10 wives, is there not enough room for his wives in just one room? If he plans to play Mahjong or something, there won't be enough space for a table. After feeling it for a while, there is no one in the room. There is no one outside the room either. As expected of my parents, they are also very generous. I was still asleep, but they went out. They didn't wake up for several days, and they could still go out? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't I be unable to eat and sleep at night? Lee Su shook his head and touched his belly. He was a little hungry. Although he didn't need to eat anymore, he wanted to eat when he went home. Is this contradictory? No contradiction. Not bad. At least the mother still remembers what her son likes to eat. But what the hell is a refrigerator with 3 doors full of braised pork? The tool for serving is still a basin. This combination is probably as heavy as a 500-pound pig. Are you planning to let me eat from the beginning of the year to the end of the year? Don't you consider nutritional balance? Get some vegetables or something. Looking at the red braised pork, Lee Su felt a little tired. He loved braised pork, but what about other dishes? Kung Pao chicken, sweet and sour spare ribs, and fish flavored shredded pork. There were dozens of good dishes, but only braised pork was left. He brought out a pot and heated it with his life fire. Lee Su began to eat it. Based on his understanding of his mother, her frugal personality and her fragile heart, if you didn't eat this, she would miss you for a year and then think of you from time to time and continue to nag you from time to time. What's the matter with not loving you anymore? Not loving you anymore is a small matter. If you really make a fuss, you can wait to eat white rice. He has a deep understanding of this. His father once ate white rice with salt for 3 days. The scene was simply horrible. Buzz. There was a vibration in his pocket. Lee Su ate and touched it at the same time. It was an ID card. It was not his original one either. It should be a new one. It was much thicker. He felt it. Wow, it was quite good. There was a Taoist method in it. The quality should belong to the category of supernatural powers. It should be a new application after modern scientific analysis of Taoism. Sure enough, you can't underestimate the academic master. Just this structure, it takes him a long time to analyze it with his DOI. The mechanism inside is very complicated, and the energy operation is extremely special. There are hundreds of energy flows, forming various frequencies. It is very troublesome, and has extremely high confidentiality. It has uniqueness and spiritual connection. Consciousness entered it, and felt it a little. It is an advanced version of the identity card issued before, with many functions. Not only that, there is a group. Lee Su blinked his eyes, a little shocked. This speed of progress is a bit awesome. Half a year ago, we could only contact by phone, and half a year later, we directly entered the era of questions group chat. He glanced at his own group, and there are quite a few. There are 2. The first one is the Demon Conquering Army. The second one is the Military University. The Demon Conquering Army is official, and there are very few chats in it, only a few, or related notifications. No one chats, and most of the notifications are about work. The Military University group has more information, and there are many people in it, more than 500 people. Are all the people from the previous military university added? Looking at the name of the housing manager, Lee Su couldn't help but jump in the corner of his eye. It's called Harmony Brings Wealth. This name is not unfamiliar. It can be called a classic, especially in Zaire country. The current marshal's political philosophy is this. He also spoke. He just said one sentence. The military kids who have set up a group come out to receive the bags. Below is a big red envelope, and I don't know how many are sealed in it. Then more than 500 people, not one left out, received it while expressing their gratitude. What, thank you Grandpa ZHU for the big bag. Grandpa ZHU is prosperous. ZHU Changba, you are in a daze. Well, this was named, it's simply outrageous. Someone spoke up and planned to denounce. As a result, I clicked on the avatar and took a look, and I was numb. His name is Nothing Owes Each Other, and the avatar is the flag of the Expeditionary Demon Army. Thinking of the other party calling Marshal ZHU's name directly, who is it? Each of you will understand. This group is quite lively. Although there are big guys, the little guys dare not be too presumptuous, but there are a few people who are quite favored by their families. For example, Zhang Zusu and ZHU Yutang. Senior sister Lucy was also there, and she was quite enthusiastic in speaking. She was also a relative, and had a background. Her uncle was a disciple of Zhang Heyo, and Wu Emo had successfully broken through the barrier not long ago, and advanced to the realm of supernatural powers. He was a celebrity in the mortal world, and received a lot of blessings. ZHU Cha, who also spoke from time to time, and chatted with his nieces. A group with women, especially beautiful women, who often speak, is naturally not quiet. They were all chatting at the moment. Zhang Zusu and the others, as third-year students of the military university, would lead the team to the border this time. The insect pest, one of the 3 pests, was not finished. In fact, it soon returned and launched attacks on the human world. Another new season has arrived, and the army it has bred has reached a considerable number, which is undoubtedly very troublesome to deal with. This pest is not at a high level, but it is too fertile. It can produce hundreds of millions of insects a year, and it is endless. The attacks on the human world were also waves, and they kept on attacking. Although the immortal realm had wanted to solve it, the other party was too slippery, and did not reveal its true location at all. The army was commanded by its clones, and it was impossible to completely destroy it. This was undoubtedly a headache for the Xia Kingdom, because every time it appeared, the demons would follow suit and tie up the Xia Kingdom's manpower. This year should be much better. Too many of the demons died in the magical realm, and the Xia Kingdom continued to seize a lot of territory. More importantly, it was able to return to support. After looking at it for a while, Li Su pulled the information to the top, and clicked on the red envelope directly. The big guys sent out a lot of envelopes. Looking at the long dragon-like blessings, it was probably thousands or tens of thousands. Soon, a message popped up. The tyrant received the red envelope of peace and wealth. Brother Su, Asu, junior brother, tyrant. Dozens of messages burst out instantly. Looking at the identity card that was shaking wildly, Li Su's eyelids couldn't help but jump. He was very happy about the warm atmosphere, but what the hell was his nickname? How immature did he have to be to choose such a name? Li Su opened his nickname column and was ready to change it directly. This name was too embarrassing to be seen by others. It didn't fit his personal style at all. Okay. Name, Li Su. Operation code, Tyrant. Military rank, Colonel. Note, Operation code is officially certified and cannot be modified. Looking at the display on the nickname, Li Su was confused. Official certification? Is this a combination of questions and Weibo? And he was also certified? Mushroom Head gave him a nickname, and he couldn't get rid of it? Li Su was a little numb. He really wanted to know who invented this chat system. He wanted to greet the other party, but when he looked at his official title column, he couldn't help blinking his eyes. Promoted? I remember that he was just a major before. I didn't expect that he would be promoted to levels after returning from a trip to the earthly immortal realm. In ancient times, this would have been a 4th rank official, right? A 4th rank official at the age of 19. It brought honor to the family, right? With many thoughts in his mind, Li Su also replied in the group. Hello everyone. After saying that, Li Su didn't know what to say. He was stuck on words. After all, he was a small figure in his previous life. He had never experienced the treatment that only big men could get. Hello, big man. Greetings, big man. I'm a freshman. I grew up reading your stories. Big man, are you going to the trial for the new recruits of the Demon Expedition Army this time? Yes, big man. Are you going to the military assessment this time? Hello, big man. When are you free? I plan to do an exclusive interview with you. Even if the things in the earthly immortal realm are still confidential, it is obvious that when Xia country was invaded by insect pests, Li Su showed up in the battle and left a real achievement. After the battle, he was definitely famous and famous. It's a pity that he was taken to the earthly immortal realm afterwards, and he didn't have time to enjoy the treatment of a celebrity. Li Su was stunned for a moment. The first sentence really shocked him. What does it mean to grow up listening to your story? He has only been in the industry for a little over a year. How old are you, buddy? But taking part in the recruit trial? He really didn't know. After all, there was no notice. Can he go? And the last sentence, the tone of the opening, the other side is Li Yao, right? That mushroom head. Interview? Sure, it will be done soon. If you don't believe me, come, I will beat you to death when I catch you. Li Su's eyes were a little evil. How much trouble did this girl cause him? He would not calm down without a beating. Cough. Cough. Okay, calm down, little guys. Classmate Li Su has a special mission and will be on a new mission soon, so he will not participate in the recruit trial. The one who spoke was in harmony. As soon as he opened his mouth, there was no sound in the group. The boss is worthy of being a boss, and he really has his own aura. But a new mission? What mission? Li Su was stunned when he saw the information in the group. He just came back, right? He just woke up, and there is another secret mission? Can't you send someone else? There is no one in the earthly fairy world. Can't you give him some time to let him rest for a while? At least digest the benefits of the Dao first, right? Soon, an avatar was flashing, chatting with him privately. It was not Grandpa ZHU, but ZHU Chang. Smelly boy, don't send messages randomly, it's expensive. Huh. Li Su was stunned for a moment. Very expensive? What does that mean? It's just a message. Is it that serious? You are still in the earthly immortal realm. Although it is very easy for the earthly immortal realm to receive information from the human realm, it is very troublesome for the human realm to respond to and receive information from the earthly immortal realm. It costs a lot to send a message. The energy quality here is very high, and the signal needs to be specially analyzed by a supercomputer before it can be transmitted. So you spend tens of millions of dollars for a message. This technical problem has not been solved yet. When it is solved later, you can send it anywhere you want. I'm still in the earthly immortal realm. Li Su was stunned. How could it be possible? The density of spirit particles in the air in his exclusive room are undoubtedly from the human realm. How is it? That room is very safe, right? This is what your mother asked to prepare after communicating with your parents. The furniture was brought from the mortal world. She said that you would feel most at ease sleeping in that room, and she would not trade it for any money. And the braised pork was also prepared by your mother and sent to you. In order to let you experience the feeling of home 100%, the room was specially designed. It took a lot of experience to have more than 10 square meters. Not only did they open a door for you, but the spiritual energy was also reduced for you. Listening to ZHU Zhang's words, Li Su was completely numb, and his eyes twitched. How could he describe this treatment? It was a luxurious expense, but in the end it was to live the poor lifestyle he used to. Li Su scratched his head. Mom, you are really going all out to cheat your child. You are cheating him so much. Uncle ZHU, you said a new mission? I wonder what it is. Sua, you have reached the realm of mana, right? Yes. You have completed the Dao? Yes. Very good. Get ready. Break through the realm of mana and advance to the realm of supernatural power. 3 days ago, the Crow King suddenly worried that all tribes of the Demon Clan and all those above the realm of supernatural power should go to the territory of the Crow Clan to hold a Demon Clan meeting. There was news that the other party planned to go to war with the Xia Kingdom, and the target was you. Li Su couldn't help but widen his eyes. The Demon Clan and the Xia Kingdom declared war, and the target was actually himself? No, is he so good? Can he make a race go to war to kill him? As the shadow of a big clock passed in front of him, Li Su's face turned black, pure black. That bastard who used the clock. How long has it been since the flying knife attack? Here it comes again. It's haunting. It's simply. Chapter 282, an offer I can't refuse. Li Su sat in his room after exhaling a breath. ZHU Zan talked to him about many things, such as where he was, and why he had to go to so much trouble to arrange so many things, even moving his room from the mortal world. Although the transportation itself does not cost much, it is definitely very laborious. Labor costs are the most expensive in modern society. The original plan was actually to send Lee Soo back to the mortal world 3 days ago, to let him rest there for a while. After all, Lee Soo is still a student at present, a sophomore in the military university, and he has missed the annual exam. Although his performance has passed, he still has to go back to make up for the written exam. Not only that, the insect pest is coming soon. It would be good if Lee Soo could be a leader. His strength is there, at the level of perfection of the Dao. Killing insects is really no different from killing ants. It is just right for him to join the Demon Expedition Army and experience it, so as to lay a good foundation for his future entry into the military. As a result, he was caught off guard by the sudden action of the Demon Clan 3 days ago. The demons gave a condition that humans could not refuse, requiring Lee Soo to participate in the next resource battle between the demons and humans. Faced with the demons' request, the humans were also very surprised at first, and then immediately organized a meeting to discuss it. All the immortals had arrived, and they had to go. As for this question, the result came out soon, that is, to participate. It must be said that the demons really gave a condition that humans could not refuse. Even ZHU Chandra and the other 3 could not help but be shocked when they saw it for the first time. What they gave was really too important for the entire human race. So, what exactly did they give? Thinking of this, Lee Soo couldn't help but take a breath. He felt that Dong Hyeon was really risking his life to kill him. Just to let him participate in the war, he could actually send treasures directly to Xiaguo, and it was a treasure that could make the immortals excited. Asterisk 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 time goes back a little. 3 days ago, when Lee Soo was about to be sent back to the mortal world, the demons suddenly summoned all the demons for a meeting. Not long after, about half a day later, the demons submitted a declaration of war to Xiaguo. It was a declaration of war. Speaking of the National War Book, I have to briefly introduce its origin. Starting from 300 years ago, about every 50 years, the resources of the earthly immortal world were competed. Direct fighting is too costly for both races. After a bloody battle in one place, I don't know how many lives will be used to fill it. If a real fire is killed, it is not surprising that the immortals will end up. It is very likely that a small fuse will directly evolve into a decisive battle between the human race and the demon race. In order to avoid this situation, it is even a national war. In a national war, both sides send out people, except for the immortal realm, and the number is up to 100,000. It is divided into 3 items: soldier battle, general battle, and military battle. The so-called soldier battle is that one side sends out 100 people to fight, and the magic realm goes into battle, all 3 games. The general battle is that both sides fight the general, and the supernatural realm goes into battle, all 10 games. Finally, the military battle, 100,000 troops launch an offensive and defensive battle. One side defends the city, and the other side attacks the city. The attacking side admits defeat, or the defending side takes the initiative to admit defeat, or the main city is occupied, and it ends. It has been almost 40 years since the last national war, and it is time to prepare. The human race is also calculating the time, and there is no doubt that this time, they are very confident. The demon race has lost a large number of veteran supernatural powers, which is an opportunity for Xiaguo to seize a large area of the Earth Fairyland. I thought that this time the demon race would delay the time, and it would take a year or 2 at night. But I didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to hand over the national war letter and directly ask for a fight. This undoubtedly surprised Xiaguo. I didn't expect that. Where did the other party get the confidence? Starting the war in advance, has the combat power been replenished? With such a question, Xiaguo did not agree immediately. As a result, the other party sent another letter, and the content inside was also very simple. Xiaguo Lee Soo must participate in this national war. Whether it is the mana realm or the supernatural realm, he must play twice. And the rules of the 3 battles this time have also changed. First, each time 100 people fight in the military station, no matter whether they win or lose, they can be replenished, but no substitutions are allowed. Second, each time the general fights, unless they are seriously injured or die, no substitutions are allowed. The naked request could be said to be a good cover for the murderous intention towards Lee Soo. Faced with this letter, Zhao naturally refused without hesitation. Although a lot of information about Lee Soo was blocked, what should be revealed was also revealed. His talent, his fighting power, and so on. Not to mention that they all thought highly of Lee Soo and thought that the other party was the three big brothers Zhu Changba who could change the situation. Even the Yan family, the Zhao family, and the En family shook their heads directly, not thinking that there was anything to discuss. And then, the demon clan sent another letter directly. The content was very simple. If Zhao agreed to their conditions, the demon clan could directly give something to the treasure. It was impossible to agree to any treasure. This was clearly to kill Lee Soo. How could they agree? The immortals in Zhao were not stupid. The more the demon clan feared Lee Soo, the more they wanted to protect him without hesitation. However, when he felt the breath of protection, Zhang Hao, who was holding the letter, paused. For the first time, he showed hesitation on his face. He did not make a decision alone, but directly summoned all of Leo Zhu and others to come together. Those who can come directly, and those who can't come, can also connect via video. We can't agree to the request of the demon clan. In the video Zhang Tao refused without thinking. Not to mention that Lee Soo is the pride of Xia country and the backbone of the future. Even if he is an ordinary human, this kind of deal cannot be made. If we can't treat everyone equally, Xia country will no longer be Xia country. If you want to fight, then fight. Why bother talking? Zhang Hao took a breath, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He said, Sua, that little bastard, is very good. He is my disciple's grandson and my grandson-in-law. He and Shengying have already decided to be together for life, and I, the old man, have also approved of him. He is undoubtedly the most outstanding child in the 3 generations of my Zhang family. The second king of Xia country will be my disciple's grandson without any accident. The moment the words fell, everyone present was stunned. They were not surprised that Zhang Hao pointed out Lee Soo's identity, but they knew Zhang Hao's character too well. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. I think this matter can be accepted. After all, that thing is related to the safety of hundreds of millions of people in my Xia country. With it, we can completely free up our hands in the mortal world. As expected, Zhang Hao is like this. When he finds out the identity of his people, he is basically like this. I don't agree. Damn it, I say. What are you thinking? Old Zhang, the other party made such a request. It is clearly a trap, asking us to let Lee Soo join the game. You agreed. This is sending Sua to die. Zhu Changba slammed the table, his face full of anger. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people immediately looked at him, especially the Yan family. This guy would not get up early without profit. It is reasonable that Zhang Hao had left this word, so he just kept silent at this time. Zhang Hao's disciple, grandson-in-law, what do you mean by being so anxious? And looking at the angry look, it doesn't seem to be fake. My disciple's grandson, my grandson-in-law, naturally I will take care of it. What does it have to do with you? It could also be my son-in-law, or my grandson-in-law. Zhu Changba, you bastard. Zhang Hao, you bastard. He was hundreds of years old, and he just started to curse, without any manners at all. However, it was not about whether Lee Soo would go or not, but about his identity. Hiss. The Yan family and the Zhao family were stunned. How could this matter go off topic? But, to be honest, this is called Lee Soo's bottom is gilded? Such a welcome made the Zhang and Zhu families lose their manners? Subconsciously, they glanced at Zhang Tao in the video. He also has a granddaughter. I don't know. Well, he has no expression, no reaction, thinking. Zhang Hao. Knocking on the table, Zhang Tao spoke. You dare to let Sua go, which means you are sure. Do you believe there will be no problem? I can't say I'm sure, but if Sua advances to the realm of supernatural power, there shouldn't be any problem. Entering the realm of supernatural power. How long has he been in the realm of mana? Has he completed the transformation? Zhang Hao didn't say anything, but his expression was very obvious. There was no point in talking about it if it wasn't completed. In an instant, Zhu Changba and Zhang Tao's eyes shrank, and they looked at Zhang Hao in shock. If it was someone else, they would just transform into a Tao. Who wouldn't be a Tao? The three of them, all of them have transformed into a Tao, and all of them have 5 transformations. Are they showing off? Are they proud? But Li Su is different. This kid has mastered multiple fundamental methods, and each set is the ultimate, the best. His transformation is almost equivalent to 2 or 3 transformations of others. How many transformations? The primordial spirit is overflowing, and the soul is full of patterns. It's the ultimate. 5 transformations of mana? Question mark? The Yan family, the Zhao family, and the Yin family were shocked. The 5 transformations were no joke. There were quite a few of them here, but if you compare it to the huge base of the human race, you will find that this number is very small and the span is very large. The age difference between the people present is at least a few years, and the oldest is 100 years old. A whole century has supported these few people. This side pursues the limit and wants to be invincible, like Ziwan Yingwu, who can decide the outcome in one fell swoop. The immortal realm and the supernatural realm are less than the demon race, but because of this, the combat effectiveness at the same level is very strong. At least one can beat 2. Why did the demon race send more than 90 supernatural realms to the cliff to seek the way? It was exchanged according to the 1-2-3 battle loss. Without this ratio, the demon race may not dare to fight. Although there have been speculations, and I have seen the actual performance of Li Su, maybe he can touch the 5 transformations. He is undoubtedly a genius. And the demon race has made such a great effort. Li Su's 5 transformations may be a little different, with great supernatural powers, like Zhang Tao, who has the ability to fight 2 demon kings alone. Zhang Tao nodded, and said directly, in that case, let's do it this way. Reply to the demon clan, and we will consider it. Consider it? What does that mean? Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Tell Li Su directly about the matter. If he advances to the supernatural realm, let him participate. If he doesn't, then don't participate. Anyway, the decision is in our hands. It's still early, and there is still a long way to go before the battle. Zhu Changba's eyes lit up. As expected of a scholar, he has a lot of twists and turns in his stomach. Everyone nodded. If Li Su is the 5th transformation, not to mention the immortal realm, even the supernatural realm is a huge combat power for Xiaguo. In fact, the peak immortal realm of Xiaguo today is not worse than that of the demon clan. It is the middle and lower levels that are much worse, and the wavering 5 surnames are the biggest troubles. If there were no 5 surnames, it would be hard to say who would win or lose in the battle between the top leaders. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, Uncle Zhu, what did the demon clan give? Even Grandpa Zhu and the others were tempted. Li Su turned his head and looked at Zhu Chang, who was starting the video call, with a face full of curiosity. Li Su did not dislike the arrangement made by Grandpa Zhu. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. They did not let him participate regardless of the consequences. They had already taken him into consideration. He was participating. After he advanced to the supernatural realm, he had advanced. Unless he was in the immortal realm, he wanted to kill him. No way. Zhu Chang took a breath and looked at Li Su. He murmured, yes. Li Su's pupils shrank. He could not help but be a little shocked. It was that thing. No wonder the high-ranking officials of Xia State were so excited. With it, if they could guard the mortal world, there would be basically no problem with insect pests. Even if they came in through other loopholes, they would not be afraid. What they took out was the Wuji Crossing Huang flag. It was one of the 5 flags of heaven and earth. It was stationed in the center. It was a super defensive magic weapon in the conferred god, and its attribute was earth. If it was refined and used to suppress the mortal world, the entire mortal world would be suppressed by the Wuji Crossing Huang flag. Not to mention insect pests. Even if the demons wanted to attack, it would become very difficult. However, how did the treasure of my Chan sect, which was given to Jiangxia by Master Yuanshi, end up in the hands of the guy who used the bell? How is it? Do you understand? I understand, but why is my room here? It's just for advancing to the realm of magical powers. I'll make some adjustments for a while and then go directly to the world fragments. ZHU Zhang laughed when he heard this and said, if it were that simple, I wouldn't have brought these things to the earthly immortal realm for you. The requirements for the transformation of the Dao are not high for other things, but only for the state of mind. And the state of mind is more related to the appropriate environment, the right atmosphere, and you personally. When you were in the 100,000 demon caves, you spent quite a while in the Dao, right? How is the transformation? Is it faster than in the past few days? No. Zhang Shengying and Yingzhen actually transformed into Dao very early, but they stayed in the mortal world for more than half a year. Why? Because there they can relax more thoroughly. The same is true for you. If you stayed in the earthly immortal realm, your transformation would be very slow. But now it's different. Although that small room is a bit simple, your state of mind in it is undoubtedly very calm. As your mother said, it doesn't matter where you are, as long as you are in your nest, you can calm down. At this point, ZHU Zhang couldn't help laughing. To be honest, I didn't expect that it would be so easy for this kid to calm himself down. Just stay in your own little nest. They prepared a lot at the beginning. No matter how expensive it was, they didn't expect the result to be so simple. It was worthy of being a personal matter, and it was easy to solve. So that's it. He finally understood why he had to go to so much trouble. After all, it turned out that he wanted to make his heart peaceful and be able to effectively transform. Thinking of this, Li Su couldn't help but twitch his eyelids and twitch his mouth. He always felt that the other party's smile was ambiguous and sarcastic. Taking a deep breath, Li Su got up and returned to his little room. Don't you say? Here, he has the most peaceful mentality. After all, it is a place where he has lived for too many years and accompanied himself to experience all kinds of ups and downs. Thinking back to before he crossed over, it seems that he has insomnia since he moved away from here. At first, he thought it was because of the pressure of life. Now think about it, although the place is small, it is a place where the soul is sustenance. Sitting cross-legged, Li Su rested quietly. In this case, let's wait. When the transformation is complete, the next stage will begin. By the way, Uncle ZHU, how long will the national war last? 17 days. How long? 17 days. No, now it is estimated to be only 16.5 days. Li Su widened his eyes and looked at ZHU Zhang in disbelief. So, the demon tribe only gave 20 days. Let Zaya country prepare for the national war? Is this a joke? Shouldn't such a war be prepared for a year and a half in advance? 20 days is not enough to arrange people, right? Don't worry, there is still some preparation time. Just get there before the national war starts. The military battle alone will take about 10 days, and then the general battle. If you calculate it, it will be more than a month, so just take your time. A month? Is this a long time? Li Su was speechless and couldn't help but said, can't you buy a little more time? No. The demon tribe said that they will only give so much time, so come on, kid, the Wu Jixing flag depends on you. Chapter 283, If there is hope, we will die. Li Su quickly sorted out his emotions. After all, he was no longer an ordinary person, and was very good at adjusting himself. Moreover, living in a place like a snail house, let alone a place like a snail house, no matter how small it is, it exudes a sense of poverty. But as long as he stays here, his heart can't help but be at peace, and get that unspeakable peace. Although the time is only more than 10 days, at most a month, Li Su didn't think too much. Stay quietly in your room, quietly enjoy this rare peace, the peace of mind, and chat with Uncle ZHU when you have nothing to do, and ask about the situation of the senior sister and the senior sister. The senior sister is also practicing in seclusion. Facing the national war launched by the demon clan, she has already advanced to the magical power, and is undoubtedly the main force on the Zaya countryside. Then the senior sister Lucy, she has made amazing progress. She has not stopped in the past few months, when she was missing. She has entered the world fragments twice, and experienced the tempering of life and death. Now she has reached the limit of the mana realm, and is preparing to transform. There are also Zhang Zusu and her friends, who are also making rapid progress. Both girls are transforming into Daoists, and they are not following the usual path. Not only have they entered the Dao, but they have also learned the authentic 8-9 mysterious skills of the Daoist sect, and they are all following the path of strength. There is also Wang Meng, and his brother is also doing well. He has joined the demon extermination army, and has also reached the mana realm. When I was asking for his news, I happened to enter the world fragment. If he succeeds in coming out, he should achieve the peak of the mana realm. Then there is teacher Wu Mo, who has reached the divine power realm. He entered the Dao with the talisman method, which is quite amazing. He has resigned from the position of the military teacher, and entered the earth immortal realm. He is also one of the representatives of the national war. There is also teacher Yiren, who has completely transformed. With the recovery of her strength, she was originally the strongest Xianjiao of teacher Wu Mo's class. Not only has she transformed into the 5 transformations, but she also masters the Daoist magic power of Sister Yunxiao, one of the 3 Xaius, and the Hunio and Golden fighting. She is undoubtedly the main force of the national war. In the past few months, she has entered the world fragment twice, completing the greatest transformation of herself, and entering the peak of the divine power realm. According to Uncle ZHU, among the current human race in the realm of supernatural power, teacher Yiren has returned to her original position again, and is on par with Yinglong, the first person in the realm of supernatural power. She is the strongest woman in the realm of supernatural power in the contemporary era, and the only woman who can be sure to advance to the realm of immortals. Finally, there is ZHU Chahu, who left an extremely strong impression on Li Su, and was the first powerful woman to ask him if he wanted to get the certificate directly. Something happened to her. When mentioning his sister, ZHU Zhang also looked gloomy at this moment, with great worry. The most feared thing in cultivation is undoubtedly taking the wrong path, and it is obvious that ZHU Chahu, who was at the same time as Yiren, and ranked at the top of the magic power realm before, and was on par with Yinglong, has not made any progress. There are still problems with her soul, as if she was trapped in a cage. Now, when Yiren returns and Wu Mo breaks through, watching his childhood friends advance one by one, become stronger, surpass themselves, and embark on the journey, even though ZHU Chahu is determined in his heart and his yearning for the Tao remains unchanged, he can't help but feel sad and desperate. He has been drinking non-stop for a while, getting drunk all day long, and indulging in the anesthesia of alcohol. Is that so? Li Su was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that after just a few months, the once heroic and unruly sister ZHU, who was like a female man, would become like this. But think about it, it's not her fault. It's really that the method she practiced was too pitfall. The Wu clan, as the descendants of Pandu, are undoubtedly blessed by nature. They are invincible in the world, as long as they step on the earth. There are countless stories about them in ancient mythology, and each one is so earth-shattering. The 12 witch ancestors, Hao Tu's reincarnation, Kua Fu chasing the sun, Hao Yi shooting the sun, there is no doubt that they are a race that is extremely brilliant. Not only that, during the war between witches and demons, although they were against the demons, they undoubtedly protected the human race, and sheltered the human race who were wantonly killed, and their souls taken by the demons. In terms of cause and effect, the human race undoubtedly owed a lot to the witches. Therefore, in the later mythological history, the existence of the witches should have been the king of the human race. In that era, the human race and the witches had already lived together. Then Caillou, who called himself Julie, was actually a witch himself, or more accurately, a witch. He had a great war with Huangdi. Regardless of the victory or defeat, what he was fighting for was undoubtedly the position of the co-leader of the human race. Therefore, it can be said that the witches in the later period were basically assimilated into the human race, and it is not an exaggeration to regard them as part of the human race. It is a pity that the Taoist sect needs a pure-blooded human as a leader. Otherwise, given Huangdi's situation, he may not be able to defeat Caillou. Uncle ZHU, where is Sister ZHU? Can I meet her? Although at this time, he should rest assured to cultivate the Tao, completely transform himself, and reach the ultimate Tao. But Tao cultivation is not cultivation, and he is also concerned about ZHU Chahu's situation. What do cultivators fear the most? The most fearful are the inner demons. When the inner demons come together, they will inevitably sink. ZHU Chahu has obviously stepped on it halfway and was crushed by his desire to seek the truth. This is not good. If it goes on like this, something bad will happen. You must know that Sister ZHU herself practiced the witch clan's method. As a human, she is a half-baked one. If there is a problem with her practice, if something goes wrong in her heart, and she collapses completely, and her body completely crushes her soul, death will be a small problem. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, a little worried, afraid that if something really happened, it would be too late to regret. After all, after getting the recognition of Pangu Banner, he asked Pangu Banner to observe the other party. Although Pangu Banner didn't tell him directly, after practicing the Yuking chapter, getting the recognition of the other party, and becoming the other party's holder, he immediately got the conclusion of Pangu Banner. The solution is very simple. If there is a problem with his soul, it can be suppressed with magical powers, and his soul can be gathered up and placed on the magical powers. And this point, others Lee Su didn't know, he could do it without a doubt. After all, he holds two of the Western, Amitabha, Amitas, two masters. Sorry, I was almost led astray by Pangu Banner. Please don't blame me. He has mastered the methods of the two elders in the West, not to mention the Vajra Dragon realm. The Buddha kingdom can undoubtedly suppress the soul, and Lee Su's Buddha kingdom is Hinayana Buddhism, which cultivates the power of self-bliss. The Buddha kingdom is carried on the flesh. The stronger the flesh, the larger the Buddha kingdom. If ZHU Chahu can master it, the problem of the soul should be basically solved. Of course, although there is a way, Lee Su did not say it immediately, mainly because he was not sure. It's not that I doubt the conclusion given by Pangu Banner, but the best way to use this method is to make it his dependent. Dependent. Once it becomes, the meaning is completely different. Senior sister, Wang Meng, and teacher Yiren are all Lee Su's dependents, and it is obvious that their hearts are connected. Why are they progressing so fast? In addition to his own pursuit, Lee Su could feel their mood, wanting to become stronger, wanting to stand by his side, wanting to help him, even if it meant sacrificing his life for it. That's right, even the strongest teacher Yiren didn't understand before, but now he understands why she was so angry and wanted to kill all the monsters, because the monsters wanted to kill him. This is the dependent. The dependent gives him power, and the dependent gives him everything in return. Senior sister, that's because the two of them have the most intimate relationship. Otherwise, Lee Su would not easily increase the number of dependents. This thing has the ability to influence people's nature. Sister ZHU, although you said you would get the marriage certificate, it's just a joke, but it will lose its flavor if you take it seriously. Sister ZHU. ZHU's aunt couldn't help but jump a little. He could feel Lee Su's concern for Chahu, and he also knew that, because of his unreliable father, the relationship between the two was a little awkward, so it was okay not to mention it, but once it was mentioned, he felt that he was taken advantage of. It was as if he had been demoted for no reason, especially now, the feeling was becoming more and more obvious. This guy's Zhang Shan's son-in-law. Although this matter has not been spread, it is already a recognized fact among the older generation. Uncle Zhang has spoken personally, and Zhang Shan's opinion is not important. So ZHU Zhang's father cannot care whether it is a daughter or a granddaughter. For Lee Su, whom he likes very much, anyone can marry, but ZHU Zhang still has face. What's more, his father ZHU Zhang is marrying a daughter or a granddaughter, not a sister. Nephews become your brothers? Who can stand this? So ZHU Zhang said uncertainly, then I will ask. Well, respect your sister's opinion. At this moment, she should not want to see anyone. Lee Su nodded. Of course, in the end, it depends on the other party's idea. Taking a breath, ZHU Zhang went straight to his sister's room. As soon as he entered the door, ZHU Zhang couldn't help but take a breath. There was no thought in his mind, only deep concern and heartache. ZHU Chahu, because his father didn't know how to raise a daughter, his mother just passed away, and he raised her as a son. Therefore, the person who accompanied this girl most of the time was not someone else, but him, ZHU Zhang. That was because he was a brother and a father, and he loved her very much. Not only that, when she was a child, she was very naughty and was most unwilling to accept Yinglang. She often fought with him. However, he was tough in words, but weak in hands and feet, and was beaten by the other party. How could Zhu Chahu, who was protected by her since childhood and had a boyish personality, tolerate it? She rushed up directly, wanting to help him. At that time, Zhu Chahu was very fierce and had a flat head. He had not yet developed into the broad-minded man he is now, and was no different from a boy. It was only a long time before Zhu Chang realized that this was a sister, not a brother, so Yinglang did not do anything, and directly beat Zhu Chahu with bruises all over his head. But the other party did not retreat. He cried loudly, kicked, screamed, and bit. Thinking back, I can't help but want to laugh. It was like a cute haunted, that tiger-headed and tiger-brained one. The sister who had always been a restless person and behaved like a boy, now sat alone in her room, squatting there, not saying a word, surrounded by wine bottles and shrouded in a decadent atmosphere. The walls around the room were torn and blood-stained, and her clothes were wrinkled and had not been changed for a long time. Zhu Zhan couldn't help but take a breath, feeling distressed, so distressed. How could the lively and cute girl who always had a smile on her face and was still full of vitality, even if she cried so hard, suddenly become like this? Don't hit my brother. Recalling the words that Xiao Mianeo rushed up to him when he was beaten by Yinglang, Zhu Zhan couldn't help but clenched his fists, and his heart was trembling. He took a breath gently, squeezed out a smile on his face and said, "Sister." The girl trembled. Even if she was strong, even if she was heroic, when the shell was torn apart, there was still a flower inside, a flower that would break at the touch. She didn't look back. Although alcohol can be used to numb people, what kind of alcohol can numb a body comparable to the level of the supernatural realm? What's the matter? Sewer, Li Su wants to see you. Haven't you been thinking about him before? After coming out of the cliff of seeking the way, Zhu Chahu and other women asked about Li Su's news, but the final result was that he was not dead, but they didn't know where he went. Faced with this result, Lucy and Yi Ren changed their faces on the spot. The next day, Yi Ren entered the world fragments, and Lucy returned directly to the mortal world and began to prepare to enter the world fragments. Although Zhang Zusu and the other two were much calmer, they soon applied to enter the world fragments. In the battle of the cliff of seeking the way, there is no doubt that without Li Su, the magic realm would be worse, and the supernatural realm would also be worse. And it is obvious that everything is because of Li Su, and they did not play any role. This sense of gap is simply unimaginable. Who is not a darling of heaven? As a result, they can't help even if they rush. According to the speculation of the old people, the fairy realm of the demon clan took action, probably because of Li Su, and targeted him, and wanted to kill him. This is undoubtedly even more unbearable. They are not vases, and they are not existences that can only be protected by men. Asu? Zhu Chahu was stunned for a moment, and she slowly turned her head. The delicate, strong, and beautiful face was now covered with traces, extremely embarrassed, weak, tired and empty. She slowly said, "Is there any news about him? Where is he?" Zhu Zhan felt even more distressed. He had never seen such a sister before, never seen her before. She's back, now, is she back? That's good, that's good. If you disappear, what's the matter with seeing her? Before Zhu Zhan finished speaking, Zhu Chahu interrupted him directly. She slowly turned her head, picked up the bottle of wine beside her, and couldn't help drinking. If Qiu Dao Cliff made Lucy and Yi Ren eager to become stronger, then for her, it was to recognize an extremely cruel reality. She was no longer the majestic Chahu who could fight the world. She was just a waste that was useless. She couldn't even deal with Zhao Kang, a mere Zhao Kang, and was almost killed by him. Whenever he recalled everything that happened in the cliff of seeking the Dao, Zhu Chahu couldn't help but laugh out loud, laughing non-stop, laughing until tears came down. This was a joke, a huge joke. Sister Zhu. Li Su's voice suddenly rang out. Well, Zhu Zhan didn't hang up the call, but came directly over with the call turned on. Putting aside the issue of seniority, to be honest, he hoped that Li Su could play a role. After all, His sister asked about his news many times at the beginning and cared about him very much. ZHU was stunned for a moment and his heart couldn't help but have some waves, but it soon became quiet again. He didn't spend much time with Lee Soo, not even a day in total, but the impression was very strong. The knife in the mortal world and the scene in the cliff of seeking the Dao, there is no doubt that this man is the center of attention. His appearance and strength have the ability to make women's hearts beat. Even if it is her, she has a very good impression. Unlike Aang Long, although he is modest and cautious, he has a proud character in his bones, and of course she is the same. Only Lee Soo, when not fighting, you really can't tell that he is a king-level warrior, decisive in killing, and terrifying in momentum. When he called you sister, it was really just a matter of age. Just like the little brother next door, he looked at you with undisguised eyes, with direct appreciation and love, which made ZHU very strange. Although she is now woman, she is also a woman who is not inferior to Yiren and others in terms of appearance, but the masculine aura is too strong. Basically, most acquaintances, or people who didn't know her at first, but got to know her later, just treat her as a brother or a man, not a woman. A Soo. ZHU didn't look back, and didn't dare to look back. Facing a person who treated her as a woman, and admired and praised her, even if her heart was dead, even if she was extremely desperate, as a woman, a girl, she didn't want to let the other party see this side of her. I'm glad you're okay. I have something to do now, so it's not convenient for me to meet you. Sister ZHU, I won't say anything extra. I think I should be able to say something, and understand what kind of person you are. Lee Soo was very direct. Without waiting for ZHU to finish, he interrupted directly. So, I think if there is a glimmer of hope, Sister ZHU, you should not give up, because you are that kind of person who can go to the battlefield and go to the kitchen, has a woman's peerless face, and has a strong mentality that surpasses men. So I won't comfort you, because you don't need that kind of thing. Sympathy and pity are not good intentions for Sister ZHU, but humiliation. This is the impression of Sister ZHU in my mind. So I have only one purpose for meeting Sister ZHU. Maybe, possibly, I can solve the problem that troubles Sister ZHU, but this will cost an unimaginable price, and endure unimaginable pain. The experience is like an ordinary person climbing Chifeng in the mortal world. This is the highest peak in the world, and ordinary people challenging it is no different from sending themselves to death. It can be said that there is no way to survive. Sister ZHU, do you challenge? If you succeed, your hidden danger will be solved. The moment the words fell, ZHU was shocked. She turned back suddenly, as if a beast had been released from a cage, and her whole body exploded with an unparalleled earth-shaking momentum. Boom. The weak body shook, and a sound like a dragon's roar burst out. It was just a breath, but it had already cracked the room she was in. The terrible momentum was so great that even ZHU Zhang, who was obviously already in the realm of supernatural powers, couldn't help but take a step back, and couldn't help but gasp. ZHU Zhang's eyes were shocked, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Back. His sister. This is ZHU, his sister, the woman who can fight the world, and face thousands of troops without fear. Red Tiger. Even if her face was covered with tears and her body was sloppy, it couldn't cover up the momentum that soared into the sky. ZHU's eyes were like fire, as if they could illuminate everything. She gently said, "Speak. One word, generous and sonorous, spit out her mentality. If there is hope, it will last until death." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Acquired to Innate. ZHU came and met Lee Soo, and soon she left. When she came, she held a glimmer of hope, and when she left, her eyes were blazing with fire. She saw the road, and found the direction. Lee Soo's mouth curled slightly, closed his eyes, and continued to practice. After that, he didn't ask anything, just concentrated on practicing. Occasionally, he chatted with his senior sister, Zhang Zuzu, and Zhu Tangyu, but it was a pity that Wang Meng was in the mortal world and the cost of chatting was too high, and the senior sister was in the fragments of the world. Time passed day by day. The transformation of the Dao was very fast and the degree was also very high. This kind of transformation is not an improvement. After all, he is already above the ceiling and has reached the limit of the realm of mana. It is impossible to improve or surpass it. Therefore, the current transformation is not an improvement for him, but a move towards the depth. The effects of the 7 transformations are all penetrating into the deep level of Li Su. If I want to describe that feeling, it is probably strengthening his foundation, and preparing, not for the realm of mana, but for the realm of supernatural power, and for the realm after that. Time passed little by little. The 7 great magical powers continued to transform him, and his body and soul were being sublimated little by little. This change was hard to describe. It was fundamental. Just like biological changes and evolution, with the passage of time, certain substances in the depths were completely changed, sublimated, and underwent tremendous changes. Then, something began to overflow. It emerged little by little from the bone marrow, an indescribable power. His body had undergone tremendous changes, and its nature had completely changed. The cells that made up him, or DNA, had undergone a fundamental transformation. Something had awakened in the bottomless deepest part. On the 7th day of the transformation, which was also the 10th day of the 20 days before the start of the national war, the transformation completely rippled out, and began to flow in his body, and began to affect him and change him. It was a very strange feeling. He could feel this unusual change. The world was clearer. It was not because of the improvement of his realm, but as a living individual, his sensitivity to the substances around him had increased. All 5 senses were sublimated. With a light breath, he could catch thousands of flavors. If he was in the wild, even without using magic power, he could see everything within a radius of tens of kilometers. He could find the smell of water sources tens of kilometers away with just one taste. His hearing was also enhanced. He could easily distinguish all audio frequencies, even electronic frequencies. He could easily detect all sound fluctuations and control them at will. Although it was a strange way to describe it, he could taste countless flavors by licking the air. He could even detect what had stayed here before through the air. Was it a person? Or an animal? What kind of person was a person? Male? Female? And so on. Vision, needless to say, is the carrier of the Dao eye, which can see the essence of all Dao rhymes. However, now an additional aspect has been added, and physical properties can also be analyzed. If the surface layer is analyzed, it can reach the cell surface layer at the highest. As long as you are willing, you can capture it directly. There is no doubt that the art of change has almost no effect in front of Li Su, unless the opponent can master the supreme method of flesh and blood, and the degree is higher than him. Otherwise the change of magic power, he can directly capture the opponent's cells through the naked eye to perceive. Finally, it is feeling. How to describe it? If you have to describe it, it is probably that you can avoid danger and seek good fortune, capture crises, and detect dangers. It seems to be sublimated. The whole body is constantly capturing and transmitting information to him at various levels, and the number is simply unbelievable. The unimaginable amount of information has formed an extremely large intelligence system for Li Su, which has produced an effect similar to predicting the future to a certain extent. When the opponent raises his hand, he can feel what the other party will do next. There is no doubt that his 5 senses have entered the level of supernatural powers. And the soul, although the nature is slightly different, it has also changed. The same 5 senses, but they are aimed at the void attribute, can capture soul light and interpret mental power. It was only a vague sense before, but now it has become extremely clear and has been clearly layered. It is no longer a large amount of information entering, but has been divided into 5 levels: vision, hearing, feeling, smell, and touch. In terms of the direction of transformation, the physical body is an improvement in height, and the soul is a strengthening in depth. Taking a deep breath, and exhaling it for a long time, Li Su blinked his eyes. Although it would be strange to describe it this way, there is no doubt that he is no longer a real person. Well, this description is wrong. It is a person, but a human at the next stage. Just as humans evolved from apes, Lee Su's life individual has evolved from humans to another level. The leap is completely indescribable, just like apes and humans, two-dimensional creatures and three-dimensional creatures. Of course, the degree is not that great. To use the description in the prehistoric system, he has completed the transformation from an acquired creature to an innate creature. In the concept of the Chinjiao, he is undoubtedly blessed with a deep affinity and a good family background. He is the most beloved child of Master Yuanshi. Lee Su exhaled deeply. Very good. The transformation speed is faster than expected. I thought it would take a long time, but it was completed in just 10 days. Of course, it will take a long time to settle down, but it is not a big problem. It will only take a few days. There are still 10 days in the 20 days. 3 days will be spent on settling down, and the remaining 7 days will enter the world fragments, and then just catch up with the national war between the human race and the demon race every 50 years. He waited for another 3 days, until the energy that kept flowing out from the depths of the bone marrow and the root of the soul completely spread throughout his body. Looking inside, his blood has completely turned golden red, and his whole body exudes a strange fragrance. Even his body has strange phenomena, the rhyme of Tao blooms, and the law is formed. As we all know, the so-called innate creatures are born and raised by nature. They are the first things in the world, clouds, flowers, etc., and they are destined to be extraordinary when they are born. They are born gods, master the rules of the great way, and exist in the near way. Lee Su is a little different. He is a person who has transformed from the acquired to the innate. In essence, he is the innate of human beings. Although he has not achieved the innate rules, his life form is almost the same as that of innate creatures. He has visions, and is a near-way creature. Although he has not mastered the rules, he is also a god. Standing up, he blinked his eyes and looked forward. There is a door there. It is not a real door, but an illusion, which is formed by perception. That is the door to the realm of supernatural powers. He is already standing in front of the door, very close, so close that he can go in by raising his hand and pushing it. Unfortunately, there is a lock on the door. He lacks the key to open it, and currently he has no way to enter it and achieve supernatural powers. Although he can't open the door, Lee Su also feels something else, that is, there is no way out. The appearance of the door reflected in his eyes gave Lee Su an inexplicable thought. His next step could only be to advance. Even if he passed the key of the world, he could not improve. Unless he advanced, there was no way forward for him. He had reached the end. Well, it was time. He had been waiting for the supernatural realm for a long time. Deng Huang had attacked him time and time again. The national war that followed was also specifically targeting him. For this reason, he even took out the Wu Jixinghuang flag, one of the 5 flags of heaven and earth. Although the 5 flags had to be combined to be an innate treasure, any single flag was definitely an innate spiritual treasure level, with amazing value. Moreover, it was a real spiritual treasure. In fact, there were very few people on the Xia people's side who had real spiritual treasures. The one from the Ministry of Education in Zhangtao had another one. The heaven and earth furnace he used had a corresponding treasure, the Laojian furnace. So it was so troublesome for the croaking to be suppressed. Although it is not Deng Huang, it is undoubtedly learning the sun fire. The fire-related magical power has natural immunity, but it was still burned miserably. It is because of the treasure that, even if your body is fire, it can still refine it. The world fragments, which Xia Jiyuo also prepared for Lee Su, were taken directly from his desk. It is the type that can be entered alone. This is the last time. After the magical realm, the breakthrough of the immortal realm cannot be here. You have to go to the other side, the mythical world. There is no doubt that the other side is a real big world, which is beyond imagination. It is huge and almost endless. Whether it is the human race or the demon race, in fact, they are only at the outermost edge, and have not gone deep. It is too dangerous inside. Xia Jiyuo's strongest king also disappeared, because he went deep into it. He has not returned for decades. Now we only know that he is not dead, and there is no other news. There is not just a simple world there, but a folded world. When it is close, you can reach it in one step, but once it is separated, you can't get here, even if you run for a lifetime. Over the past 1,000 years, many people from the human race have entered the immortal realm and completely disappeared there. There are also many demons. It can be said that the danger is extremely high. As for why they went in, naturally, the mythical world has too many benefits, with great dangers and great opportunities. For example, the reason why King Zaire is so strong is also related to it, and the 8 kings are the same. King Crow got the sunfire in the mythical world, although I don't know why Dan Hyang also came out. However, after talking with the great heavenly venerable, if you want to rescue the people in the world fragment, maybe the solution is in the mythical world. Taking a breath, Li Su took out the world fragment and planned to activate it. He paused, took out his ID card, and contacted ZHU Zhang. What? Is there any problem? ZHU Zhang's voice sounded. Just to tell you, Uncle ZHU, my transformation is complete, and I'm ready to enter the world fragment to break through the supernatural power realm. Completed. ZHU Zhang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but take a breath. So fast? Are you sure? I'm sure. I'm no longer transforming, and I'm completely perfect. Is it because of the different ways of transformation? Transformation is so fast. Under normal circumstances, it takes years to complete the task, several years, or even decades. There is a problem here. If this is the case, then it is absolutely impossible to complete the task in time. Yes, that's right. So, where Li Su is, it is not normal. Although the flow rate of time here is the same as that of the outside world, it is actually 1 day, which is equivalent to 100 days outside, and 1 month is almost equivalent to 100 months. In other words, 30 days can buy about 8 years. Zhang Shengying and the others have used it. It is a very special treasure, but under normal circumstances, it will not be opened at such a high rate, and the consumption is too large. Usually it is 10 times. Li Su's 100 times consumption is very large, and it is even more so when it is opened for a full month. It is extremely terrible. So ZHU Zhang specifically reminded the other party that, after completing the transformation, he should remind him first, and then enter the world fragment. Unexpectedly, Li Su completed the transformation in just 13 days, 130 days, about 4 months. ZHU Zhang exhaled. No matter how it is completed, it is fine. Not only did the resource consumption not exceed expectations, but now the time is undoubtedly sufficient. Li Su, Uncle ZHU, I won't say much. My father also told you about the divine power realm before the level. I believe you understand that it is different from the past. In the fragments of the world that the divine power realm has to go to, there are certain deaths. Those 3 must be avoided no matter what. You must not go in. If you go in, you will definitely die. Do you understand? Li Su smiled and nodded directly. Don't worry, Uncle ZHU, I will pay attention to those 3 plots and avoid them. Yeah. ZHU Chang nodded again, and said nothing more. Li Su also took a breath, and hung up the call. He activated the world fragments with his magic power, and jumped in without any hesitation. Divine power realm, here I come. Father, Li Su has completed his transformation, and entered the world fragments. ZHU Chang did not hesitate and notified immediately. Did he go in? ZHU Chang murmured, couldn't help but take a breath, turned his eyes, and looked at Zhang Heyo. It started. The martial arts realm and the magic realm, no matter how strong, can't change the situation of the human-demon war. Only after the divine power realm can it be considered to be truly involved in the overall situation, and have an impact. Judging from Li Su's performance, his martial arts are invincible, and his magic power can kill supernatural powers. If he advances to the supernatural realm, the situation in the earthly immortal world will undoubtedly change completely. Why did the demon clan put so much effort to kill Li Su? Isn't it because of this? Giving so little time is not to give Li Su time to grow, and to strangle him in advance. So, everything depends on this time. Hope it goes well. As long as you don't enter the 3 deadly copies, there shouldn't be a big problem. Asterisk 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 at this moment, in the fragments of the world, with Li Su's foot stepping in, 3 copies for him to choose from appeared. He was originally full of confidence and thought that he would be able to advance to the supernatural realm after this time. Then, he looked at the 3 copies in front of him, and his expression froze. The first copy, pitch black. The second copy, floods. The third copy, 10 suns in the sky. Standing there blankly, Lee Su couldn't help but spit out fragrance, directly comforting the creator of the world fragments himself, including his relatives, and showing the Chinese curse words to the fullest, without repeating them for 3 hours. Fuck you, you hermaphrodite, asterisk and asterisk, and %% and asterisk. The death prevention book, Zhaji Yuo counted a total of 3, and he didn't miss any of them, all of them. What the hell does this mean? What level is he talking about? Just go die, death is the best, completely free, nothing will happen. Chapter 285, Eating Raw Materials and Drinking Blood. Although he thought that it would be very difficult to enter the world fragments again, maybe even Journey to the West would appear directly, but he never expected that the first scene would be a death dungeon. And all 3 of them were, which was to cut off life and leave no way out. The world fragments were very dangerous, but there should still be a way out. Why was it so deadly when it came to him? Thinking back to the several times he entered the world fragments, even the Xianlan dungeon was not normal, and something went wrong. As a result, it was even better this time. All of them were death dungeons, which was a rhythm that was going to kill him. Lee Su cursed for a long time, but unfortunately his physical body was too strong. Not only was he full of energy when cursing, he didn't get tired. Instead, he became more energetic and stronger the more he cursed. He stopped cursing with a look of boredom on his face. It was so fucking shitty. Standing there, Lee Su wanted to ask if he could refund the ticket. Could he return? He wouldn't go. Unfortunately, the world fragments were a one-way ticket. Once you choose to enter, you can't leave unless you conquer one of the dungeons. Calm down and think carefully. There are many books for advancing to the realm of supernatural powers. Basically, there is a prerequisite that the world you enter must have immortals. This is the most basic. The Lotus Lantern will also appear in the books for advancing to the realm of supernatural powers, but not many. That world involves immortals and above, and ordinary people will not encounter it. Only Lee Su, who has not yet reached the peak of the realm of magic power, and has just entered the realm of magic power for the second time, encountered a world like the Lotus Lantern. Fortunately, he knew the plot, and was strong enough before the beginning. Otherwise, if he was just a mortal upgrading, and encountered a book that obviously had huge problems, he would definitely die. Now let's talk about the 3 books in front of us. There is very little information related to them. After all, no one has passed the level, but there are sages who have tried it before, and paid a painful price. In the end, they only got this information, that is, no one who took the initiative to enter these 3 books came out alive, and all died. This is why they are named Must Die. As long as you enter, you will die. The flood is raging, and there is another one about 10 suns in the sky. If Lee Su is not wrong in his guess, and it is more from mythology, these 2 should be Dao controlling the flood and Harai shooting the sun. How to describe these 2 books? It is difficult to describe. Under normal circumstances, they should not be copies. First of all, their stories are semi-mythological. The description of Dao is that he led people to find ways to control the flood, and finally solved the flood with the idea that blocking is worse than dredging. This is undoubtedly the behavior of mortals. Dao himself is a man, not a god. But in some mythological stories, it has a little mythological attribute from the side, such as Dinghe Shinsen, which Dao once used, and the golden hoop of the Monkey King, which was practiced by Taishang Laojun. Then there is Harai, who has more attributes, including human, god and ghost. Later, there is also a witch himself, and a great witch. Because of the death of Kuofu, he shot 9 suns in anger. In the end, the ancient demon court designed to lure him to the sky and kill him with change as bait, thus inducing the war between witches and liches. So no matter from which angle you look at it, these 2 stories should not appear in the world fragments. After all, there is no way to become stronger in the story. How can one become stronger? Then there is the first world, which is pitch black, and without any light. What the hell is this world? From the outside, the whole world is black, pitch black, and nothing can be seen. Whether it is a world with raging floods or a world with 10 suns in the sky, there is undoubtedly enough light to some extent, and the crisis is visible to the naked eye. But darkness is different, completely different. With this scene, who knows what will happen inside? Lee Soo couldn't help scratching his head. He undoubtedly knew the plot of Daewoo's flood control and how I is shooting at the sun in the 3 books, but he had no idea what was going on in the dark world of the dimension. Logically, the other 2 books should be better than the completely dark book. But an obvious problem is the order of the books. The dark world is the first, and the 10 suns in the sky is the third. In other words, in terms of the degree of danger, the third is the highest and the first is the lowest. Think about it, as a human race crossing in, the third book might be sunburned to death on the spot, and there is no chance of living to the end of life, so as the third book, it is basically not considered. And Lee Soo himself was also quite afraid. 10 suns were in the sky, and there was also Emperor June. So was Dong Huang there? If this guy was there, did he have any contact with the outside world? Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, for Lee Soo, there was only one ending, and he would die. So he must not go to the third world, and if he went there, he would be dead. During the war between witches and liches, although there was the shadow of the saint behind the calculations, it was obvious that the saint did not personally go down, and even the saint's apprentice did not move. This shows how powerful the demon court in the sky and the witch clan on the ground were at that time. It was already quite awesome to be able to let the saint personally make the calculations, and the opponent was not a saint. After all, the saint's status is immortal, and if he loses, he will not even be injured. At most he will lose some face. Think about Master Ling Bao, who was surrounded and beaten by the 4 saints, and the final result was just stumbling and losing face. Turning back, he was full of energy and overturned the table, wanting to reopen the earth, fire, feng shui, and reenact the prehistoric times. It was the ancestor Hang Jin who came out in person to take the man back. In other words, if there was a traffic jam on the road at that time, the story would be different. Damn, is this game playable? The more Lee Soo thought about it, the more irritated he became. He must not go to the third world, so what about the second world? It seems to be much simpler than the 10-day sky, not so scary. But do you know? Among the people who die from water and fire every year, those who die in water are always several times, dozens of times, and even more than those who die in fire. Why? Here we have to talk about the characteristics of water. The so-called highest good is like water. Water is good for all things, and does not fight. Everyone knows this sentence, right? And it is obvious that floods also have this characteristic. That is, when it does not erupt, it is silent, all thoughts are sunk in the stomach, and no words are said. And when it is powerful, it probably has this consciousness, sorry, you have no chance, wait for death. Water likes quietness, but it has nothing to do with gentleness. So, is the world full of floods safe? It is not safe. Maybe you will be reborn as soon as you are born, and then a flood will come. Then you will be taken all the way south, and you will be sent on a free tour to the East China Sea. On the way, you will not be given a chance to breathe. Then some stones, tree trunks and so on will be mixed in, and then the terrain will be taken over, like a cement mixer. When you reach the end, you will probably have no bones left. So, is the second world safe? Well, it is dangerous. Lee Soo's sensor nerves are rioting, constantly reminding him not to go in. After sensing all 3 worlds, Lee Soo found that for him, the safest one is the first one, the dark world. Standing in place, Lee Soo's eyelids kept shaking. Maybe he should take a look at the almanac before going out. It is absolutely forbidden to go out today. Going out will be very bad, and the black clouds can crush the city. What to do? Basically cold. It can be said that the only chance is probably gambling. What to bet on? After entering the dark world, I will know what kind of story it is through the world book, and then avoid the inevitable death. Probably, this is the only way. However, the whole world is black. Is there such a story in mythology? Can this thing be considered a story? Could it be that the opening is written in a dark night without light? This night is smelly and long. The sky is always dark, and I don't know what the sun is doing. Well, this story is good. Who will give me a brick? He can't hide. He must choose as soon as possible, even if the 3 books in front of him are all dead. Because if he doesn't choose, he will automatically enter a book after a while, which is really scrambled eggs. If you want to enter the world of 10 suns in the sky all at once, won't it be cold in the blink of an eye? Taking a breath, Lee Su looked at the first book. It was also dangerous, but the crisis level was obviously lower than the others. If you can keep your feet after entering, it will undoubtedly be easier to survive compared to the world of the Great Flood and the world of 10 suns in the sky. Choosing from a bunch of the worst, there is undoubtedly only one choice. He stretched out his hand and pressed directly on the first world. In an instant, Lee Su's eyes were spinning, and the screen went black, and he could not see anything. When he came back to his senses, it was pitch black in front of him, as if his eyes were gone, and he could not see anything. He felt it for a while, and his hands and feet were all there. He was considered healthy, but why did this feeling of weakness seem familiar? It seemed that he had experienced this before. Lee Su was a little confused and quite puzzled about his own situation. However, after thinking for a while, a strong and extremely sleepy feeling suddenly came over him, and Lee Su soon couldn't bear it and fell asleep. By the way, no wonder it was so familiar. Didn't he just experience it once, when he was in Xuanglong, in the womb? Faced with this result, Lee Su's eyelids became heavier, and the sleepiness like a mountain kept pressing down on him. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. In the womb, he could only hope that he would not be so unlucky and die before he was born. The next time he woke up, he would start practicing immediately. No matter how strong he was, he had to become stronger. Fortunately, he knew everything from the simplest basic martial arts to immortal magic, so it shouldn't be a big problem. However, it will take a long time to figure out what the story of this world is. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, it's really a ghost. Lee Su was a little confused when he woke up again in the womb. First of all, it was very quiet all around, so quiet that it was unbelievable. The last time he was in the womb, he could more or less hear some vague sounds outside, but this time, he woke up 6 times in a row and didn't hear any human voices. Fortunately, he could still feel the sound of his heartbeat, otherwise Lee Su would really think that he was not born from the womb, but from an egg. In addition to the quietness all around, Lee Su also discovered a very shocking situation during this period of time. That is, except for the most basic active cooperation with the mother's fetal breathing, he couldn't practice any skills. Whether it's martial arts or Taoism, it can't be done. It's not right to say that it can't be done. It should be said that there is no effect at all. If you feel it carefully, you can capture the Tao between heaven and earth, as well as the Tao rhyme in the dark, but you can't practice it. This undoubtedly made Lee Su a little overwhelmed and panicked. Is the road to becoming stronger blocked? This made him very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. After all, the main theme of entering the world fragment is to be able to practice and become stronger. Now, apart from waking up and cooperating with the mother's fetal breath to slightly increase the strength of the body, there is absolutely no other way. In this way, time passed by little by little. Lee Su's body took shape very quickly, and his spirit became more and more sufficient. The time he was awake and the time he was asleep gradually became equal. But it was obvious that it was still pitch black outside, without a trace of light. Could it be that this world would always be dark like this? And why was it so quiet outside? Obviously, the time I was awake was getting longer and longer, but I didn't hear any sound. Not only that, the mother rarely moved and was quiet most of the time. If it weren't for the heartbeat, I would have thought that the other party was dead. In this way, time passed by little by little. Finally, suddenly, a ray of light appeared, shining in from the outside, falling on Lee Su's body, and was captured by his eyes. Sounds and vibrations also sounded. Lee Su felt it in a daze. All were shouts, shouting with all his might. Although he didn't understand the meaning, he could understand the emotions inside. They were cheering, boiling, and the joy in his heart was overflowing. Although he didn't understand what they were happy about, Lee Su couldn't help but let out a big breath and relaxed a little. At least, it wasn't an eternal night. There was still daylight. As the mother who was nurturing him began to move, Lee Su had no time to think about other things. While constantly cooperating with the mother's fetal breathing, his body matured rapidly and reached the age of birth. Finally, after a long period of time, Lee Su felt a suction coming from the position of his head. After a while of dizziness, it was incredibly hard, as if someone had placed it on gravel, and it hurt a lot. Where is the swaddling clothes? Where is the warm embrace? Why does it feel like being thrown on the ground? Suddenly, Lee Soo was confused. What the hell is going on? Although he was very sleepy, facing the great discomfort from his body, Lee Soo still reluctantly opened his eyes, wanting to know his situation. HMM. It's okay to be naked, but I was actually thrown on the stone. Is this going to kill me? Lee Soo raised his head in disbelief and quickly looked around to capture relevant information. Could it be that he was exposed? Impossible. When he was in the mother's body, it was obvious that, although the mother was powerful, it was not a cultivator, and it was impossible to capture his thoughts and consciousness. And you don't know until you see it. When you see it, you will be shocked. Damn, what a large group of savages. That's right, savages. Men and women, basically naked, not to mention, have very dense hair, a lot of body hair, and a layer of skin. If you are far away, you don't think it's a human, but a monkey. The reason why it is not called a monkey is that some of the people inside still have something on their bodies. It is obviously not clothes, but accessories. Wood, stones, and bones are strung together with hair and hung around their necks. There were many or few people, and the more people they brought, the closer they were to the center. In other words, that thing meant status. The more noble, the more. He looked around the room he was in. Well, it was a cave, not a room. Facing this scene, Lee Soo couldn't help but feel liver pain, stomach pain, and toothache. Did he travel through time and space and become a caveman? Did he enter primitive society? Just when he was doubting his life, two people outside the cave came in with a beast that looked like a tiger, but slightly different, with long fangs and stripes on its body. It was alive and struggling violently. Soon, several wild men in the cave came up, one of them holding a stone knife-like thing in his hand, and another holding a stone basin. With a whoosh, the knife stabbed into the beast's heart. With a shrill wail, the beast struggled frantically, but unfortunately the people holding it were stronger, and several others went up to hold it down, and pressed it to death. The stone basin was placed directly under the beast's wound and connected. As time passed, the beast soon died, and the stone basin was full of blood. After the savage in charge of the stone basin made sure that the beast's blood was almost drained, he picked up the stone basin and walked towards Lee Soo's position. Under Lee Soo's horrified eyes, wondering what the other party was going to do, he poured the blood in the stone basin into a groove not far from him. After pouring it, he put the stone basin aside and quickly turned around to join the activity of dismembering the beast. Not only him, but all the adults ran over at this moment. Seeing a group of savages who were not afraid of dirt or bacteria, and who surrounded the beast and devoured it quickly, Lee Soo's eyelids couldn't help but twitch violently, and he felt that he deeply understood the meaning of the phrase eating raw meat and drinking blood invented by the ancients. Finally, a group of savages got up with their mouths full of blood and looked satisfied. Then, they looked at Lee Soo with dim eyes, quietly, waiting, with expectation in their eyes. Just looking at him, Lee Soo's scalp tingled, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Because he had sublimated once, Lee Soo's 5 senses were particularly sensitive, both his soul and body. Even if it was said that he had traveled through time and space, this was not his original body, and this sense was still not deprived. Therefore, through the eye contact, Lee Soo felt their emotions. This is not to eat him, but to wait for him. What are you waiting for him to do? Did you see the blood in the trough not far away? Crawl over and drink it. Feeling the pungent smell of blood coming from the trough, Lee Soo was numb and his face turned green. As a modern man, how could he do such an unhygienic behavior? You eat raw meat and drink blood, but I want it too. However, when looking at the eager expressions and extremely expectant eyes of the crowd, although Lee Soo was extremely reluctant at the moment, he still moved. He didn't know what treatment he would get if he fulfilled their expectations, but he knew what would happen if he failed to fulfill this expectation. After all, Lee Soo's body and bones developed very quickly after being in the mother's womb for a long time, especially after being born. The bones hardened faster. Obviously, because of the extremely harsh external environment, the instinct was growing stronger quickly. Just like a newborn calf, it can stand up quickly and run in a short while. Lee Su slowly turned over, then climbed up with his hands and feet, and ran straight to the trough about 1 meter away from him, looking at the blood in the trough. Smelling the smell that almost made him faint, Lee Su couldn't help rolling his eyes, and the whole person was shaky. Apart from anything else, this trough itself should not be the first time that it has been so full of blood. It was covered with blood. Obviously, I don't know how many times it has been used. Newborns should be treated like this. So at this time, if you take a high-power microscope, you will find that it is densely packed with bacteria. How can you eat this? Lee Su's stomach hurts. Is it too early? Why not feed her some milk first? But when he felt the eyes on him, he cried, and the look of expectation and anxiety almost overflowed. Although he was unwilling, Lee Su still put his head into the groove, carefully pouted his little mouth, and tried his best to avoid the appearance of blood all over his face, and drank. Tong. 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 Ugh. Damn. The taste was not as bad as expected, but it was too unhygienic and dirty. As Lee Su took the first mouthful of blood, he cried out. In an instant, the savages cheered, and their faces showed extremely happy expressions, especially those who were wearing accessories. Their eyes were shining, and they were extremely excited and celebrated with joy. Soon he was picked up, and then a bunch of smelly savages who obviously didn't know what brushing teeth was kissed him one by one. On the face, legs, elbows, chest, back. There was another one, who was even more excessive, and kissed him directly on his quiff. Hey. Shut up. Lee Su's bladder was shaken, and he didn't hesitate to hit the other person in the face and mouth. As a result, the other person didn't care at all, but laughed and turned back to kiss Lee Su. In an instant, Lee Su was like being struck by lightning and was disgusted. He couldn't help but be filled with grief and anger. He encountered an unprecedented black history and couldn't help but roar in his heart. Damn, what world did I travel to? Chapter 286 The Malice of the World. The life of eating raw meat and drinking blood is very beautiful. For each scratch, Lee Su can drink about a pound of fresh blood every meal. It seems that, because of this overly brutal style of painting, he grows very fast. With only 30 scratches, he is almost 1 foot tall and has a lot of teeth. Well, now he no longer needs to lie on the hard ground and drink blood like a dog. He will take the initiative to run to the stone basin and drink the blood in the bowl without waiting for the wild man who seems to be feeding a pig to pour the blood into the trough. At least, the basin is much cleaner than the ground. Why do you think so? Because next to the trough is where he moves around all day, whether it is sleeping or pooping, it is there. In this regard, Lee Su is very fortunate that there is only one of him in this wave. Otherwise he will not be able to survive these 30 scratches and will die a death worse than death. Well, hygiene cannot be mentioned. Lee Su will feel sick when hygiene is mentioned. Alas, what should I do? I can't afford it. In fact, Lee Su's alternative behavior has attracted a lot of attention. Several savages look at him differently, with a different smell in their eyes, fearing that he might become a dish in the basin when he closes his eyes and opens them again. Since the 30 scratches, Lee Su has accepted them, unless he can't stand it. The life of primitive people is not so painful. At least as a child, he has some spare energy and can still think about it. Count how many people are in the cave on the top of the mountain where he is. There are not many people, about 100, all with yellow teeth, and the older they are, the worse they are. Fortunately, he can control his sense of smell, otherwise he really can't live like this. There are 30 scratches, each of which goes to take a bath. The hair is thick and thick. In addition, it is summer, and the smell in the cave can be imagined. The pig pen in the rural area in the previous life is probably not as good as this. However, there is nothing to do. After all, the story of his hometown is at that time. After 30 scratches, Lee Su has figured out a lot of things, such as where is his world? What kind of story is told here? The name of this story is Suren Made Fire. This is undoubtedly a great story, the beginning of everything, and the origin of civilization. From the day when they mastered fire, human beings truly built a civilization system, broke away from the category of beasts, and embarked on the road of using knowledge as a means. So before Suren got fire, he had to drink raw blood instead of eating blood, and eat raw meat instead of barbecue. Of course, this is actually nothing. compared with the life and death battle. Just drinking some raw blood and eating some raw meat, a man will pass it with his eyes closed. After all, this era is a pure natural era, without industrial pollution. Even raw meat is barely clean. What really makes Lee Soo a little uneasy is not the story itself, nor the small problem of eating raw meat. His body has a strong digestive function, and is very healthy. With only 30 scratches, he is almost 1 foot tall, taller than a normal 3-year-old child, and not just a little bit, but twice as tall. What he cares about is the length of time in this world. Too long, really too long. He has grown so much, but the sky has never been dark, not even once. Although he didn't have a watch, Lee Soo counted seconds, and coincidentally, when he counted the description of a whole day, the savages would also carve a scratch on the stone wall. The scratches are divided into 2 large pieces. They are all densely packed. One of them is clearer, 1 by 1, and carved very clearly. The other one is more messy, and some scratches are repeated. Recalling the experience, when he was in the mother's womb, there was almost no sunlight, as if it was an eternal night. There is no doubt that the other piece records the length of the night. Counting carefully, there are about 300. If this scratches a day, it means that the day and night in this world rotate almost once a year. Damn it. Lee Soo was shocked. 1 day and 1 night is equivalent to 2 years in the human timetable? What the hell is that? If you say the time is long, then it is long, and the human schedule should also be long, right? However, no, even during the day, the savages lived day by day. That is to say, for them, 24 hours is a day, not 17,520 hours equals a day. Lee Soo was undoubtedly confused about this situation. In the era when Suren lived, time was so long. How did the solar system work at that time? The strange environment made Lee Soo frown for a long time. The day and night were too long. 10 days and nights were equivalent to 20 years. This was not a good situation, especially for normal human beings. 1 month in the world almost meant the life of most human beings, 2 or 3 generations. In this case, it was very unfavorable to the development of civilization. Not to mention the night. In this era, it is impossible for human beings to go out at night. That is the time of wild beasts. Going out is basically equivalent to death, which means that half of life is wasted. During the day, people's work and rest are 24 hours around, and half of the time is wasted on this. In other words, a normal human life is only about a quarter long. Then it takes a lot of time to hunt and struggle for survival. The so-called life, is it not gone in the blink of an eye? In this case, what is the development of civilization? Development is a ghost. Not to mention, this year is still a year of 4 seasons. If it is based on the year of this world, what is the difference between a winter and the Ice Age? 3 months, 180 years of winter. What is the difference between the Ice Age? Faced with this situation, Lee Soo couldn't help but frowned. There are usually 2 situations when clearing the world fragments. 1 copy is over. 1 died of old age. The copy is over? God knows how long it will take. Lee Soo doesn't even know whether Surenshi was born. As for the death of old age? Question mark? Haha, just kidding. In primitive society, let alone the 3 periods of childhood, adolescence, youth, and adulthood, there is basically no old age. In this era, old age basically means physical decline. Every extra day of life is a great waste for the entire tribe. Take a look at the group of savages. They are basically young and strong. There is no such thing as old age. Extraordinary lifespan, bad living environment, and a long day that is almost equal to a year. Lee Soo couldn't help but frown. Although he seemed to be safe at present, the way of future development was heading towards a dead end. How to break this situation? Lee Soo was a little confused. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous it felt. He couldn't help but knock his head. Should I say that it is worthy of being a dead end? I won't even give you a chance to die. You know, he has observed for so long, and this group of savages undoubtedly don't know how to practice. Although their bodies are strong, they are simply because of the times and environment, not because of practice. This world has the rhyme of Tao and can feel the flow of laws, but for some reason, it can't be aroused, and it doesn't pay attention to him at all. except for the most superficial breathing method, which has a little effect. Other means can't move. This is fucked up. It's quite deadly. Asterisk 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 of course. Although this fatal problem troubled Lee Soo, the days passed one by one. He grew very fast, very fast. Soon, his milk teeth were all complete. After 60 scratch days, Lee Soo grew to 2 feet, that is, 0.666 meters. This height is very good, very slippery. He can run and jump, but he still can't leave the cave. If he gets close to the door, he will be dragged back immediately. The adults kept a close eye on him. The oldest female often picked up Lee Soo and squeezed and hugged him. After that, she smiled and was very happy. She couldn't help but chat with the people around her. After 60 scratches, Lee Soo more or less understood what they meant. It was probably that he had a great body and that a powerful hunter would appear in the tribe in the future. Well, being able to eat and drink and growing fast was proof that he would be very strong. So Lee Soo was taken special care of. Not only did he bleed every day, but in order to take care of him, he also used stones to smash meat into paste to feed him so that his teeth would not be able to bite. This treatment is really unparalleled. Isn't it the best? Of course, Lee Soo can only say that he kept rolling his eyes and felt very uncomfortable. It was really unhygienic. However, he was the only one whose body was really strong. It seemed that his innate constitution was also brought over. He could bear it. Otherwise, anyone else would definitely die on the spot. Under the meticulous care of a group of primitive people, Lee Soo undoubtedly grew rapidly and soon reached 3 feet, that is, 0.999 meters. Not to mention that he was almost 1 meter tall, his teeth had grown, and he could officially start eating meat by himself. Lee Soo was very happy about this. He finally didn't have to eat the minced meat mixed with lime and unknown bacteria. He didn't object. After all, he had been eating minced meat for 30 days. Now that he had changed to meat chunks, the taste was improved in a sense. It was a little sweet when chewed. Although it was a bit stuck in the teeth, it was not unacceptable. Not only that, after he could start eating meat, he finally got the opportunity to go out. Of course, he could only do it at the entrance of the cave, and there were big savages watching him. Lee Soo was very happy to be able to come out. He was inexplicably excited. After all, living in a cave with an area of less than 300 square meters and hundreds of people living there was really not a life for a human being. All kinds of smells were too fresh. When he walked out of the cave, a breeze blew over him. Suddenly, all kinds of smells of nature filled Lee Soo's nose. Undoubtedly, it was terrible. But he held back. Lee Soo knew that his sense of smell was too developed. Now that he was less than a year old, he could already capture thousands of smells. And as time went by, this sense was constantly being amplified. There was no doubt that he was gifted and beyond imagination. Not only the sense of smell, but also the sense of taste was the same. His tongue could directly capture the smell as long as he wanted, even if he licked the air, and it was enough to distinguish hundreds of smells according to the different degrees of severity. With the above 2 abilities, as his brain analyzed these smells, although some smells made Lee Soo roll his eyes, he obtained a huge amount of information. In the case of wind, he could directly obtain all the information within a diameter of several kilometers. Undoubtedly, this was an incomparable ability. Although this information is not very sanitary, it is a great support for him to face such a world. Feeling the information from the outside world, Lee Soo's eyebrows gradually spread out, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a hint of confidence. The place where he was a hill, not too high, but very steep. If you want to get up, you need to have a certain degree of climbing skills, the kind that can use both hands and feet. And although there are some bushes, they are not many. If there are wild beasts coming, they can be discovered at the first time. This place can basically be regarded as a natural fortress. And outside the hill is a forest, a large area, almost invisible at the end, as if you are in a sea of trees. There are many smells in the forest, and there are hundreds of wild beasts with different smells, densely distributed in the sea of trees. Thousands can be captured within a few kilometers, and if it is farther away, there may be tens of thousands. Well, very good, very good. Through his own ability, this world is much less dangerous to him. There is a possibility of dying of old age. Even if he is old, I believe he can be treated well until he closes his eyes peacefully and dies. Thinking of this, Lee Soo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He didn't know when Surin would light the fire, and he couldn't wait, so the only way he could do was to live to the end of his life. Suddenly, Lee Soo opened his eyes wide because a strong smell was coming from afar, which made him turn his head to look. He was stunned, his eyes were stiff, and his face turned green. He must have seen it wrong. Yes, he must have seen it wrong. Otherwise, why would he see a giant? Question mark? At this moment, the other party was squatting cautiously behind a rock as big as a mountain, holding an axe that was probably 5 or 6,000 pounds in his hand, ready to attack. As for the target of the sneak attack, Lee Soo was numb, and his whole body was numb. Big head, small hands, thick thighs, and long tail, and more than 50 fangs. The earth was shaking when he walked. For such a vivid image, everyone can think of what it is, right? Yes, dinosaurs. And the one about to be attacked was the absolute protagonist that often appeared in movies and the childhood shadow of many people in a certain park. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Damn it, is this an ancient myth? Is this Surin making fire? Surin lived in the Jurassic period. Looking at the scene, that was about 8 miles away, Lee Soo's liver was split. He finally found a way to die of old age, but a giant and a dinosaur shattered his worldview. At this moment, Lee Soo deeply felt the unfriendly and bottomless malice from this world towards the time travelers. In this world, how can I live to die of old age? Chapter 287 Night Devil. Click. In the jungle, on the treetop, there was a little man squatting. He was not big, born quirky, with wildness between his eyebrows. He had the liveliness of a teenager and the calmness and simplicity of a middle-aged man. He looked 12 or 13 years old, but he was actually only 5 years old. He was wrapped in animal skins, holding a sharp stone knife in his hand, shining brightly, and he wiped it very clean. Silently squatting on the branch, he ate the fruit aimlessly. Not far from him, there squatted a mountain cat with black hair. It was very alert, with red pupils and green. It stared at the boy eating the fruit, took it as a target, and slowly approached. As a killer on the treetop, the mountain cat not only moved very fast, but its soft fur also effectively helped it reduce the sound made when passing through the leaves. It moved very quietly, making almost no sound, and approached the boy on the treetop very quickly. It had eaten this species several times, and it was a good thing. It was a kind of mountain monkey, the easiest to prey on. First of all, the opponent's fur is not thick, and it can't effectively resist the attack of sharp teeth and claws. Then, although the opponent has flexible limbs, it has no claws, and its teeth are not strong enough. Even if it fights back, it is difficult to seriously injure itself. Finally, the opponent's flesh and blood are extremely rich. Among prey, it is the kind that can be chewed for a long time after catching one. This one is much smaller, not bad, and the bones don't look too hard, so they can be chewed together, so the size is not smaller than the big mountain monkey. You have to be on guard against the big ones, because the adult mountain monkeys are very powerful. Looking at the small mountain monkey, that was getting closer and closer, and had no reaction at all, the mountain cat's eyes became colder and colder. It was already within its attack range. At this moment, there was a call. The little monkey seemed to hear it. He stood up and showed his stamina to the mountain cat. After responding twice, he was about to go down. Now, at the most relaxed moment of the creature, the mountain cat did not hesitate at all, turned into black lightning, and pounced directly on the small mountain sea monkey. In a flash, the mountain cat ran in front of the mountain monkey, opened its bloody mouth, and faced the opponent's neck. At this time, the mountain monkey moved his hands, sweeping back like a whip. In an instant, the extremely sharp stone knife in his hand cut a half-moon mark in the air, passing in front of the mountain cat's head. The mountain cat froze, and as a predator, it spit out a strong disbelief in its eyes. Just now, the stone knife bypassed its head and hit its cervical vertebrae. With a click, the central nervous system of the manager's body was directly destroyed. He was the king of the tree, but he was hunted by a small mountain monkey? This is too unreasonable. After the attack, the little guy turned his body and calmly dodged the attack of the falling mountain cat. He threw away the sour fruit in his hand and pulled the opponent's back. Before he could move, another voice came from the other side. "Here it comes." After the little guy opened his mouth and spit out two very strange syllables, he lifted the mountain cat, which was bigger than himself, and jumped on the tree trunk. He was extremely fast and his movements were lighter than that of the mountain cat. His small body was incredibly powerful. Every time he jumped, his muscles could be seen pumping. He was full of wildness, like a cub of the king of the jungle. After several times, he jumped down from the tree and landed in front of a hunting team of 10 people. Seeing the boy appear, the leader, who was a little flustered, immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the other 9 also showed happy expressions on their faces. It was obvious that the boy's identity was different and his status was extremely high. When they saw the mountain cat in his hand, most people took a breath. It was not a simple beast, but a top-level hunter, especially good at stealth and sneak attacks. Even experienced adult hunters would find it dangerous and difficult to escape if they met it alone, let alone hunt it. Looking at the other party's head that collapsed unnaturally on one side, there was no extra injury or blood smell. It was obvious that he was killed with one blow. Even the leader couldn't help but show a look of shock and surprise on his face. How old is the boy? Only 5 years old. Although he was very tall, it could not hide the fact that he was only 5 years old. Although the tribe was optimistic about his future and believed that he would become a powerful hunter who led the tribe in the future, they did not expect that he could hunt such a beast at the age of 5. After the boy handed the mountain cat to one of the hunters, he said, "Uncle Azhan, are you going back?" Azhan was the leader of the 10-man team and the strongest wild man in their tribe. He was about 30 to 40 years old and had lived in this world for more than a month, which was quite remarkable. Usually, those who fought against him were not intact, either missing an arm or a leg. Well, Harvest reached the standard. Although the language system was not rich, there was no problem with the conversation. Azhan smiled, revealing his rather shocking yellow teeth. The boy nodded and went with them to the hill where his home was. Needless to say, the boy was Lisu. He has been in this world for 5 years. Well, it should be said that it has been 2 or 3 days and 2 nights. When he was born, it was also daytime, but it was morning. Now it is almost night and the sky is getting dark. However, with this sky, I really want it to be completely dark, and I don't know how long it will take. I have to mention that this world is really annoying. It is very unfriendly to humans, and it is extremely difficult to live in it. The long days are okay, but the nights are really deadly. In the tribe where he lives, almost 10 people died in 2 nights. In a tribe of 100 people, 1/10 of them died in just 2 nights. How terrible is this? The main reason is that there is a lack of food. At this time, in order to maintain the existence of the tribe, the weaker people took the initiative to walk out and leave the cave. Going out in this dark night full of wild beasts, the human race has no protective color and no sharp teeth and claws. You can imagine what the result will be. When the day breaks, there is a lot of blood in the cave and outside the hills. It is very tragic. In addition to the extremely dangerous night itself, the cave itself is not very safe. At night, there are always sounds outside, especially after going out. The sounds are very dense, and the calls are very creepy and demonic. You can't help but sink into them and run out of the cave. On the second night, a person was lured out by the sound, but this time it was different. Looking at the savages who set off happily, he couldn't help but curl his lips. This day, he also came out. Although he was very young and far from going out hunting, he grew up too fast and amazingly. Not only that, his strength was also amazing. He could lift objects that were several times heavier than himself, and he ran very fast. He was as agile as ordinary hunters in the forest, so he got permission to enter with the hunting team. At the beginning, Lisu was naturally obedient and honest. Although he was gifted, he didn't want them to disrupt their pace because of him, make mistakes, and cause deaths. Therefore, he followed quietly for most of the day. As long as it was approaching night and he showed enough strength to reassure the leader, Uncle Azhan, he would start to act alone, and of course he would not go too far away. Thanks to this, the number of hunts increased. Lisu's 5 senses were too abnormal. Often, before the wild animals found him, He had already found the other party and observed for a long time. He almost took in all the information he wanted in his mind and analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the other party clearly. That's right, the mountain cat he killed was not just because Lee Su was stronger than it, but its information was basically captured by Lee Su. That is, the actual angle and strength of its pounds were all within his calculations. Lee Su's light knife, although fast, was not very powerful. The opponent's neck was broken because of the power of his body. He just put the stone knife at a perfect angle and time and placed it at a position that would inevitably break the opponent's neck, so that the opponent killed him with his own strength. Therefore, if it was just a simple time, it would not be difficult for Lee Su to live to the end of his life. The difficult part was the battle between the giant and the Tyrannosaurus Rex that he saw just a few months after he was born. That was the real crisis, a very fatal thing. His tribe also saw that battle and discussed it, describing the two. They are gods. The gods of heaven and the gods of beasts. Of course, what they are is not the point. The point is that the tribe where Lee Su is located is the territory of the gods of heaven, so they naturally belong to the people of the gods of heaven. It feels similar to the relationship between the Alliance and the tribe in the Warcraft that he played before. The two can be said to be absolutely opposite, and there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. And the good thing about the previous battle was that the gods of heaven won. Although the beast god was almost ripped open, he finally escaped. His tribe was very happy about this, because this forest will become the territory of the gods of heaven for a long time to come, and it will not be disturbed by the people of the beast god. This is undoubtedly a good thing, especially for Lee Su. A stable larval period is undoubtedly very important. At this stage, he has no good way to deal with either of the two things, whether it is the gods of heaven or the beast gods. It is not far from the hill. After walking for 10 miles, you can see it. The faces of the savages were all jubilant at this moment. The harvest was really too rich. The stored materials far exceeded the past. It was easy for the whole village to spend the long night safely. With the prey, the nimble savages quickly climbed up the mountain foot and came to the top of the mountain, in front of the cave. Lee Su followed closely and returned to the home of this world. When they got home, the extremely powerful men also relaxed. They shouted happily, shared their joy, and shouted loudly about the harvest of this hunting. The women came out to greet them. They were all very happy, smiling, and stroking their belly. Sufficient food does not only mean being able to survive the night, but also means the birth of the next generation. If a tribe wants to continue and become stronger, population is indispensable. Before, there were no conditions, so naturally they dared not think about it. Now that they have it, they are naturally very excited. On the side, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It was obvious that the next night would be quite long, and there would be things and scenes that were not suitable for children. It was okay if they didn't understand, but it would be very uncomfortable if they understood. Even though he doesn't have that ability yet, even if he wants to, his body won't react, which is fine. Otherwise, not to mention the appearance, Lee Su really finds it difficult to eat with that mouth full of yellow teeth, which is too unhygienic and unbearable to look at. Gurgle, gurgle. Just when the men were happy and the women were delighted, a sound as if they were hungry rang out. In an instant, in front of the cave, the faces of more than 100 people froze, and their expressions changed drastically. Lee Su's eyes flashed, and he turned his head to look outside the hill. Night had begun to fall, and the forest not far away was a little dark, but this still did not hinder his sight, and he soon found the source. About a kilometer away, in a large tree with lush leaves, a ball of black silver was hanging upside down on one of the tree trunks. It can be vaguely seen that it should be a bird, which is very strange. Not to mention the colorful feathers. Its face looks like a human, and its feet are not claws, but a pair of human hands. It hangs upside down on the tree branch, holding the tree trunk tightly with both hands, and its head is facing the hill. Its eyes are wide open, and it looks at them without blinking. What is that thing? Lee Su's pupils shrank, and he felt creepy. Before he could speak, a woman rushed up, picked up Lee Su directly, blocked his face, and rushed into the cave with Lee Su while screaming. What's going on? The other men and women also screamed, and all the joy disappeared at this moment. They began to move quickly. The woman dragged the beast's body into the cave, and the men began to move a lot of tree trunks and stones. Before the night came completely, at least there was still a lot of time, so they directly closed the cave. This time the blockage was extremely tight, from the entrance to the depths. It was probably more than 10 meters, and it was all blocked. The precious beasts were abandoned aside. The women who returned were trembling. They knelt on the ground, kept shouting and begging. The men also looked solemn. They were not afraid of starvation and death. They were nervous now. They held a stone knife in their hands and stood in front of the tunnel without saying a word. They were a little distance away from each other and sat down, waiting quietly, facing this scene that seemed to be facing a great enemy and seemed to be in danger of destruction. Lee Su was a little confused. What's the situation? What happened? At this moment, he was very nervous. The woman held him in her arms like a treasure. She was Lee Su's biological mother. She had a high status in the tribe and was extremely experienced. There were many chains hanging on her body. At this moment, she was also very panicked and could not calm down. Mom, what's wrong? Lee Su took a breath. It was undoubtedly the first time he saw his mother like this. You know, even before the food was insufficient at night and someone went out to die, she treated it calmly. Now she was so panicked, it was really incomprehensible. The woman just hugged Lee Su and was unwilling to let go. After a while, she began to explain the reason for her nervousness. As for the reason, it was naturally because of that voice. It was a night demon who liked to appear at night and disappeared during the day. Once it was night, it would make a soul-sucking sound to confuse people to fall into its trap and be devoured. Therefore, whenever it found a place where people lived, it would stop, and then it would go there every night, constantly making sounds outside, luring humans out of the cave and eating them. There are many creatures that make demonic sounds at night and can confuse humans and animals. Lee Su also heard it during the second night. It has a certain stimulation to the spirit. Even if he heard it too much, he would feel uncomfortable. Some people were seduced out. But that is not terrible, because they will leave after they get their prey. But the night demon is different. It likes to eat people the most. Whenever it appears in a certain place, there must be people there, and whenever it leaves, it must be after the people there have been eaten by it. That's right, it will only leave after eating everything. There is no doubt that this creature is a disaster for the human race, especially for the tribe where Lee Su is now. It is undoubtedly a disaster. No wonder my mother is so nervous. No wonder the men and women in the cave are so panicked. Time keeps passing. Finally, it is completely dark outside the cave, and the sky is completely dark. There are more than 100 people in the whole cave. At this moment, there is really no sound, except the sound of breathing. However, at this moment, the sound of gurgling. Gurgling slowly came from outside, one after another, extremely annoying. This sound has great penetrating power, not to mention in this quiet night. Even if you plug your ears with both hands, it can't penetrate in. At the beginning, it was nothing. But after a long time, the sound will not only go back and forth in your mind, but also penetrate into your heart, constantly fluctuating your nerves, making people extremely restless, full of boredom, and affected by it. Soon, the women in the cave began to make sounds, and the men also picked up stone tools and knocked them to fight against the sound. Over and over again. The women's voices were hoarse from singing, and the men's hands were sore from knocking. That blood was flowing out. But no one stopped, because the gurgling sound outside kept coming. After a while, some women stopped and were silent. They sat there straight, their thoughts had stopped, and their minds were affected by the figure. They began to stand up and walk towards the exit of the cave. The hunter called Uncle Azan by Lee Su stood up. He shouted loudly, and several hunters came forward at the same time, without any hesitation, and held down several women. At the same time, a thin man stood up, said a few words to Azan and the others, and walked out of the cave. Although it was almost blocked, there was actually an exit left, and they could barely get out. After a while, accompanied by a scream, the smell of blood rose, and the gurgling sound outside disappeared. Facing this scene, Lee Su, who had been held by his mother and could not move at all, was stunned, completely stunned. What is this? However, not long after the pause, the cry rang again. The men and women fought again. They ignored the beatings and used all their strength until someone couldn't hold on any longer. Another person took the initiative to stand up and climbed out. Just like that, time and time again. Except for the men, who were responsible for going out hunting. There were no weak men in the cave. The women began to stand up and walk out. Lee Su stood there in a daze, his eyes getting bigger and bigger. What is this? As the gurgling sound rang again, Lee Su's eyes turned red, blood red. When did the spirit of all things fall to this point? He struggled, couldn't help it, couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to kill that damn thing, kill it. There is no doubt that, although he was only 5 years old, Lee Su's strength was still terrible, like a calf, so strong that his mother couldn't save him. Faced with this scene, his mother was surprised and happy, and then shouted, "Hold him down." Immediately, several women who usually liked him very much and usually cut the softer parts of the beasts for him to eat came forward and held him down together with the mother, who gave birth to Lee Su. Faced with this scene, no matter how strong Lee Su was, he couldn't fight against several people at the same time. Lee Su raised his head and was furious. He wanted to say something. The next moment, he was directly pinched unconscious. Asterisk 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 one night, very long, really long, so long that it seemed like a lifetime would pass. Finally, when the light of dawn fell, the long night passed, and the light came. The voice of the extremely greedy night demon finally disappeared. Seeing the men dismantling the blocked passage bit by bit with wooden faces, and the women also took out the stored food, and began to prepare with dull expressions, Lee Su was finally released and allowed to move. He stood on the ground, staring at the cave that was originally slightly crowded with more than 100 people, but now there were less than 20 people left. More than 80 people gone. Just like that. It was also because the night demon also needed to rest, and except for the first time, when he ate a full 6 people before stopping, he would stop for a while after eating one, and therefore it took a year-long night to get through. "Leader, what should we do?" "Move. The night demon will definitely come back at night. It won't leave until it eats up everything." As Han was discussing the next step with Lee Su's mother. As his mother spoke, as Han couldn't help but clench his fists. After a while, he nodded. "I'll go and prepare." Moving. Is it easy in such a world? Not easy. If you are not careful, your clan will be wiped out halfway. But what else can you do? The night demon will never leave until it eats up everything. Lee Su stood up slowly. He had no expression on his face and said lightly, "Mother, I'll go out for a while and stand at the door for a while." The woman who suppressed Lee Su for a whole night did not refuse this time. After looking at Lee Su deeply, she nodded. Okay. Step by step, he walked out of the cave. When he came outside, Lee Su's eyes moved and looked directly at the place where the damn night demon was before the night came. It had disappeared and left. Without saying a word, Lee Su's face had no expression, but the deep coldness in his eyes could not be dissolved. Although he was disgusted and had countless complaints, there was no doubt that the people in this cave were his relatives in this world. 6 years, 6 whole years, living together day and night. No feelings. That's fake. What Lee Su couldn't stand the most was not just the killing of the people together, but the night demon itself. In the other party's voice, there was not only the devilish nature that could drive people crazy, but also the emotions of excitement and enjoyment. It likes to eat people, not because humans are easy to kill and don't have sharp teeth and claws. In fact, it is much more difficult to hunt humans than wild beasts, and they will find ways to fight. But it likes the taste of despair. Obviously, the more life struggles, the more desperate it will be when it completely ushers in death. So the more it kills, the less it demands for quantity, only seeking greater despair, and the people who go out later will die for a long time. And it is enjoying it, enjoying the despair inside, by giving pain to the human race. Standing there, Lee Su's anger was getting more and more intense, and his anger almost crushed his chest. With bloodshot eyes, he grabbed the polished stone knife, and jumped down from the hill. He was very fast, like a mountain antelope or a tiger in the forest. Before anyone could react, he rushed down the hill, and rushed into the woods. How dare a furry person like this? Chapter 288 Chasing the Demon. Come back. Ashan couldn't help but yell, and chase him. Don't move, let him go. Leader. Lee Su's mother took a deep breath and shook her head. Last night, the more she suppressed her son, the more she could feel his mood. She knew from his eyes that he was already angry to the limit and couldn't suppress it anymore. If he continued to suppress it, he would go crazy. Ashan, take people to find a new territory and set off before dark. Leader, the survival of the tribe depends on you. As for Lee Su, the woman had heard Deshan talk about his strength. He was not only powerful and fast, but also able to capture some beasts that were very good at sneak attacks. You should know that even an adult male would be killed if he was not careful. Therefore, his talent was beyond imagination and destined to be extraordinary. It was good to go out and vent. He was still young and had not experienced these things. If he couldn't find the target, he would come back naturally. As for finding the night demon, impossible. The legend that has been passed down since ancient times has devoured countless human races. Even some large tribes had to split themselves into countless small tribes in order to avoid its pursuit. This one of them is one of them. Women are not ordinary. They have seen a lot and experienced many things. Being able to become the leader of a clan is not just based on age. She didn't explain anything. As for whether Lee Su would really encounter danger, that's fate. In this era, the least valuable thing is life. She has experienced dozens of days and nights. What else has she not seen through? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Let's not mention that this side began to prepare to find the next place. On the other side, Lee Su. He rushed out in anger and ran directly to the place where the night demon had been, under the huge tree trunk. His eyes were spitting fire and his murderous intent was boiling in his heart. He wanted to kill the other party immediately, but he was also very calm. After all, he was not really a novice. As a hunter, he was not the best, but as a strong man, he had undoubtedly experienced bloody battles, fought many times, and had several experiences of almost dying. He sniffed the air around him gently. That thing had been here for a long time, and the tree trunks were full of its smell. Through the sense of smell, it was captured by more than 360 kinds of smells, which formed its unique breath, which made people sick. Lee Su raised his head and took a deep breath, trying from all angles, and at the same time, he stuck out his tongue to keep trying. The other person didn't leave for long, and didn't leave until it was almost dawn. Not only that, according to his mother who was left, once this thing found the human race, it would not leave until it had eaten them up. In other words, although it was not here, it would not go far. How could such a greedy creature go far? It was impossible for a guy who did things to the extreme to stay away. Soon, Lee Su found the direction through the smell lingering in the air. He ran directly on the tree trunk. He ran very fast, but the movement was not big. His body was very strong, and the 5 senses were just one of them. In fact, the strength was all round. Strength, speed, and reaction were extremely terrible, beyond the level of understanding. From the acquired to the innate, it is not just the flesh, but also the soul. Even if only the soul came, the flesh was also affected, and changed in the direction of his original flesh. The tree trunks and branches now seemed like flat ground in front of him. He walked briskly, using his 5 senses to capture the surrounding environment and fully grasped the environment through his reaction force. The switching between strength and speed reached an extreme, and he ran towards the direction of the smell like the wind. He didn't run very far, about 10 kilometers. Of course, this distance is very fatal for people of this era. Lee Su encountered no less than 3 waves of beasts consisting of more than 10 beasts along the way. It is conceivable what the consequences would be if he suddenly encountered such a team in this forest. He was very careful not to alarm the other party and flew directly on the tree trunks all the way and finally stopped on a larger tree trunk. He exhaled, his eyes flashing. The smell here began to become stronger. Not only that, the light source here became very thin and the forest was too lush. Reaching out his hand, he grabbed the strange poisonous snake on top of his head, which was exactly the same color as the tree trunk, and raised its head, ready to attack him. He pinched the other's heart and used a stone knife to cut off the other's brain together with a poison spring. Lee Su threw the remaining part into his mouth and quickly chewed it raw. This flower snake was as thick as his arm, and its protective color was very strong. Fortunately, he had strong 5 senses, otherwise it would be difficult to find it. The taste was okay, and he was just hungry. He didn't eat much in the past few days, and his stomach was full of anger. Now that he was not far from the goal, he was a little hungry. His nose vibrated, and he didn't go deeper immediately, but found a lot of game nearby, including snakes, mice, leopards, etc. After eating until his belly was round and full of strength, he moved forward again. As soon as he lifted his foot, his whole body tensed up, all the hairs stood upside down, and his tailbone to cervical vertebrae creaked. In an instant, his muscles expanded more than twice, and his calves became particularly thick, as if they were inflated. He bent slightly, and the huge force pressed the branches under his feet deeply. Then his body suddenly tilted to the side. With a swish, something fell from the place where his body was just now, and with a thud, it pierced the tree trunk. The next moment, Lisu's foot bounced and flew 7 or 8 meters away. After breaking several branches, he barely relied on his reflex nerves to stabilize himself and landed on a tree trunk. He suddenly raised his head, his forehead was full of sweat, his eyes were wide open, and his limbs couldn't help shaking. Gilu. Not far away, where he was just now. At this moment, he saw a huge strange bat with colorful feathers, a human face, and claws was at the place where he was just now. The tree trunk was pierced, more than 1 meter wide, and a shocking crack was cut out. There is a beak, but from a distance, that part looks like a nose, and the mouth below is made of feathers. It is a night demon. Its eyes are wide open, without eyelids, and the entire pupil is exposed. With that human-like face, it looks like a person who is unwilling to close his eyes, and is staring at you, which is creepy. It is very big, taller than an adult, about 2 meters and a half, and its breath is extremely strong. When you get close to it, it looks like a mountain lying there. Gurgle. It is the sound that resounded throughout the whole night, but it did not come from the mouth, but from the nasal cavity above the beak. As soon as the sound appeared, it shook the surroundings, and the leaves were shaking and vibrating. The audio is very special, with hundreds of tones in it, some of which some people can hear, and some people can't. It is composed of multiple sounds such as sound waves, ultrasonic waves, infrasound waves, etc. As it keeps emitting, those sounds actually form something like a stand around it, stirring constantly. It didn't attack, but kept jumping around on the tree trunk over there. Its big eyes stared at Lisu, full of interest, and it didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill him. Lisu raised his hand, and he wiped off the blood that slid down his cheek. Although it was fast enough just now, it was still killed by it. His eyes were full of disgust, and he couldn't help spitting. He felt more disgusted than ever before for this thing in front of him. As a creature, its nature is too bad. Whether it was the sudden attack just now, or the jumping behavior at this moment, it was not the behavior that normal wild animals should have. This thing is intelligent, and to a high degree. Through the 5 senses, he can clearly capture the other party's emotions. It is not hungry, nor does it intend to hunt. It just attacked, because it had nothing to do, and wanted to torture him, and get pleasure from his pain. Therefore, the opponent's first attack was just a scratch. That's how it came about. The attack was not on Lisu's body, but on his arm. The opponent wanted to tear his arm off, giving him room to dodge. At this moment, the dancing hair did not launch an attack, but it was constantly sending out nerve-stimulating frequencies through sound to disrupt Lisu's thinking. Thinking of this, Lisu's eyes were spitting fire, and the killing intent continued to rise. Not long ago, it was the same when it was outside. It did not kill the people who went out immediately. It also jumped and made sounds to stimulate and provoke them until the people who went out went crazy, and then it attacked. The screams and wails continued until they were completely dead. Coming out of the cave, there was blood everywhere outside, full of traces of struggle. Killing is not the goal, torture is. He took a deep breath. Its sound is very deadly to ordinary people, and can make people crazy, but it has little effect on him. Just turn off those special frequencies. Therefore, the other party is very careless and looks down on him. He regards him as the person who was forced out by it last night, and can be killed at will, and enjoy the wailing. This is an opportunity. No matter how strong a life is, even if it is a hegemon, when it loses its caution and vigilance and forgets itself, the ending waiting for him is not very good. Lee Su's expression was slightly painful. He kept pulling the branches around him and cutting them randomly. As Lee Su moved, the other party's eyes suddenly showed joy and incomparable happiness. No matter what time it was this that made him love uncontrollably. Lee Su's face was very painful. He kept cutting off branches one after another with a stone knife, cutting off the branches that were in the way and sharpening one end. One by one, Lee Su inserted it into the tree trunk. Finally, the other party's expression was a little wrong, because in Lee Su's mood, it did not feel the breath of comfort and joy. Lee Su moved. He picked up one of them, and his arm muscles swelled instantly. He threw it directly at the other party without hesitation. Before last night, he could easily lift prey weighing more than 200 kilograms. After a night, he was not only taller, but also stronger. With a whoosh, the wooden spear broke through the air, making a sharp sound. Like a sharp arrow fired from a bow, it pierced directly into the other party's head. Lee Su's attack was very sudden. He shot out at the same time as the opponent jumped up. The strange bird was startled. For the first time, its face was no longer looking forward to cruelty, but a little panic. Gilu. It quickly shook its wings and pulled a little higher to avoid the spearhead. Squeak. It dodged a little, allowing the wooden spear to hit its face, avoiding its weak eyes. Its eyes became fierce and very angry. In its eyes, the human race was just a bug that provided it with happiness and enjoyment. How dare they do this to it? This is absolutely unacceptable behavior. However, it was somewhat unexpected. The power of the wooden spear was quite large. Although this world has not yet discovered the way to practice, Lee Su has always been a person who has practiced and knows how to exert the greatest power. His body is also extremely extraordinary. Not only does he have great strength, but he can also control it perfectly. The wooden spear thrown out was really like a 3-stone bow shooting an arrow. It was so powerful that it pierced the face of the strange bird in an instant, and blood splattered. The bird's body was shaken by the blow, and it was in great pain. Stars appeared in its eyes. It flapped its wings in panic, but it couldn't stabilize its body. Lee Su took a deep breath and didn't stop. He grabbed the wooden spears he made one by one, and threw them at the opponent again and again. Squeak. 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 Boom. 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 The sharp wooden spears, driven by extremely powerful force, instantly hit the body of the strange bird, and even pierced its wings, and were nailed to the tree trunk. The strange bird was panicked. It was caught off guard, and didn't expect it to turn out like this. Life, once threatened, no matter how strong and powerful it was the previous second, it will be extremely panicked and frightened the next moment. It should have been easily crushed to death, but suddenly turned around and took a bite. It was poisoned on the spot and twitched all over. It struggled violently. Goowa. Goowa. It was no longer making sounds from its nasal cavity, but opened its mouth and began to scream. Its cry was extremely panic, as if those who were tortured and killed by it had a strong sense of resentment in their voices. Lee Su took a deep breath. His eyes were extremely cold. He did not stop, but retreated more than 10 meters, and continued to make wooden spears with stone knives, one after another, until the tree trunk was full. He picked up the wooden spear and threw it without any hesitation. He kept shooting at the opponent's eyes, mouth, and chest. The strange bird struggled frantically, and its voice was extremely shrill, just like that night, when more than 80 people let out bursts of wailing. It kept dodging, but unfortunately its body was fixed, and it was constantly stabbed by wooden spears one after another. Blood was flowing, and the wounds were getting more and more. The screams gradually became weaker, and the body movements became smaller and smaller, and gradually began to stop moving. Standing not far away, Lee Su looked at the other party quietly. After a while, he continued to cut branches, and continued to make wooden spears. Your breathing, your heartbeat, who are you trying to fool? Lee Su raised the wooden spear, and threw it at the other party's eyes without hesitation. At this moment, the strange bird, which seemed to be dead, suddenly opened its eyes. Its pupils were huge, and it opened its mouth with unparalleled ferocity. Roar. An extremely terrifying roar erupted from its mouth. and in an instant, a huge vibration like a shockwave was formed. With its body as the center, everything was shattered by its roar, and the wooden spear and tree trunk that nailed it were also shattered. It fell down with a thud, and then stood up quickly. Its body shook, and its huge eyes spit out extremely violent emotions, looking at Lee Su with a crazy look. Holding the wooden spear, Lee Su took a breath, and his ears were a little painful. Obviously, they were far away, and had not approached, but they were still a little dizzy. Sure enough, even if he was careless, the opponent was not so easy to deal with. If he could do it so easily, with the combined strength of Uncle Azan and others, how could they be so scared that they could only wait to die in the cave? Although the wings were pierced, because they were too thin, Lee Su could clearly see that not much had been pierced into the body, at least the internal organs were not injured. This thing was indeed careless when facing him, but it was obviously a carelessness with capital. So, how can I kill this thing? Chapter 289, Killing the Demon. Boom. Crack. 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 In the woods, a small figure kept moving through the treetops. Behind him, a huge monster was chasing him. It was a bird with an extremely strange appearance. It kept making sharp calls. The sound was strange and harsh, with a special audio frequency. It was very uncomfortable to just hear it, as if it was scratching glass with a sharp force. It would give you goosebumps just by hearing it from a distance, which made people feel uncomfortable. Facing the creepy figure behind him, and the huge monster that was chasing him, Lee Su's eyes flashed with cold light, and he was incredibly calm. He seemed like an ape, and also like a spirit deer. He used all his limbs like a mountain cat, and he was rolling freely in the woods. His ears caught all sounds, his nose smelled all smells, his eyes counted all images, and his skin received all movements. With a brain that exceeded the limits of humans and extremely terrible reflex nerves, every second that passed seemed as long as several minutes to him. His nerves were vibrating, his heart beat more than 200 times, and his lungs expanded to their limit with every breath. At every moment, Lee Su, who was shuttling through the jungle, could make nearly 30 movements to dodge the pursuit of the strange bad behind him. Go. 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 The strange bad behind him kept shouting, and the cry was extremely rapid. Its mouth was making sounds, and there were audio frequencies like steel needles rioting. Its nasal cavity was also ringing, and the frequency of metal colliding was echoing. There was fire in its eyes, burning wantonly. Every time Lee Su dodged its attack, every time it broke a large piece of tree trunk, the fire in its eyes became more and more high. Provoked, humiliated, and played with, as the king of the dark night, playing with the human race like ants, and finally devouring the absolute predator. The anger was constantly accumulating, and reason was gradually drowned. Only the killing intent was constantly rising. It had never been like this before, being played with by the life it looked down on. It was extremely angry, and it kept making high-pitched shouts. It went all the way, rampant, and destroyed everything in front of it. The tree trunks were broken, the branches fell, and there was a mess wherever it passed. In particular, its sharp voice had the effect of cutting like a steel knife. The tree trunks that were broken by it cracked the next moment, and were chopped into pieces by the sound. Unfortunately, although it was extremely powerful, the ant in front of it, which made it extremely angry and extremely annoying, and wanted to kill it, and devour its flesh and blood, remained unmoved and kept running around, not giving it a chance to get close. The two sides chased and fled, and kept entangled with each other. From the treetops to the bottom of the tree trunks, from the ground to the bushes, Lee Su kept changing his position, passing through the tree trunks, bushes, and protruding stones on the ground, avoiding the pursuit of this creature called the night demon. He took a deep breath, and sweat fell like rain. Even if his dodging method was the best solution and the use of strength was the best, it was obvious that he had only been born for a little over 6 days. No matter how strong and abnormal his body was, it was far beyond imagination. He had the 5 senses of the species limit, and his reflexes were several times and dozens of times more sensitive than wild ones. Facing the crazy pursuit of the behemoth behind him for nearly an hour longer than normal, his physical consumption had undoubtedly reached a limit. His movements began to become unstable and deviated. At this critical moment of life and death, a slight problem would undoubtedly produce a huge chain reaction. Due to the lack of strength, Lee Su also had scars on his body. He rubbed against the branches and blood splashed. He was stained with blood, injured, and his right shoulder was scratched. Facing this scene, the eyes of the strange bat chasing him trembled suddenly. It was excited and excited. The nostrils began to suck vigorously, sniffing the opponent's blood, and past memories began to emerge in the mind. The fragility of life, once injured, is not far from death. It chased harder and louder, trying to force Lee Su into a desperate situation, and kill him little by little. Of course, because it was excited by Lee Su's injury, it did not discover a surprising fact. It should be said that, because it had been hunting humans easily for a long time, and playing with this race at will, and it had to eat up the human race every time it found a place, it did not realize a problem. That is consumption, which is never one-sided, but mutual. Lee Su's physical consumption is huge, so is the consumption of the strange bat less? No, its consumption is greater. Not only is its body huge, but every time it pounces and chases, it subconsciously makes sounds through its mouth and nasal cavity, emitting harsh audio. As we all know, singing is a physical job, and the strange bird needs to inhale and exhale a lot of air to make this kind of sound, which is more consuming than singing high notes and shouting with all its strength. And it has been shouting for an hour, and the whole process, it was singing while running. Lee Su's physical strength is almost exhausted, breathing is very rapid, oxygen can't keep up with the body's consumption, and a lot of lactic acid accumulates in the body. Isn't it the same for the strange bird? It didn't notice that after each attack, the power of its vocal attack was rapidly weakening. Just now, it clearly made a sound from its nose and mouth. Although it was very uncomfortable, it could not form a shock wave, as if it was cut by a steel knife. The tree trunk was simply broken by it, not cut. This scene was undoubtedly captured by Lee Su, who kept running away in front. He was breathing very quickly, very quickly, and he didn't have the extra physical strength to tangle with the opponent. The battle must be resolved as soon as possible, preferably within a few minutes, otherwise even if he wins, it will only be a miserable victory. In this dangerous forest, running out of physical strength is not a good thing. Almost there. Dodging is not the purpose, but to tire the opponent. The thing behind him had been at the level of predators for so long that he developed a hobby of killing. Under normal circumstances, wild animals would never do that. Killing with one blow is the norm for natural animals. When they are dying, even herbivores can burst out with incredible power. Even an eagle can be kicked to death by a rabbit if it is not careful. After dodging the opponent's attack again, the strange bird broke several tree trunks. It struggled to stand up, flapped its wings, and kept scanning its sight to find the target. The strange bird was stunned for a moment. It was not that it did not find the target, but that the target did not run away this time, but rushed towards it. It could not help but raise its head, and its eyes locked on Lee Su. It took a deep breath, expanded its lungs, and was about to make a sound through its mouth and nose at the same time, making a sound that could tear objects apart. Go. It undoubtedly used up all its strength, squeezed with its lungs, and forced the airflow out of its mouth and nose. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, its lungs, which had been accustomed to this way of breathing, did not respond to it this time. They were too tired, too tired. Not only that, the strange bird did not inhale enough this time. It was also tired, very tired. In fact, the air in its lungs was less than 1/30th of the usual amount. It was stunned, and its eyes were bigger than a lantern. Because, using the oral resonance and nasal cavity to burst shock waves, this is its ultimate move, which will consume too much air in the body and produce a short period of stiffness. Just like using the ultimate move, there is stiffness. Under normal circumstances, this is nothing, because the appearance of shock waves will repel and tear the enemy apart. But at this moment, the air it inhaled was obviously insufficient, and its lungs were also in an extremely tired state, which made it directly enter a state of stiffness, which is the state that wild animals cannot have the most. This process did not take long, about 2 or 3 seconds. Therefore, the strange bird, which was stiff all over, looked at the ant falling down, as if it had escaped the gravity of the earth, and stepped on its beak with its feet, and its eyes widened to the limit. Stepping on the opponent's bad beak, Lee Su exhaled, raised his hand and swung it. The stone knife that had been tightly held in his hand swept across the pupils of the strange bird. Swish. Although it was not very sharp, the stone knife, which was obviously harder than the eyes of the strange bird, directly broke its eyes. Then Lee Su bent his knee slightly, and his right hand holding the knife fiercely stabbed into the opponent's right eye that he had cut deep, until his arm was stuck in it, and after stirring it vigorously, Lee Su pulled it out. Blood splattered, and there was white liquid mixed on it. Lee Su jumped off the strange bird, turned around and ran for more than 10 meters before stopping. Go! Screaming wildly, wailing non-stop, the strange bird, whose body was stiff and finally stopped, fluttered violently this time. Not to mention that its sight was taken away. Lee Su's last stab was too deep, although it was still a little distance from its brain. After all, Lee Su was too small, with a total length of only a little over 1 meter, and only a short arm. But not only did the stone knife go in through the eye, but it also turned a circle inside, rupturing countless nerves, and cutting blood vessels. Boom. 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 Life directly entered the final chapter. Even if it had strange abilities, the strange bird, which was a top predator among small bodies, was still like an ordinary creature, crushed by death, struggling wildly, and destroying everything around it. Standing not far away, Lee Su finally let out a long breath. The anger in his eyes cooled down a little bit, and the murderous intent gradually subsided. He raised his hand and took out the part of the strange bird's eyeball that was brought out by the stone knife. It was really a big portion. While thinking, Lee Su threw it directly into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. After shaking off the blood on his hands, he sat directly on the tree trunk, breathing deeply and completely relaxing his body. Very tired, but also very refreshing. The anger, pressure, and murderous intent accumulated last night all poured out. This is good, and the mentality is immediately balanced. Turning his head, Lee Su, who finally had some spare energy, looked at his shoulder. Well, it was a bit miserable. It was cut by a branch. Fortunately, the wound was not deep and the bleeding had stopped. He moved his arm slightly. Although the wound was still a little hot, it did not hinder his movement. Lee Su sniffed a few times with his nose, and did it for a while. He felt that he had recovered a little bit of strength, mainly because his stomach was warm and there was energy gushing out. Not only did he quickly restore his physical strength, but his body actually grew a little bit. His eyes lit up slightly. It was the flesh and blood of the strange bird. It was very nutritious. It was like the highest level of protein, and there were also trace amounts of extraordinary factors in it, which could effectively supplement nutrition and improve physical fitness. This is very good. Although it is not as good as the extraordinary particles that can directly transform people, it is almost the same as a century-old medicinal material. Looking at the strange bird that was still struggling and making a mess around, Lee Su couldn't help showing a curious look on his face. He naturally wouldn't be bored to continue his anger and hatred for the guy who was doomed to die. The last knife had already vented all the anger. At this moment, he was very curious about how the other party could emit this special audio. It was not a magical power, but there was such an organ directly in the body, and he didn't know what it looked like. When Lee Su went down to the ground and found a lot of caves, based on the smell, the injured savages used too much herbs, crushed them with their mouths, and applied them on their shoulders. Listening to the bang bang sound not far away, Lee Su couldn't help but sigh that this thing has enhanced vitality. His eyeballs were stabbed, and it was not an exaggeration to faint on the spot with such severe pain, and it was not surprising to faint directly. After all, the eyes are too close to the brain. As a result, it was almost 5 minutes, and the other party was still alive. The vitality is really terrible. But fortunately, this thing is very strong. When it is about to die, the sound it makes still has that special audio frequency, which is extremely stimulating. Even if the wild animals in the forest smell the blood here, they still dare not approach. At least before it dies completely, there is no problem. I can take some of it back. The other party has eaten so many of my tribesmen, and it is reasonable to be eaten by my tribesmen as a feast. Wait and wait. After a full half an hour, the breath of the strange bird gradually weakened, and there was no life. Lee Su did not move. Not only did he not move, he also stood farther away. Don't ask, the other party is not dead yet. Not only that, it seems to have realized the key to life. This thing is no longer struggling. It is accumulating strength for the last burst. But how did Lee Soo know? After all, the other party's heartbeat can no longer be heard, and breathing has stopped. He doesn't know, but he just has this feeling. After waiting for a long time, the strange bird that had been silent suddenly screamed. A shock wave burst out from its mouth and instantly penetrated out, as if thunder exploded. With it as the center, the area of about 10 meters seemed to be cut into pieces at this moment, and was chopped into pieces. The sound came quickly and disappeared quickly. After this time, the other party was completely dead. Covering his ears, Lee Soo still felt a little dizzy, even though he was quite far away. The cry was even louder than the first time, which was really a bit unexpected. He went forward and soon came to the side of the strange bird. It was completely dead, and he was also going to be there soon. The beasts that were scared away by its cry would come quickly after not hearing its voice for a long time, and attracted by the smell of blood. Therefore, Lee Soo would not have much time. He climbed directly onto its corpse, picked up the stone knife, felt the texture of its skin, and began to process it. He was very fast, avoiding the blood vessels with rich blood, and cut it directly through the skin and muscle texture. The strange bird was very big, standing at 2.5 meters, and its wingspan was probably 5 meters. The difficulty of dissection was not small, and it took him nearly half an hour to cut it open. He took some feathers, mainly from the chest, which were very hard, and then the chicken breast. Unlike before death, it was very elastic and chewy after death, but not so hard. Lee Soo ate while dissecting it, and did not take the internal organs. He took out the heart and liver, and sliced them directly to eat. It was very smooth, tender, chewy, and very delicious. He even had a nosebleed while eating it. He did not care, and looked at the other party's lungs. There were two very strange joints there, which should be the throat. Not to mention that it was very hard. The shape was also very unique, with many small holes on it, and the structure was very strange. This thing should be the reason why the strange bird's voice is so unique! Exclamation mark. Lee Soo blinked his eyes and took it off. It's almost time. Raising his head, he moved his ears and began to catch the movement in the forest. A wild beast began to come over here from the downwind. Because of the headwind, he could not smell the smell, and the distance of the beast was not far. Although there was still a lot left, there was no way. Taking them all away was unrealistic in his current situation. He took off the organs of the strange bird, picked up the feathers and meat tied with soft vines, supported his bulging belly, and took a breath reluctantly. Lee Soo jumped up and climbed directly to the tree, hiding his figure in the shade of the tree. After confirming the direction, he left very quickly, heading towards the place where he came from. Not long after Lee Soo left, a figure appeared, a large number of quadrupeds. When he saw the strange bird, he pounced on it without hesitation, screaming wildly, and began to bite its flesh and blood crazily. After a while, the 400 or 500 kilograms of the strange bird were directly bitten beyond recognition. The feast lasted for quite a while, almost half an hour. There were too many beasts coming, with all kinds of beasts, especially when the wolf-like beasts arrived. They didn't leave any bones for them, and gnawed them cleanly. After about 20 minutes, more quadruped beasts arrived, a total of 10, which was considered a larger group. However, unlike other beasts, they did not immediately come forward to eat, but kept looking around. After a long time, one of them stood up and revealed his true face. It was a human. But how to describe it? Although they were human, they gave people the feeling of being more like beasts. Roar, roar, roar. The man came forward and looked for a moment, then roared loudly, his face full of tears, as if it was not a bird that died, but his father. Suddenly, the other 9 were also roaring, making noises, and shouting non-stop. Soon they scattered in all directions, and took action directly, killing the beasts around without hesitation. The corpses were directly hung up with vines, and the heads were chopped off in anger. After finishing everything, they began to quickly collect the corpse of the strange bird, packed it up, and wrapped it with fur with great caution, then quickly went to the other side, where Lee Soo left with the corpse. The night demon likes to eat people and has a hobby of killing people. Wherever it goes, it will completely kill all the human beings there before leaving. Is this behavior of its really innate? It seems not. Chapter 290 Return Home. Going back was relatively easy. It didn't take long for Lisu to see the hill where he lived from afar. By the way, Lisu knocked out a wolf, which was a bit big, weighing more than 300 pounds, about the same size as a tiger, and carried it all the way back. He was out, and time was running out. The sun had moved a little bit, and it was almost a day. He was faster when he went there, but he was a little tired when he came back, so his speed was much slower. As Lisu returned, there was a sound on the hill. He was too small, and his whole body was pressed under the wolf. A hunting team was dispatched and went straight to him. When they saw that it was Lisu who was holding the giant wolf, the hunting team shouted loudly, with extremely happy expressions on their faces. There was no doubt that Lisu's various performances were not seen even in the hunting team, and he would definitely lead them to glory in the future. Several hunters immediately stepped forward and helped Lisu accept the big wolf. They had smiles on their faces, and even though they had experienced such a desperate thing last night, they still quickly cheered up when they went up the hill, including Lisu's mother. Looking at Lisu, she couldn't help but let out a breath of relief and relaxed a lot. "Are you back?" Lisu nodded. "Mother, take a good rest. The matter of the night demon is over. We will start to clean up later, as Han has already gone to find a new habitat," Mother said immediately, not believing that Lisu could kill the night demon. In fact, she didn't think he could find it. Lisu immediately said, "Mother, we don't have to leave. I found the night demon and killed it." This time, not only the mother, but everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at Lisu in disbelief. "Killed the night demon?" Lisu smiled, took off the package hanging on his back, and took out the vines that tied the night demon's body. Looking at the things in his hand, everyone looked at each other. In this era, there is no such thing as lying. What is said is basically certain. But killing the night demon is too shocking and unbelievable. For a while, many people scratched their heads, not knowing how to describe their feelings. Even his mother looked at Lisu suspiciously. What he took out was undoubtedly the corpse of some creature, but was it a night demon? Lisu smiled and picked up the nasal cavity that he had taken from the night demon. On the way back, he conducted some research, which delayed him a lot of time. The strange sound frequency of the night demon was undoubtedly emitted from these two organs. He put one end of the night demon's nasal cavity, which he had cleaned when passing by the stream, into his mouth, then took a deep breath and blew hard at it. Gilu. A sound like the cry of a night demon sounded, and the sound had an extremely uncomfortable frequency, exactly the same as that of the night demon. In an instant, everyone's face changed, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. If the sound was not emitted from Lisu, and not from somewhere else, they would probably immediately pick up their weapons and fight to the death. Among all the people, only Lisu's mother had a very strange expression. Not only did she not step back, but she took 2 steps forward, staring at the bones in Lisu's hand with wide eyes, and the colors in her eyes were extremely complicated. Lisu smiled and handed the bone to the other party, thinking that the other party wanted to see it. The mother shook her head unexpectedly and turned around and said, "Huo, you go find Shan and ask him to bring people back." "Okay, chief. You deal with the body." She arranged for others to deal with the wolf brought back by Lisu, and at the same time, signaled to the woman beside her, "Collect the feathers and make them into ornaments. Our tribe has a warrior." After that, the mother hugged Lisu in her arms and lifted him up as if he were a treasure. The night demon grows in the south. It is a full egg tribe and the god of the dog tribe. My son hunted it and obtained its power. God bless our tribe. My son has the power of the gods, is blessed by the hunting god, and has the blood of the ancients. As if opening a chatterbox, the mother said a lot of words, and soon everyone came over and knelt down around Lisu with her words. They stretched out their palms and placed them on Lisu's body, with a burning look in their eyes. They shouted loudly, making meaningless sounds, and the way of expressing words finally exceeded Lisu's understanding. The only thing that was certain was that they were very happy. Facing this scene, Lee Su had 1,000 complaints in his heart, but he could only smile dryly. After all, this was the way primitive people expressed themselves. Although he didn't agree with it, he couldn't deny it, right? However, you guys, that's enough. Where are you touching? I'm only 6 years old. Feeling the hand going straight to Xiaosua, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth again and again. He wanted to struggle, but there were too many hands on his body. You know, he specially washed his body when he came back, but it was stained again. Not to mention that he didn't like to be clean. He also liked skin contact very much. I'm drunk too. Surrounded by a group of people with yellow teeth. Even if he turned off his sense of smell, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and fell asleep directly. After a whole day, including killing the night demon, Lee Su was really tired. When he returned home, he naturally fell asleep quickly. After finding Lee Su asleep, everyone soon quieted down. Amu held him in her arms and returned to the cave carefully. When the sun moved a little, Shan came back. He had a lot of blood on him, and the hunting team that went out together was like this. It was not easy to find a habitat. This was not a normal migration, but being targeted by the night demon. Therefore, not only the distance should be far, but also it is best to wade. The wading place can cover the smell and avoid being caught up by the night demon. Leader. After returning, Shan immediately entered the cave. When he saw Lee Su in his arms, he exhaled and couldn't help showing a big smile on his face. The little guy not only came back safely, but also really did it, killing the night demon. At this time, the human race was more struggling for survival and did not have too much thought about hatred, but he was undoubtedly very happy that the night demon died. I'm back, Shan. You immediately have someone prepare enough food for the journey, and we leave here. Huh. Shan was stunned for a moment. The night demon had been killed. Do you still have to leave? Chief, where are we going? Go back. Go back. Well, get ready. Go back to the east. Go back to the east. Chief, can we go back? We couldn't before, but we can now. Amu hugged Lee Su tightly with a smile on her face. Shan was stunned for a moment, and when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw the bones next to Lee Su. His face suddenly changed, and his eyes widened and he said, Chief, what is that? Amu smiled very happily and said, it's a bone tool, and it has the power of the night demon. Shan became excited, and his face showed an extremely hot look. He nodded and said, okay, I'll arrange it right away. Because a large number of people were killed by the night demon, there were only less than 20 people left in the tribe. They prepared quickly, all of them were young and strong. While a hunting team went out to hunt for fresh food, the others quickly sorted it out and packed up the relatively intact animal skins in the tribe. In less than a day, they were ready. Soon, they set off directly, heading towards the direction of the rising sun, leaving the residence, where they had lived for more than 10 days and nights. Many people took a lingering look at their homes behind them, and headed eastward under the leadership of the mountain. After an unknown amount of time, Lee Su finally woke up. He rubbed his eyes a little dazed, then stretched his waist and stood up. After looking at the sun, that had risen a lot, and moved about 2 millimeters, Lee Su blinked his eyes. He had slept for 2 days, and he was really tired. But this sleep was really good, and there was strength gathering in his body. After fighting with the night demon, his physical fitness had greatly improved, mainly due to the opponent's flesh and blood, which contained special substances that made his body stronger. When he got up, Lee Su found that there were 2 bones hanging on his chest. They were strange things of the night demon, which were strung with hair and hung on his neck. Not only that, there was also a piece of animal skin on his chest, which was strung with tendons as a thread and put on his body, and the feathers of the night demon were also sewn in. Is this clothes? Lee Su was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Although Amu and the others also had ornaments on their bodies, they were just ornaments, completely different from his. However, what he was wearing at the moment, although simple, was undoubtedly clothes. What's going on? Awake. Amu's voice sounded right next to Lee Su, very gentle. Lee Su was stunned for a moment and couldn't help turning his head. The next moment he was stunned again, and his confusion became even greater, because Amu also wore animal skins. Not just Amu, but the entire tribe wore them. What's going on? When he woke up, did the level of civilization directly upgrade? Not only that, where is this place? At this moment, they are obviously on a large open space, not on the original hill. Amu, where are we? Go home. Huh. Going home. Lee Su naturally wouldn't ask, shouldn't our home be on that hill? Going there? And from the direction, it was going to the east, which was closer to the habitat of the gods, home, which means that the tribe he was in did not originally live here, but migrated here. Come, eat first. Amu held Lee Su in her arms and handed him the meat of the night demon he hunted. After Lee Su opened his mouth and took a bite, he picked up a piece and gave it to Amu and was also ready to share it with everyone. Amu stopped him, shook her head and said, "Only you can eat this." Huh. It houses the soul of the night demon. Only those who killed it personally are qualified to eat it. Others will be killed by its flesh and blood if they eat it. Lee Su was stunned for a moment, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There is such a saying, but he didn't say anything. Those were all superstitious topics, because in ancient times, people who said this thing would be burned to death. He didn't want to show too much alternative. Until Lee Su was full, Amu looked at Shan, and Shan immediately said, "Let's go." Soon, the team of more than 20 people set off again. Because Lee Su woke up, he didn't let Amu hold him anymore and joined the escort team. Even in the daytime, walking through the forest is still very dangerous. A team of less than 20 people may be wiped out. Obviously, with the addition of Lee Su, who has super 5 senses, things became easier. His induction power is so strong that even animals with protective colors can be captured by him and killed in advance. Setting off again, Shantu couldn't help but let out a breath of relief and felt a lot more relaxed. He felt that this migration was very sure and perhaps no one would die. After all, their number was already very small. The whole team clearly felt the difference brought by Lee Su's awakening. Not only could they easily get on the road, but it also became simple and convenient to get food. Everyone couldn't help but smile. They were extremely happy, their eyes were burning, and they kept scanning Lee Su. This is a warrior. Just one person is enough to protect a tribe and make the tribe strong. Not only that, Lee Su is only 6 years old now, still very young. No, it should be said that he is super young. In the next dozens of days and nights, they will be protected by such an existence. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but smile, and there was hope for the future. Because the number of people was reduced, they walked very fast, from the sun around 7 o'clock to almost 9 o'clock. In almost a month, hundreds of kilometers, and I don't know how many hills they have climbed. Lee Su suddenly stopped, his side slightly moved, and looked at the hill not far away. Uncle Azhan. Someone. Where? Shangshan over there is looking at us. Shan nodded and raised his hand to wave, asking the team to stop, and then said, "Leader." Amu nodded and said directly, "Well, we have entered the hunting range. Wait, someone should come soon." Soon, more than 20 people sat down on the spot. Even though they were primitive people with good physical fitness, they were still tired from such a long journey. They rested on the spot, and it didn't take long for someone to come. They were holding weapons, not stone knives, but spears, stone spears tied with stone tools, and not only that, they were all wearing animal skins, especially the leader, who had feathers on his head and ornaments on his chest, more than Amu, 3 strings of large, medium and small, with all kinds of things hanging on them. There were more than 30 people who surrounded them directly. Immediately, except for Shan, the rest of the hunting team became nervous and picked up their weapons. Lee Su also frowned and looked at his mother. He had been reminding her just now, but she didn't let him take action. Not only that, she looked quite excited at the moment. "Which tribe are you from? Why are you here?" "Who? It's me." Mother stood up and walked out, looking a little nervous. Hearing her name, the leader immediately looked at her. When he saw her appearance, especially the jewelry hanging on her chest, he was obviously stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, "Zhi." Mother took a breath. She knelt down on the spot, touched the ground with her head and said, "Zhi, bring the rest of the mountain back and ask to meet the elders." Soon, others also knelt down and imitated her mother. On the side, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw this. Does this mean that he has to kneel down too? Although it is said that when in Rome, do as the Romans do, there must be a prerequisite, right? That is, there must be at least a person on the opposite side who can make him have to be scared, right? Just when Lisu was hesitating, the man called Who frowned, quickly suppressed the nostalgia in his eyes, and said indifferently, "Zhi, why did you come back? Your father committed a serious crime, which led to the loss of the bone tool held by the tribe. Your tribe was expelled, and you are never allowed to come back." The mother took a breath, raised her head and said, "I know, Who. But the tribe leader once said that, if our tribe can find the bone tool, we can be exempted from the serious crime. Did you find it?" "No. Zhi. For the sake of our ancestors, I will not kill you. I will give you 100 breaths and leave immediately." Who, although we did not find the lost bone tool, my child, although he has not been named yet, has the blood of Gu in his body, and is favored by the hunting god. Not long ago, he killed the night demon, showered the blood of the gods of the four-legged lineage in the dog clan, became a warrior, and obtained the bone tool of the night demon. As the mother's words fell, the person opposite couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Killed the night demon, and also got the night demon's bone tool? Soon, Whose eyes moved and looked at the only boy standing, Lisu. When he saw the decorations on the other party, especially the very special bone hanging on his chest, he couldn't help but take a breath. Bone tools have mysterious power and are unique. The bone hanging on the other party's chest is very obvious and unique. As mentioned before, primitive people rarely cheat on purpose, especially now. Zhi was expelled and came back without finding the bone tool. That was a violation of the ancestral law and would be killed. His body would be thrown to wild beasts, and his soul would never return to the embrace of the great ancestor. Kill the night demon with just such a child? Before Who could speak, a young man jumped out from the crowd opposite, holding a bone spear, and rushing directly towards Lisu. Hunting the night demon, and obtaining the bone tool, in their tribe, that is a well-deserved warrior, the strongest. Now there has been no warrior in the tribe for a long time. A sinner who was punished and expelled actually said that he had trained a warrior. What is this? Although Who didn't think Zhi would lie about this, it didn't mean that others thought so. In fact, after hearing this, the more than 30 hunting teams surrounding Lisu and his team showed disbelief on their faces and looked at Lisu with suspicion. Who saw this scene, didn't say anything. He was also very curious. Killing the night demon and obtaining the bone tool was something he couldn't do. The child was obviously not yet grown up. How did he do it? The young man who rushed out had flashing eyes and his mind was turning. He didn't believe that Lisu could kill the night demon, but the bones hanging on the other's chest were undoubtedly real, and they should be bone tools. Suddenly, he had the intention to kill. Although the ancients were simple, they were not innocent, so he rushed out and made a decision. Kill this child. There are not many bone tools in the tribe, and they all belong to someone. Not only that, Zhi, he heard his father mention that the two sides had a grudge and had fought before. When the other party was in trouble, he did not take action. Now that the other party has brought back the bone tool, he will definitely get special treatment and be on par with their tribe. This is not a good thing. So, he moved the spear tip and stabbed it towards Lisu's chest with great force, trying to penetrate him and nail him to death. Feeling the opponent's malice, Lisu frowned and did not hold back at all the power of the spear tip. This was not a test, but a real attempt to kill him. So, Lisu also took out his stone knife, and after feeling the opponent's strength, he bluntly hit the opponent's stone spear with a stone knife. Lisu did not dare to collide head-on with the night demon because of the huge difference in size. The man in front of him was quite strong, but his strength was only about 100 pounds. Although he wanted to kill him, he looked down on him and did not use all his strength. With a thud, the young spear was knocked off by Lisu. Not only that, the unimaginable force made his hands numb. Lisu reached out and grabbed the opponent's hand. It would be a bit bad to kill him directly, so he beat him half to death first. Boom. He pulled it directly and punched the opponent's waist. With a loud bang, the opponent's waist collapsed on the spot. Lisu did not stop and grabbed the opponent's hand and pulled it back again. Boom. 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 One punch, and another punch. The sound was like beating a drum, and it directly deformed the opponent. A mouthful of blood spurted out on the spot, and he was beaten unconscious by Lee Soo. Suddenly stopped, looking at the guy who was breathing out more than breathing in. Lee Soo's mouth twitched. Oh no, he didn't stop. He was almost dead. After all, he didn't have the habit of showing mercy when dealing with enemies. Throwing the man away, Lee Soo looked at his mother embarrassedly. Miserable. It was a nuisance. This trip home seemed to be going wrong. Hiss. Who and others gasped. When the young man adjusted the stone spear, they realized that something was wrong, especially Who. Remembering that the other party and the ZHI tribe were not on good terms, they thought that the child might be killed. As a result, it was the young man who was beaten to death. Suddenly, the scene became awkward. What to do? Make trouble for the child? Just kidding. Not to mention that the young man had the intention to kill and was not dead yet. And the child's movements showed that he was an extremely ferocious cub. How strong would he be when he grew up? Even a large tribe like this did not have such a genius. Who took a deep breath and waved his hand. Come on, notify the elders and take that idiot away. ZHI, take your child and follow me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 The Gu Clan. To the east of where Lee Soo and his team were, there was a village surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, which looked like a crescent from top to bottom. There were many houses inside, which were made of thin and long green grass tied after drying. They were built on tree trunks and stood in the air. There were hundreds of them scattered here. If there were 3 people in one house, there would be about 2,000 people living here. In the tribal era, it was very difficult to develop like this. In the center of the village, a huge animal skin was hung on the tree crown, and patterns that looked like pictures and words were engraved on the animal skin. There were 7 pictures in total, and each one represented a god. One of the pictures was the largest, and it showed the appearance of a god holding a weapon. That was the main god worshipped by this tribe. At the bottom of the picture, there was another pattern. There was a 10 on the top and a mouth on the bottom, but the 2 vertical lines on the mouth were protruding, and the bottom was curved. This was also Gu, the clan name of this tribe. There was a thatched house under the animal skin, the largest in the entire tribe, and it was also the place where the Gu clan discussed. At this moment, more than 20 people were sitting inside. There were 4 old men, and the rest were all middle-aged. They represented the 4 strongest bloodlines of the tribe, and 20 hunting teams. The strongest one was Cheo, with the largest population, nearly 700 people, accounting for 1/3 of the total population. Then came G, D, and U. Among them, G had the strongest combat power, and 7 of the 20 hunting teams in the village were his. Then came He, who had 5 in the hunting team, about the same as Cheo. Finally, there was U, who had only 3 hunting teams, and there were more women in the tribe, because something happened a long time ago, which hurt their vitality. At this moment, they were discussing the issue of sending a team to the south. 4 days and 3 nights ago, the god of heaven they worshipped, fought with the god of beasts, and the god of heaven won, and expanded his territory. This is a good thing. The territory of the god of heaven has expanded, and the range of hunting that the tribe can do has also been strengthened. This time is especially true, because there is a river in the place where they took down, which is an extremely fertile place. Not to mention the water source, it is running water, there are big fish in the water, and the food is extremely rich and readily available. If they could take it, it would be a huge boost for the tribe that still didn't know how to farm. They could expand the tribe and increase the population. The Gu clan had been here for more than 60 days and nights, but the population had always remained at around 2,000. They were limited by resources and could not develop. Now that they had the opportunity, they naturally wanted to expand themselves. Obviously, such a place was also coveted by others. This place was the territory of the beast god, and the beast god also had humans and full-egged tribes under his command. Although the full-egged clan did not occupy it, they also regarded it as their pasture, and naturally did not want to let the Gu clan occupy it. Therefore, around that river, the two tribes fought several times and shed a lot of blood. Today's meeting was naturally about increasing the intensity, and each tribe sent a hunting team to the other side of the river. Cheo, G, and he were fine. Even if they sent out 2 hunting teams, it was still nothing. But the cormorants were different. They originally only had 3 hunting teams. If they were divided into 2 teams, there would be only 1 hunting team in the tribe. They also had a large population, and 1 hunting team was too much pressure. In addition to the above problems, there is another problem, that is, the God's Day is coming, and people must be sent to participate. There have been many arguments about these 2 things. At this time, a member of the hunting team ran in. For a moment, the people of the 4 veins could not help but look at him. The hunting team members immediately told what happened. ZHI is back. Suddenly, the eyes of the old man of the 4 veins were shocked. ZHI was from his lineage. His father was the strongest warrior of the cormorant, and he was also his son. However, because of carelessness, he caused the loss of the Gu family bone tool and was punished. His bloodline was expelled from the Gu family. Unless the lost bone tool is found, he is not allowed to come back. That incident not only caused the cormorant to lose its strongest warrior, but also many people were driven out. They were all his bloodline. This caused the cormorant, whose population was not large, to be seriously injured, and has not recovered until now. The old man frowned and looked extremely unhappy. Although he was his son, his carelessness not only caused the Gu family's combat power to plummet, but also caused great harm to the cormorant lineage. While sad, he hated it even more. He asked, what did she come back for? Did she find the lost bone tools? No, but ZHI came back with a group of people. There was a boy among them who had 2 bone tools. ZHI said that was her child, who was protected by the gods. He killed the night demon, and gained its power. As soon as the words fell, the whole thatched house was silent. Night demon. They knew about this creature. It was the offspring of the beast god, a hybrid. It inherited power from its father, and mastered the power to seduce people's souls. It was very scary. There was a case where a tribe of thousands of people was eaten by it. It was a full-egged lineage and the ancestral spirit worshipped by the dog clan. That kind of existence, even an adult hunting team, could not defeat it, and would be killed by it. Nonsense. There must be a limit to lying. Drive them away immediately, and kill them, if they don't leave. Cormorant was angry. How could he believe such a thing? A boy killed the night demon. How could that be possible? Only warriors who did not appear in 100 days and nights could do such a thing. How could a group of expelled criminals be protected by the gods and gain such power? Elder, the young man is carrying a bone tool, which is wrapped in divine power. Immediately, you were stunned. There really is a bone tool? Bone tools are different from ordinary things. They are unique to the descendants of the beast god. They carry the power of their fathers and ancestors, and can be distinguished at a glance. 2 bone tools. No wonder ZHI came back. Although he failed to find the lost bone tools, the bone tools themselves have the same value. Now that he has brought back 2, it is naturally considered that he has found the lost bone tools and can return to the Gu family. You thought about it, turned his head, and looked at Cheo and the others and said, since the bone tools have been brought back, ZHI has cleared the charges of her father's crime. Let her hand in the bone tools immediately. The other 3 old men looked at each other. They didn't say anything. The main reason was that the bone tools were treasures and extremely important to the tribe. Bringing back 2 would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the Gu family. Now, there are only 5 bone tools in Gu's family, 2 of which were there when the village was established. In more than 100 days and nights, only 3 more were added. Therefore, even though the strongest warrior of the cormorant lost 1, he was also severely punished. However, someone in the middle-aged had a flash of eyes. He was from the He lineage, and he had once had a grudge with ZHI's father. They thought that lineage was completely finished, but unexpectedly, after 10 days and nights, the other party's daughter turned over and picked up the bone tool to return to Gu's family. That's right, picked it up. In fact, one of the 3 bone tools added by Gu's family was picked up. That's why Cormorant asked ZHI to hand over the bone tool, because he didn't think that the other party killed him. for a night demon, let alone a child. Even if Gu could find the other party and the hunting team surrounded him, they would have to pay a heavy price to kill him. A child? How is it possible? Yes. The hunting team member nodded. He raised his head and did not leave, but looked at a man in the middle-aged who belonged to the He lineage, that is, the one who had a grudge against ZHI's father. Why don't you retreat? Report to the elder. When ZHI brought people back, because he said that his son was protected by the gods and hunted the night demon, the team members did not believe it, and the son of leader Ku, Heyo, attacked him, thinking that he was lying, and wanted to kill the child with the bone tool. In an instant, Yu's pupils shrank, and his face changed immediately. He turned his head and looked at Ku. He knew that the other party had hatred for his son, but when his son was driven away, Heyo was not born yet. He was his youngest son, who was born 8 days and nights ago. Facing Yu's sharp eyes, Ku shrugged and smiled. Elder Yu, this is not my son's fault. After all, ZHI said so. Her child should be very strong. If it is not a lie, then my son will be injured, right? As Ku spoke, many people looked at each other and did not speak. In the tribe, the strong are naturally respected. If you talk big and get beaten to death, you deserve it. The face of the Heilongjiang hunter turned cold, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. He took a breath and said, "Go, bring the person back. If the child is dead, bury him outside." Being beaten to death for lying was a great shame for the ancients, and he was not qualified to be buried in the ancient clanland. The kneeling hunting team member had a very strange expression at this moment. He didn't leave, and said again, "Elder Heilongjiang, Lord Ku, in fact, the person who was beaten was not the child, but Heyo, and he was seriously injured, and is being treated." In an instant, Ku's smile froze, and Heilongjiang was also stunned. "Huh? What did you say?" Ku stood up directly, his eyes were cold and angry. If his son beat the other party to death, Ku would not care. He would only laugh and say that the other party lied and deserved to be beaten to death. Now it's the other way around, and he naturally can't stand it. Heyo, but among his many sons, is the most talented. He joined the hunting team in just 8 days and nights, and he will definitely be the hunting leader in the future and can inherit his position. Dare to hurt my son, you're looking for death. He got furious and wanted to go out and kill the child who injured his son. Ku, do you think I'm dead? He spoke, his eyes were also cold. If he was really beaten to death for lying, he deserved it, and he wouldn't say anything. But now that Ku's son was killed, it undoubtedly showed that the child was very strong. Even if he couldn't kill the night demon, he must be a genius. Now the cormorant lineage is the weakest, and the children born in recent years have mediocre performance. 2 of the 3 hunting teams have captains who are already very old, but no one can replace them. Strong children are very important to the cormorant lineage. What's more, if he failed to kill someone and was killed in return, he deserved it. As Cormorant finished speaking, the 3 captains of the cormorant lineage looked at Ku at the same time with unfriendly eyes. Not to mention that ZHI belonged to the cormorant lineage, and ZHI's father was the pride of the cormorant lineage. Ku paused, his eyes were also cold, and he looked at his own clan leader. "Elder He, my son is a genius of the He clan. He joined the hunting team in 8 days and nights. He is strong, and not weaker than adult hunting team members. Now the hunting team can take down his hunting team members head on with no more than 2 hands. I think the other party must have used some tricks to sneak attack my child, otherwise my child would not lose. He had a grudge against ZHI's father. Now that his son was seriously injured, he would naturally not give in." He frowned, mainly because this guy just said too much. Now that his son was injured, he was anxious. At this moment, not only did the other clans look contemptuous, but even the hunting leader of the He clan frowned. "Enough, Ku, don't make trouble." "Making trouble? I'm making trouble?" Ku opened his eyes wide and looked at He in disbelief. His face turned red in an instant, his eyes were red, and he wanted to say something. "Leader Ku, your child is dying. He has been vomiting blood. He is too seriously injured." A voice rang from outside. It was obvious that, although he was sent for treatment, how cruel was Li Su? There is no saying that he would not hold back when dealing with the enemy, and his fighting skills are extremely high. The power of his fist is no worse than that of a sword or a gun. One punch can directly penetrate the internal organs. After several consecutive heavy punches, the outside looks fine, but the inside is all broken by him. With the current medical means, unless a miracle happens, there are 3 words: no hope. Suddenly, many people present frowned. Although Ku's son's attack was a little wrong, ZHI's son actually killed him directly. You have to know that the other party was a criminal before, and it was a bit too much to kill him just after returning to the tribe. Ku let out a roar like a lone wolf. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at you. After a moment, he said, I, Ku, swear that I will never give up until ZHI's son is dead. After that, he turned around and left the hut directly. As the other party left, you looked at he, and the other party's face was very ugly. Not to mention Ku, Heo himself was a genius of the He vein, and being beaten to death like this was undoubtedly a loss for the He vein. He didn't say anything. The hatred started from his father's generation, and now it has become a dead end, with no room for redemption. He gave orders. After all, he was his own blood. Although he got into trouble when he came back, the main reason was still on Ku's side. No wonder his grandson was beaten to death for talking big. He deserved it. Similarly, he deserved to be killed for killing people. Go and bring the people back, and arrange for them to live first. Before he finished speaking, an anxious voice sounded. Elders, is it over? Including Cheo. Their faces were a little dark, and they couldn't help shouting angrily. What happened again? Team leader Ku took his sons, caught the returning hunting team members, and asked for directions, and went out with weapons. How dare you? At this moment, the 3 elders were angry, and his face was extremely ugly. Indeed, the young son's behavior was excessive, but it was your son who put his life there, and he couldn't say anything if he was beaten to death. Now he directly took his son out with weapons? What is he going to do? Catch up immediately, and bring Ku back to me. He looked directly at the 4 leaders of his lineage and said angrily, you go too. He looked at the hunting leaders of his lineage, but his face was anxious. Yes. The 7 leaders immediately stood up and rushed out. So the question is, can we catch up? Of course not. Everyone's strength is about the same, and they are walking at the same speed of 80 miles per hour. How can we catch up? Asterisk 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 outside, Lee Su, who had been waiting for a long time without any results, was a little bored. He picked up the weapon of the guy who was most likely to be killed by him, and looked at it. The stone spear is also a kind of stone tool. However, how to say it? Unlike the stone knife, this thing feels strange in the hand. It feels very uncomfortable and awkward. If I describe it in words, it is not as good as the wooden spear he made. Facing this feeling, Lee Su couldn't help frowning, feeling a little strange. Although he is not a weapon master, his talent is there. It is normal for him to be proficient in it as soon as he gets started. This is the first time he feels so unfamiliar. It is better to use it with bare hands. Amu and the others are still kneeling, which makes Lee Su helpless. He glanced at the sun on the delivery and moved a little. It has been almost an hour. It can be settled with just one sentence, right? As for... Suddenly, Lee Su turned his head and looked at the place where the young man who was almost killed by him left. 4 figures ran quickly. They ran very fast. They can run 100 meters in less than 7 seconds, right? It can be considered a sprint. As they approached quickly, several people had murderous intent. Strong murderous intent. Target? Myself. Hiss. Lee Su took a breath. What's going on in this village? Who did he offend? Why are there waves of enemies? Soon, the 4 people arrived. The leader looked at Lee Su and the others fiercely. His eyes first swept over Amu, and after a touch of incomparable hatred and cruelty, he looked straight at Lee Su. Child, with a bone tool, I want you to pay for my son's life. With a roar, the faces of the surrounding hunting team members changed in an instant, and the face of the leader who also changed drastically. Ku moved, and the 3 sons who followed him also moved, with blood in their eyes. My dear brother was killed by someone. Can you bear this? No. As expected of a father and son, or a hunting team, they cooperated really well, and joined forces. except for retreating. The road was completely blocked by them. They were undoubtedly very strong, especially under the joint attack. The attack power was even higher than some hunting teams. The combination of 4 people was more powerful than 10 people, as if they had a telepathic connection. The father and son went into battle together, and I don't know how many large beasts were killed by them. Heyo, rest in peace. Dad, send him down immediately to apologize to you. Not only him, but all the people in this lineage will be buried with you. HMM. Very strong. Facing the siege of 4 people, Lee Su gave this comment. It must be said that the cooperation was exquisite. If the father and son in the previous life, plus the one who should have been killed by him, were 5 people, it is estimated that there was an opponent. Lee Su's ears were shaking, his eyes were flashing, his breathing was jumping, his skin was vibrating, and his super 5 senses were activated. In an instant, he absorbed thousands of kinds of information in this space and captured everything. His brain began to analyze and simulate at high speed, calculating all the trajectories, and then implanted them into his super reflex nerves. In an instant, 5 people crossed each other. One body flew out, his right arm was broken into 2 sections, and his shoulders collapsed. There were 3 more in a line, pierced by stone spears. The powerful stone spears directly penetrated the 3 people until they stopped at the big tree several meters away. They were pierced through their bodies and passed through the cracks in their bones. Their hearts were pierced on the spot. Although the angles were different, they were made into skewers and nailed to the tree trunks. At this time, screams appeared. It was Ku. He was sweating profusely, his face was full of pain, and his eyes were full of disbelief. His arm was broken, and he didn't know how it was broken. He fell to the ground, in great pain, with goosebumps all over his body, and cold sweat dripping down. However, when he couldn't help twitching, and wanted to roll over, his sight fell on his sons. 3 sons, the only 3 sons after Heyo's death. They were pierced by a spear and nailed together. The man holding the stone spear was the one he wanted to kill with hatred and anger. Immediately, he even forgot the severe pain, and looked at Lee Su in disbelief, who was holding a spear in one hand, and nailing his 3 sons to the tree trunk. How could this happen? My sons. After a moment, Ku couldn't help but scream. He was almost crazy. His bloodline was cut off and all his sons were dead. No, why? How could a mere child be so strong? He screamed madly, his heart was in great pain and he couldn't understand it at all. However, when he saw the bone tool hanging on Lee Su's chest, a sentence inexplicably appeared in the depths of his mind. My son is blessed by the gods. Kill the night demon, and take his bone tool. Is that true? Hiss. This scene made Hu and others dumbfounded, shocked, and scared. They saw the means to kill Heyo, and didn't think there was anything special, especially Hu. He could do it easily. But he killed Ku and his sons in an instant, and he found that he only saw a little bit of what happened just now. Looking at Lee Su in a daze, who took a breath of cold air. This was really terrifying. Really, a warrior who killed the night demon alone. Chapter 292 Warriors. Standing there, Lee Su blinked his eyes, with a puzzled look in his eyes. If he could kill the night demon alone, then the guys who ran out would be no problem. With his 5 senses being supernormal, even if he didn't have extraordinary powers, his strength could be said to be beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Looking at the 3 people who couldn't say a word, and whose expressions were painful and twisted, Lee Su let go of the stone spear in his hand. He scratched his head, quite confused. According to his original idea, it should have pierced the hearts of the 3 people, and knocked them unconscious. He didn't know why the stone spear was not easy to use. Although it pierced their hearts, it didn't kill the 3 guys immediately. It's not easy. Why? Question mark? He turned his head and looked at the guy named Ku who was lying on the ground. This one was also hit on the head, but he didn't know why it was off and hit the shoulder. Lee Su, was not cruel and didn't like to torture and kill. He just killed the enemy. What's this half-dead guy? Kill him. It's a bit difficult to do. After all, the other party came to kill him, and he killed him on the spot, which is more or less reasonable. Now the other party's arm is broken. With his strength, the place where he hit was the tip of the stone spear. The bones are basically broken into pieces. If he wants to survive, he has to cut off his entire right hand. Otherwise, the broken bones in his arm, plus the blood that he killed, will flow back, and he will basically die. Thinking of this, Lee Su turned his head and looked at his mother with a questioning look in his eyes. Should I go up and kill him? The strange thing is that his mother actually moved. She looked at Ku, who was twitching. His face was blue, and he looked like a dead person. A trace of disappointment flashed in the depths of her eyes, and then she looked at Lee Su. Her eyes were soft, and she shook her head gently. Oh, don't kill? Then don't kill. Lee Su picked up a stone spear on the ground, took it in his hand, and returned to the team. He held this thing, his face full of discomfort. Why? He could say that the previous spear had material problems, but the next one was still the same. Very awkward, as if this thing rejected him. Lee Su walked to his mother and said, "Mom, why is it that the stone knife is fine to use, but this stone spear feels wrong? It doesn't obey." The mother was stunned for a moment, then she laughed and said, "When we were expelled, the tribe had not yet received the blessing of the god of this weapon, so you naturally couldn't use it." Lee Su was stunned. What does that mean? Child, do you remember that we didn't wear clothes at the beginning? Lee Su nodded. Because at that time we were still criminals, not Gu Clan, without the blessing of the gods, so we couldn't wear clothes, and the related memories and methods of use were all unavailable. After you killed the night demon, seized its power, and brought back its bone tools, our sins were washed away, and we once again had the identity of Gu Clan. The blessing of the gods that originally protected Gu Clan was activated, so we could wear clothes. The weapon you are holding now is the new protection of Gu Clan. Before we return to our ancestral land and obtain the qualification to worship the gods, we can't use this weapon. Listening to the explanation of his mother, Lee Su couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn, a stone spear. You need the blessing of the gods to use it? Was it like this in the era when Suren made fire? Lee Su was a little confused, which means that in the future Suren will find the god of fire, be blessed by him, and obtain fire. This sounds boring, right? Human beings move towards civilization and ignite the brilliant fire. In this world, it is given by the gods. In other words, it can be taken away. Lee Su nodded, with a strange look on his face, mainly because he was very curious. If he tried to make fire by drilling wood without the permission of the gods, would he succeed? After all, primitive people didn't know about fire, so how could modern people like him know it? Before Lee Su could practice, another person came over from a distance. He came very quickly, and his hand was no worse than that guy named Ku. Coming again. Lee Su was surprised. There were many people this time, 7 in total, and all 7 of them were about the same strength. He looked down at the stone spear and put it aside, then picked up the stone knife. Although he had amazing 5 senses, the stone spear with obvious problems was still very troublesome to use. Although even if it was troublesome, it would not be a problem to defeat it. But if the grass is not cut by the root, the spring breeze will blow again, which is very annoying. Before he could move, his hand was held down by his mother. She gently pulled Lee Su's hand and stood up. She looked at one of the people coming from afar and said, "Second father, ZHI. He was from the lineage of Yu, and was Yu's second son, that is, the younger brother of ZHI's father." He was obviously nervous, but suddenly a touch of joy appeared on his face. He was sweating profusely. He thought he could not catch up, but he did not expect that the eldest brother's daughter who ran over was actually fine. He rushed over with a big laugh and opened his mouth to say something. The moment he landed, his expression froze because he saw Ku and Ku's 3 sons. Ku's arm was broken and he fell to the ground. He was seriously injured. His 3 sons were even worse. They were directly gone. They were strung together and nailed to the tree trunk. They were no longer alive, only blood dripping. Hiss. He took a breath of cold air. What's going on? The 6 people who rushed over behind also changed their faces. Ku was crippled. All his sons were killed. Who did it? They couldn't help but look at who was also one of the leaders of the hunting team and belonged to the Chao lineage. Because it was his turn to be on duty today, he did not attend the clan discussion. Who swallowed his saliva and looked at the child led by ZHI, a child who looked no more than 7 days and nights old. In this world, Children need to grow up for 9 days and nights before they are considered adults. At most 7 days and nights. There is no doubt that the child's hair is not even complete. As a result, not only did he kill Heyo, who joined the hunting team at the age of 8 days and nights, but also Ku, who was the leader of the hunting team at the age of 15 days and nights, and his 3 sons were all killed by him at the first sight. If ZHI hadn't shaken his head and fell to the ground and fainted due to excessive grief and the severe pain of a broken shoulder, Ku would probably not have survived and would have been stabbed to death by him. Too fierce, too fierce. The scene where Lee Su nailed Ku's 3 sons to the tree trunk with a gun directly struck the hearts of everyone present. Looking at the bone tool hanging on his chest, although there were more than 20 people surrounding Lee Su, in fact, they were all shaking in their hearts. Ruota's words were true. Her son, who didn't have a name yet, really killed the night demon. No kidding, their group of people were not enough for the other party to kill. That was a warrior. The night demon, the Gu family can kill it. With the bone tool, 10 teams besieged it and paid a certain amount of casualties. But if it was a warrior, even if there were 20 teams with several bone tools, they would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. After all, although the night demon is powerful, it is still just a beast. Warriors are different. They will use tools, such as the bone tool hanging on the child's chest. Warriors, only warriors can fight. But unfortunately, there are no warriors in the Gu family now. At this moment, ZHI's father's younger brother couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He glanced at the child who should call him second grandfather in terms of status with a little horror. ZHI, your son. Well, second father, he is my child, loved by the gods. He can drink blood and live by himself when he is born. He can walk in 1 day and run and jump in 1 night. He joined the hunting team in 3 days and 2 nights and can kill Black Mountain cats independently. On the 3rd night, we encountered a disaster and were targeted by the night demon. 87 people of the tribe died in 1 night. The next day, my son chased after him in anger, found and killed the night demon in a short time, stained his blood to avenge his tribe, and took his flesh and blood and bone tools back. ZHI's face showed an extremely proud look. She was infinitely proud of her son. There was a gurgling sound. Except for the people around ZHI, everyone in the Gu family couldn't help swallowing their saliva and looked at Lee Su in disbelief with their eyes wide open. 3 days and nights? In other words, this guy is only a little over 6 years old? Question mark? I'm a bitch. Can he kill the night demon at the age of 6? Get the bone tool? Got, is this a human? But if you look closely, you will find that, although this child is big, he is obviously different from a normal 14-year-old child. For example, the teeth in his mouth are obviously milk teeth and have not completely fallen out. Then there is his hair, which is too short. I guess it is much worse for a 14-year-old child. Moreover, it is unlikely that ZHI dared to say this. At least as ZHI's second father, he can feel his daughter's emotions. He turned his head and said directly to one of the 2 hunting leaders of the cormorant lineage, Fu, you go back and inform your father first. Yes. After watching the other party leave quickly, he walked forward with a smile on his face and said, ZHI, can I hug you? ZHI smiled and nodded, looking at Lee Su and said, child, this is your second grandfather. Lee Su's eyes twitched, and he was a little confused. How should he react? Can't he reach out to hug him? Oh my god, how old is he? The total age is probably almost 2000 years old. How can he do such a thing? The other party did not let Lee Su really do that action. After getting his consent, he could not wait to reach out to Lee Su. Seeing that Lee Su did not attack, his mouth suddenly split open, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and he immediately picked Lee Su up. He touched Lee Su's bone slightly, and the next moment his eyes lit up. He was so happy that he could not help but shout, the Gu family has a warrior. The 6 hunting leaders' eyes lit up when they heard this. Although they were not as experienced as the elders at this level, they could still feel something by touching the bones. In an instant, everyone's face showed an extremely ecstatic look. Perhaps, the Gu family had a fight, and the 4 bloodlines often had conflicts because of some interests, and there were rifts between them. But now it is different. Warriors are never from a certain faction, but undoubtedly from a family. Hugging Lee Su tightly, the second grandfather smiled excitedly and said, "Let's go, ZHI, go home." ZHI couldn't help but smile when he heard this, and tears fell. Behind her, Shan and others who had been silent all this time were also in tears, so excited that they could not restrain themselves. They were going home, they could finally go home. Asterisk 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 elder. In the Gu clan tribe, VIP rushed back, running back and forth. Even he was a little tired, sweating and panting. What happened? He was the first to be unable to sit still, stood up and asked loudly. Ku brought his 3 sons to kill ZHI's son, but was killed by ZHI's child. Ku's right arm was broken, and his 3 sons were pierced by his stone spears and nailed to the tree trunk. When we arrived, Ku had fainted, and his 3 sons were confirmed dead. What? He couldn't sit still anymore. His face changed drastically, and he stood up directly. In fact, it was not just him. Everyone's face changed at this moment, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes. It was nothing that Heo was killed. After all, although the other party was a genius, he was still young and his strength was still shallow. Ku was different. He was the leader of the hunting team, and one of the top 20 in the tribe. His 3 sons were also different. They were all formal team members, and ranked among the top in the team. Although he was destined to be a team member, and could not be a leader, because of his age, he was not weak. Moreover, the 4 of them were father and son, and their combined strength was extremely strong. It was difficult for a team of 10 to defeat them, and both sides would suffer losses. Therefore, in the Gu clan tribe, Ku was considered a very strong leader. Now he was killed by a child? It was simply unbelievable. Elder, she said. What did she say? Her child was able to drink blood and live when he was born. When he killed the night demon, he was only 3 days and 3 nights old. Now it's only the 4th day. Everyone was numb, the kind of numbness that made their scalps numb. Less than 7 years old? What was that? Not even a child, but a cub, an age that could die at any time, with no hair and no teeth. Taking a deep breath, you looked at Cheo and the others. He said in a deep voice, "Warriors are born extraordinary." Cheo clenched his fists and said, "Warriors have rare divine powers." Ji said, "Warriors grow very fast." He was shocked, his eyes flashing. Warriors can prosper a clan and bring glory to a clan. Go. He couldn't sit still, really couldn't sit still. At first, he thought it was fake, so no one cared, but if he was real, if the child was really a warrior, then it would be different, completely different. Love, hate, and hatred? In the face of the development of a clan, it's not important. It's not important. Why is the Gu clan limited to 2,000 people, and there is no increase in dozens of days and nights? It's not just that there is not enough food, but more importantly, the lack of combat power. It's not just the enemy of the full-egged beast god. In fact, there are also fights between the tribes on the side of the god of heaven. In short, it's not enough strength. For example, the river in the south, such as the day of the god of heaven soon, there are not enough people, not enough combat power. The main reason for the argument is that sending people out will result in casualties, which will greatly weaken themselves, and it is not certain that they can be won. The full-egg tribes have ancestral spirits, and other tribes have bone tools. Once a fight breaks out, if the damage is severe, the Gu clan will most likely be targeted, and it is not impossible for the clan to be exterminated. This era is so realistic. However, at this time, the Gu clan has warriors. All hatred can be put down. Warriors not only represent strength, but also represent countless interests. In front of this interest, everything must give way, Ku. It's a pity. But compared to warriors, it's worthless. The Gu clan has 20 hunting leaders, and this number has never been lower than this for decades. But what about warriors? Not even one. Chapter 293 Test. Swish. Swish. In the open space, Lee Su thrust his spear slowly. The sun was already overhead. It was noon. Half of the day had passed, and there was less than half a year left before nightfall. Lee Su was training. After being welcomed into the tribe, he was received by 4 elders of the tribe. Recalling their enthusiasm, he couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. What's wrong with this primitive man? He was just receiving people. But why did he develop the habit of touching people? Touching everywhere. Originally, Lee Soo didn't hate being touched by others, but after doing this a few times, he felt that when he saw others reaching out their hands, he subconsciously got goosebumps. The stone spear, he could use it. After entering the tribe and performing a worship ceremony, Lee Soo picked up the stone spear again and found that the previous discomfort was gone. After carefully feeling it, he found that there was a bonus. It was as if he had been given a buff of stone spear proficiency, and the effect was amazing. The Gu clan believes in a god named Zan, who is proficient in weapons and can use stone spears and stone axes. The human race has a total of 7 gods, who are believed in by different tribes. Basically, most of the skills of the human race can only be used after they are blessed by the gods. It is somewhat different from the gods in the West. The gods in this world are more powerful the older they are, and they have more abilities. They are not mainly responsible for anything. Once you get the protection of the gods, the stronger the gods are, the more protection you can get. For example, the gods believed in by the Gu clan, although they are mainly fighting, can receive his protection and also get hunting, etiquette and other protections. For example, why after being expelled, Lee Soo's mother and others were basically naked, had no shame, and lived in the cave. As Lee Soo killed the night demon and cleared the charges, they immediately changed their appearance, from cave dwellers to nesters, and their civilization level jumped a level, and even their ability to talk became stronger. When I was in the cave before, although I had a lot of emotions, I was not very good at expressing them. I relied more on guessing and understanding. It was Lee Soo who had amazing 5 senses, otherwise he would have been hit all over the head during the time he lived in the cave. A world dominated by gods? Lee Soo couldn't help blinking his eyes, feeling very strange. After all, the story of Surin making fire was about the human race relying on their own wisdom to ignite the fire of civilization. This world is completely wrong. It relies on gods to get everything. Once the god's protection is gone, everything will be lost. Continuing to swing the stone spear, Lee Soo kept confirming his feel. Basically speaking, the effect of the blessing of the gods is roughly equivalent to the result of practicing day and night for 3 years. It is a very powerful blessing. In such a world, if you directly master this power, it will undoubtedly save a lot of time and become stronger quickly. He has never practiced the stone spear as a weapon, but he is not unfamiliar with the spear. When the flesh and blood were supreme, he used it many times, and his experience was still a little bit. By continuously stabbing the stone spear and feeling the effect of the blessing, Lee Soo silently comprehended. It is different from the sword and the knife. The stabbing of the spear is more focused, and the power is gathered at one point, producing a point-breaking effect. By adjusting the angle with both hands, a very special attack method is formed, and the corresponding attack effect is obtained according to the attack range. The strongest range of the stone spear attack is 30 cm with one hand, and about 50 cm with both hands. Attacking at this distance can double the damage, and the highest can even reach a point close to twice. To describe it with a more intuitive number, 500 kilograms of power can almost cause 1,000 kilograms of killing. Feeling the blessing of the gods on himself, Lee Soo blinked his eyes and had a very intuitive understanding of the hunting team of the Gu family and even the hunting leader. Ku, whose right arm was destroyed by himself, can deal about 1.5 times the damage, and his 3 sons are all around 1.2, and as for the one who was killed by Lee Soo at the beginning, it is just about 1. The lethality of the spear tip is almost equal to his strength. As for Lee Soo, under the control of the super 5 senses, he can hit about 1.99. As for why he can't break through level 2, it's not that he didn't fully exert the maximum effect, but that the protection of the gods is only to this extent. The same is true for the stone axe. Lee Soo tried it, and it was almost the same. So can he break through? Of course. After all, the ability of the protection of the gods is too superficial and crude in his opinion. Stab, just stab. This is a spear, or a gun. Things like guns rotate when stabbing. Even if it is just a rotation, it can hit super high output. It's not too easy to double the damage. In addition to rotation, there are also steps and bodies. Things like gun skills, With the movement of steps, the rotation of the body, and the coordination of limbs, it is very easy to hit several times the damage of one's own strength. In ancient times, top gunmen were very scary because their opponents were different from swordsmen and knifemen. Most of the time they were soldiers and generals. In other words, people wearing armor and with extremely high defense. Especially for generals, it seems that one shot can penetrate and one knife can split. If you really go up, you will find that the result of this knife and shot is that your hand is numb, not the opponent's armor is broken. It can be said that the comprehensive strength of the top gunman is not necessarily strong, and it is easy to be ambushed and killed. But if he is given a little time to prepare on the battlefield, a simple gun shock and a gun stab within 2 feet, even the top masters will find it difficult to dodge. A little cold light comes first, and then the gun comes out like a dragon. Although this is a word to describe a certain legend, the gun is like this. Once the posture is set, from the attack to the hit, you can see about that little cold light, and you can't react at all. Lee Su's eyes flashed. He absorbed and digested the experience of the protection of the gods very quickly, and then turned it into his own thing. Through simulation in his mind and consciousness training, his body constantly absorbed and digested these, no longer letting the protection take the lead, but taking the main body to keep memorizing, and finally turned it into instinct. Swish. Another spear thrust out. The sound was almost the same as before, but this time it was not the protection of the gods, but Lee Su himself. Well, it's okay. Looking at the almost similar power, he couldn't help but show a satisfied look on his face. As an atheist, if everything can only be obtained by the protection of the gods, it would be too unsafe and unsecure for him. After all, the gods have thoughts, not just gods. What if one day he suddenly has some fucking ideas and stops protecting Lee Su? Then what's the point? He doesn't want to entrust his life to others, even the gods. Now it's good. Lee Su can feel that, even if the gods take back the protection, the use of the stone spear is basically no problem for him, and the previous feeling of unfamiliarity will not exist. Is he taking advantage of the gods? Lee Su couldn't help but blink his eyes. Soon, he stopped. Today is a very important day. He has to take a name and do a strength test. In this world, people do not name their children randomly, such as the sky, the earth, the mountain, the stone, or whatever they pick up. Instead, they name their children after they reach a certain age, depending on the situation. Moreover, most of the time, the characters are newly invented. After all, it was the primitive period, and there were not many characters. The Gu clan is divided into 4 branches. Lee Su belongs to the Yu clan, and the elder is called Yu, while his mother is called Zhi, both of which are animals. The Chao clan is the Sun clan, and all of their names have the Sun clan in them. The Ji clan is the Crossing clan, and according to Lee Su's understanding, the names have many strokes. The hunting captain of this clan, Ken, He, and Ya, are probably about the same tone, and they are all like this. As for He, it is the tone, and Ku, Heo, etc. all have 4 tones. Of course, the 4 tones are according to Lee Su's understanding, which means that the names of this clan are heavier and shorter. Not long after, the old people came, and there were also people from the hunting team. Not only them, but also many idle people in the tribe came. After all, it was said before that Gu had warriors, and it was obvious that even in ancient times, the attribute of eating melons still existed. Of course, there were a few people with angry eyes in the crowd. It should be the family members of Ku. After all, 4 of the 5 people in the family were killed and 1 was disabled by Lee Su. His wife and daughter naturally hated him. As for the number, there was only 1. This man is not good. At the leader level, there must be many women. How to say this period? The human race is similar to the lion group. Female lions love strong male lions, because only in this way can they give birth to strong offspring and continue. Ku has many sons, 4 in total, and there must be many women around him. Not to mention that his sons are not young, they are not bad, and there should be women. As a result, there is only 1, and although she has hatred, she has more complicated expressions, and there are wounds on her face, or new wounds, so you can imagine who beat her. Faced with this result, Lee Su couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and relaxed a lot. At least, except for the disabled Ku, no one would bother him or want to kill him. There were quite a few young people in the open space. There were still quite a few children in a population of 2,000. There were several children of the same age as him who could be named. Soon, Lee Su was called over. After all, he was of a different identity and had shown amazing abilities. He was recognized as a warrior and could strengthen the existence of the tribe. In primitive society, there was no idea of a finale, and there was no need for warm-up. It was best to just leave people out to show their strength, reassure the tribe, and boost morale. The test was very simple, with only two aspects: strength and weapon use. The last one in particular was the key. The protection of the gods could basically reach your maximum limit. Even if the strength was a little worse, the protection was high enough to make up for it. The first level was strength. There were a total of 10 stone pillars, each heavier than the other. If you picked up the second one, you could join the hunting team. The third one was considered excellent. The fourth one was in the top 40 even in the hunting team, and the fifth one was only the hunting leader could pick up. The Gu clan has 20 hunting teams, which means 200 people. The top 20 are all team leaders, so being able to enter the top 40 is already very good, and they are the elites of the tribe. Although Shidunzi has entered the core, since he picked up the fourth one, and the fifth one is basically the leader, but that is only the lower limit. For example, there are also differences among the 20 hunting teams. If the top 5 hunting teams of the Gu clan join forces, they can basically easily beat the bottom 15. The gap is huge. Cormorant, should he be Lee Su's great-grandfather in terms of bloodline? He waved to Lee Su with a red face and said, "Child, go, do your best." Since seeing Lee Su yesterday, the old man has been smiling all the time, the kind of smile that can't be closed, and it feels like a mother-in-law is liking her son-in-law more and more. Lee Su nodded and walked in front of Shidunzi. Suddenly, although they had heard of it, but had never seen Lee Su's strength with their own eyes, they couldn't help but take a breath, nervous as if they were going up themselves. "Warrior, I heard that he is less than 7 years old, and I don't know how heavy he can lift. The fourth, or the fifth." Although there were 10 stone pillars in total, the strongest person in the history of the Gu family only picked up the 7th one. As for why there were 10, 80 or 90 were all made by tribes that had warriors, which meant the height of the strongest power held by that tribe at that time. He did not go straight to the largest stone. Only a fool would go straight to that thing. His mother had told him before that it was the heaviest thing that only adult warriors could lift. He still had at least 7 days and nights to reach adulthood. The fourth one. Squat down, pick it up, and lift it high above his head. It's okay, the weight is about 300 kilograms. The first one is 50, the second one is 100, the third one is 200, and the fourth one is 300. Putting it down, Lee Su walked to the fifth one, picked it up, and lifted it above his head. Hiss. This must be 500 kilograms, right? An increase of 200 at a time. The hunting leader can't be underestimated. With so many, it's still quite tricky. Putting down the stone pillar, Lee Su walked towards the sixth one. The fifth one was lifted up. Many people in the field took a breath and showed shock on their faces. Lee Su's appearance did not show that he was less than 7 years old. He was at least 13 years old. But it was obvious that the fifth stone pillar, let alone 13 years old, some 20-year-old young men might not be able to lift it, and he could even lift it above his head. There is no doubt that he is a leader. So young, so in a few years, will it be difficult to lift the next one? The sixth one. It's a bit heavy. Lee Su's eyes flashed. This broken thing is almost 700 pounds. If the next one is 200 pounds, the 10th one should be about 1,500 pounds, 0.75 tons. Pure strength deadlift. It's true that primitive people can't be underestimated. If Lee Su encounters that kind of strength, he will be in trouble and have to run for his life. After all, lifting and bursting are two different concepts. They don't have skills in weightlifting, but purely use their bodies to resist. Slowly picked up the sixth stone pillar, and after a moment he put it down again, panting and saying, "It's too heavy, I can't lift it." The sixth one failed. At this moment, no one said anything. The four elders' eyes were all shining, and they were very excited to see Lee Su. The crowd was also very agitated. Let alone other things, Lee Su's strength was there. Now, in the hunting team, except for the top 5 leaders, there were not many people who could lift the 6th stone pillar. Yu personally stepped forward, his eyes were burning, and he personally took his stone spear and walked to where Lee Su took him to test the weapon. It was a wooden target, very large and thick. This is for adults only, and the degree of mastery is calculated according to the depth of the stone spear. Yu handed the stone spear in his hand to Lee Su. "Come on, kid, try it." He was emotionally shocked and full of expectation. Lee Su took it, felt it, and got ready. 1.5. After thinking for a while, he did not use his own skills, but simply relied on the protection of the gods, and slightly lowered the strength. After all, he was still young, especially the weapon protection was only for 1 day. Thinking in his mind, he stabbed it with a spear. With a puff, the stone spear went straight in, and the spear handle was submerged in it. Hiss. I was looking forward to it, but when I saw this scene, I couldn't help but gasp and was shocked. I just got the protection and I can deal this kind of damage? Once I get used to it, how far is it to reach the maximum limit of the protection of the gods? Not far. The people of the 4 veins were also shocked, their eyes widened. It can be said that the strength and weapon use shown by Lee Su have surpassed many hunting leaders. At least he can enter the top 10 and approach the top 5. And it is obvious that the opponent is still growing and has a huge advantage. It is basically only a matter of time to surpass the first. As expected of a warrior, just the strength and weapon use have left countless people behind. Even if they are in the top 3 in strength, the leaders of the G veins can't help but be shocked. What were they doing when they were less than 7 years old? Playing in the mud. Is this a warrior? Lee Su's test was over, and soon, the other children began the test. They were very excited, and very interested. In comparison, no matter what era is revealed, no matter how big or small, these kids are not small anymore. With the blessing of the gods, they are very smart and wild. The test was supposed to be held in the afternoon, but Lee Su was brought forward. Not only that, but I heard that the other party is about the same age as them, but they are favored by the elders. The 4 veins masters came to watch today. How can you accept this? You must not accept it. The first boy rushed up, his eyes bursting with an extremely shining light, and went straight to the 6th stone pillar. He shouted and was about to pick it up. Then his face turned blue, and the stone pillar did not move. He screamed for a long time, and then the hunting team member who was the father couldn't stand it anymore, so he rushed out, picked it up, and sent it to the 2nd stone pillar. He knew the situation of his own kids. The 2nd one was barely enough, and he actually picked up the 6th one. Your father can't even lift that thing. Who are you humiliating? The kid was stunned for a moment, feeling despised by his own father. He got angry and hugged the 2nd stone pillar, ready to lift it high to show that this thing could not stump him. As a result, he spent too much energy to hold the 6th stone pillar, and his condition was not good. He could not hold the 2nd stone pillar, which he had been reluctant to hold. After holding it for several times, the kid's mouth cracked, and he burst into tears. He was very sad, and felt that the stone pillar was bullying him. On the side, his father's face turned green. He grabbed this stupid kid, and sent him off. No more exams. What's the point of taking the exam? With this performance? Not to mention the hunting team, he can't even join the auxiliary hunting team. He has to go to logistics. With the first kid's feet, the kids behind him took a deep breath. In this primitive society, naturally, the capable ones go first. That kid is the boss of their group. The result is not good and very ominous. Judging from his father's appearance, he will definitely be beaten half to death if he goes down. For a moment, his ambitions were gone, and he began to honestly go forward for the assessment. The first stone was hard to lift, and the 2nd one started to blow and shaky when I lifted it, which frightened the hunting team members standing by. But at least all 9 kids passed, showing their original strength. Then came the wooden stake. The first kid rushed up with a scream, but not only did he not stab it, but he also fell out of his hand due to the recoil. The stone spear bounced back and hit the head of the team member who was standing by to avoid any accidents. The team member fainted on the spot before he could react. Faced with this scene, the kid was stunned for a moment, then he opened his mouth and howled loudly. Of course, it was not because the stone spear hit someone, but because the rebound force was really painful, and his skin was almost peeling off. Hiss. Faced with this scene, the corners of the Four Veins elders' mouths couldn't help but twitch wildly, and the team leaders were also full of black lines on their faces. As for the supervisors of the hunting team, they were even more frightened and miserable. Ahem. I think in the future, we can start with the weak ones. Well, I have no objection. That's great. Second, after watching Lee Su's performance, looking back at the performance of the kids in his own tribe, who originally felt very good, it was really like a piece of dog shit stuffed directly into his mouth, just after eating the candy, and the sweetness had not yet dissipated, and he choked, and couldn't spit it out. Asterisk 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 the test was over. Lee Su got his name. Anyway, he couldn't understand that character. Not only did it have too many strokes, but it also had the characteristics of the Four Veins. Fortunately, the name is now directly created. Otherwise, if you want to find a suitable one from the dictionary in modern society, I'm afraid the dictionary will be worn out. He only remembered the pronunciation, shu, four tones. Now that he had a name, the next step was training. Lee Su was directly assigned to the hunting team, and followed the team, to get used to goose hunting and cooperate, preparing for the next trip to the south, to seize the fertile riverside. By the way, Uncle Shan and his team were added to the hunting team. Originally, there were 20 people in the hunting team, but because of the appearance of the night demon, 10 were lost. The remaining ones were all elites, meeting the requirements for entering the hunting team. Uncle Shan became the trusted hunting leader, the 21st of Goo's family. Although Ku was disabled, and 3 of the 9 team members died, he was not abolished, but directly supplemented with personnel, and appointed a new leader. Well, the disabled Ku became a sacrifice. Lee Su was a warrior. Ku led people to kill him, and was killed in return. This man was excellent and his sons were not bad either. He was quite domineering and arrogant. Although this society does not go so far as to add insult to injury, but since he was disabled and disqualified as a leader, his status naturally plummeted. When he was powerful, his door was crowded with people, but now no one is interested. With such a contrast, one can imagine how Ku feels. As time passed, the day for the hunting team to set out was approaching. A man quietly came to the door. "Are you here to laugh at me too?" Ku looked at the person who came in with bloodshot eyes, like a wolf, and his voice was extremely cold and resentful. "Are you worthy enough for me to come here specifically to mock you? Then what are you here for? I just want to ask you, do you want revenge? Huh? You." The hunting team is about to set off, and he will go with them. This is an opportunity. You want to kill him. Why? Huh? Could it be? Haha, that's how it is, actually. The other party interrupted him. "You don't want to?" "Yes, of course I don't want to. These days there has not been a day when I don't want to drink his blood and eat his flesh." "Very good. You take this thing." Ku looked at what the other party took out. His body shook. Although he was just suspicious just now, now he was completely sure. He couldn't help but reveal a grim smile on his face, with an extremely cruel meaning. "I have a request." "Say it." "I want that woman too. It's a bit troublesome, but it's okay, as long as things succeed." Ku's eyes lit up, his expression glowed. After a dozen scratches, he was full of despair, and found his goal and direction. His face was extremely ferocious, and there was a light of wisdom flashing. "I need to rest for a few days." "You think of resting? You are worthy of being the leader of the top 10. Top 10, Listening to the other party's words, Ku's eyes became colder and colder, and his murderous intent became heavier. "You have such a strong desire to kill? That's your lineage. Mine. Haha, ha ha ha." After the two talked for a while, the man left quickly. Looking at the other party who left, Ku was laughing non-stop. He got on all fours, and lay on the ground like a beast. His intelligence began to decrease, and his beastliness continued to increase. "Shoo." He growled softly, calling the name of hatred, like a beast. Chapter 294, Friction. It won't get hot. The preparations were very urgent this time. We should have waited until the next day to set off, that is, after a day of time. Apart from other things, it was mainly because of the night. The full egg tribe was protected by the beast god, one of which was that they could travel at night. At night, their eyes were like those of wild animals, able to catch light in the middle of the night and move as if it were daytime. On the contrary, they basically couldn't see much at night, which would be very troublesome. And why they were so anxious? Mainly because the god of heaven day was coming soon, which was a very important matter for the belief in the god of heaven. The tribes of various ethnic groups would compete, and the gods of heaven would also watch the games. This was very important, and it was related to the face of the gods of heaven. After all, the gods of heaven protected different tribes. There was once a tribe that lost too badly, and the gods who protected that tribe were ridiculed by other gods. The gods did not say anything afterwards and just left. Soon after, the news of the extermination of that tribe came. The performance of the Gu family in recent times was not good. Although there was still a distance from the end, it was at most just maintaining, and it failed to add icing on the cake. Now that we have Lee Su, we can undoubtedly fight for a chance this time and win glory for the gods. To be honest, the Gu family was very upset. After all, they were not weak in the middle and lower levels, but they would be left behind by a large margin in a showdown with the upper level. What they lacked was a genius. So the four clans quickly started discussions and soon determined the plan. First of all, the south, of course, cannot be given up. The hot season is almost over, and it will soon become cold, and it will continue to get cold. Once it gets cold, it will be dozens of long days and nights, and the days will be particularly short. We need to start storing a lot of food. Going out hunting in the cold winter is not a good thing. Not only will your physical fitness decline, but it will also be difficult to find wild animals. Those who go out are either extremely powerful and not afraid of the severe cold, or they are crazy. It can be said that the danger has increased exponentially. Therefore, the killing of big fish by the river and the god's day must be carried out. If you want to have both, you must make sure everything is done properly. Although the Gu family is not bad and is a medium to large tribe, if too many hunting teams are taken away, not only will the tribe itself have problems in obtaining food, but also its own protection will be reduced. It is not uncommon in this world for a tribe to be exterminated because of insufficient defense. You must know that communications are not well developed in this era. Once you leave, you will not come back before the specified time, and you can only rely on your own personnel to resist. With the size of the Gu family, 8 hunting teams are necessary to guard the village, and the remaining 12 hunting teams go out hunting. A tribe of more than 2,000 people, even if the harvest is very good, at least 6 to 7 hunting teams will consume the food hunted by hunting teams a day. If you are unlucky, 10 teams may not be enough. So don't think that 20 hunting teams are a lot. In fact, they are not many, just enough. Therefore, during these few carvings, the Gu family went out hunting and prepared more food. Although there are still a lot of food reserves in the tribe, they are prepared for the night. The long night is not short, and it is a full 365 scratch hours. Fortunately, the recent harvest is good, and a large area of hunting land has been added in the south. The reserve has reached the target ahead of time, otherwise the riverside can only be temporarily abandoned. Therefore, after some discussion, the 4 veins made a decision. Send a team to the riverside to catch big fish, dry them in the air, and come back after a night. There are many people. Cheo, G, and he 3 veins each have 2 hunting teams, and the cormorant has a hunting team, a total of 70 people. Lee Su is not in the team. Although his strength has been recognized, even at this stage, he is in the top 10 among the leaders, especially he has solved Ku and his 3 children. Ku himself is in the top 10, not to mention that he and his 3 children work together. The strength is comparable to a single hunting team. But he is too small after all, still young, the first growth has not yet ended, and his teeth have not yet been fully paid. During this period, he naturally cannot be allowed to go out. He must be protected. It is best not to expose him to others before he is 8 years old. No, 10 years old, whether it is a full egg tribe or the tribe of other gods. After all, you have a warrior, but they don't. It's okay at other times, but it's not a good thing for the upcoming god day. Not only that, the most important thing is that Lee Su has not grown up yet. has not become a real warrior, and has not reached the point where people are daunted, it is undoubtedly the least costly to deal with him at this time. The hunting team that set out on behalf of you this time is none other than Shan. Although he has returned to the tribe, he has been away for too long and is very unfamiliar. The most important thing is that when they came, Lee Su killed 4 members of the hunting team and destroyed a hunting leader. Even if he is said to be extremely talented, he still feels hostile and treated coldly. Therefore, in order to quickly integrate, return completely, and become a member of the Gu family, Lee Su's mother found you and asked Shan to act on behalf of Yu's lineage this time. You did not object to this, and the faces of the people from the other 3 lines also became much kinder. If you are willing to sacrifice for a clan and have blood ties with them, then you are not considered an outsider. After a few cuts, they blended in quickly and started talking and laughing. No one dared to approach Lee Su, even though his behavior was justified self-defense, but he was obviously too murderous and a ruthless person. In addition, he was very talented, but very young, so the younger ones couldn't get along with him, and the older ones kept their distance. Lee Su estimated that he would be completely accepted, and estimated that he would have to wait until after the God Day to win glory for the so-called God. Alas, it's really a ghost. We have entered the primitive society, but we still have to experience a situation similar to that of modern society. What about the life that you hum twice and I hum twice? The team was ready soon, and under the eager eyes of the 4 elders, 14 team leaders, and a group of spectators, they took firm steps and left. The next step was to wait for dark. It looked like the sun was just around 2 in the afternoon, which meant that there was about half a year left in the day. There was no doubt that Lee Su was a little free. After all, there was no entertainment in ancient times. In addition to his status, children would not approach him, and adults would stay away from him. In addition, he himself did not know what to talk about with these guys. Apart from going out hunting, he could only stay at home alone. That's right, alone. It was obvious that his mother had more things to do than him. After all, as the head of a clan, she had quite a lot of management experience. Well, what on earth should primitive people manage, and was pulled by the grandfather to help. If you don't help, you won't know. The grandfather was shocked when he helped. He found that his granddaughter had a good talent for management, and most importantly, she could stand loneliness. Unlike his second son, who only knew hunting, she was the one who could inherit the qualifications of the elder of the Cormorant clan. She was already a little old, and some things began to be beyond her ability. She immediately pulled ZHI and stopped her from leaving. When he came back to his senses, Lee Su suddenly found that Uncle Azan brought the hunting team members who came with him to participate in the Gu clan's grand plan, and his mother brought the wild ladies under her to help the grandfather. It seems that among the more than 20 wild people who came together, he was the only one who was free. As a modern man, facing this result, Lee Su felt like he was struck by thunder. How could a modern man like me be left idle in a corner? Although he was respected, he was not wise, but fighting power. Facing this result, he felt very distressed. So, Lee Su took action. In addition to emphasizing his wisdom as a modern man, he also planned to try some things. The most important thing was that he was really idle. In this world, where he could not practice, he had nothing to do except going out hunting. Even if he really didn't mind creating humans, he had to have that function, right? First, he tried the event that had the greatest impact on this world, drilling wood to make fire. I was very curious whether there was a god in charge of fire, and whether he could make fire by friction. Then, there was nothing else. His hands were almost rubbed bald, but there was no spark at all. He touched and rubbed for more than 10 minutes, and almost drilled through the wood below. Lee Su was extremely shocked to find that it was actually cold, which means that the physical phenomenon of friction generating heat was directly gone. Shit, Mocha cannot generate heat, so how did Suran, the ancestor, light the fire? Could it be that when he needed fire, he went out and said to the gods, "Brother, can I borrow a fire?" Lee Su was a little confused. He couldn't help but open his world book, called it out, and turned to the page where Suran made fire. The world he is in, Suran made fire. World resolution 25%. All character resolution 70% story resolution. 100% comprehensive weighting. 195%. Damn, this is fake, right? In addition to the world resolution, which was only 5 at the beginning, Lee Su was still a little surprised. Surin made fire? It's a primitive society, don't I know this? As a result, this situation where 1 day equals 1 year, and 1 night equals 1 year again made him shut up. Well, he admitted that his resolution of this world is only 5. The source is probably because he knows that this world is a primitive tribe. Now, Lee Su no longer doubts the percentage of the world resolution. He doubts the resolution of all characters and the authenticity of the story resolution. Is this still Surin making fire? I give you a match, but it won't burn. Tell me, how to get it? Lee Su was very confused. He was so confused and frustrated when he first entered the world fragment. Son, suddenly, her mother came back. She nervously hugged Lee Su, who was a little skeptical about life. Her face was full of anxiety and panic, but she was proudly calm at this moment. Huh. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Mother, what's wrong? Huh. After a long breath, her mother let go of Lee Su and said slowly, Ku, disappeared. Oh. Lee Su's eyes were stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Not only did the guy make a big mistake, but Lee Su also crippled his dominant hand, so he was cancelled as the leader. Although he was recuperating at home, his future was basically doomed to tragedy. In this regard, Lee Su secretly had a headache, thinking that he might as well find an opportunity to make a slingshot or something to kill the other party. Let the enemy live, and live beside him, and both sides have an irreconcilable hatred for the murder of their sons, plus the hatred for the broken arms and disabilities. Damn, just thinking about it makes me feel that this hatred is too big, and he must do something like sleeping on straw and tasting gall, and he doesn't even think about dying together. Lee Su is not so tolerant, and his stomach is small and shallow. He will only treat the enemy as safe if he is buried in the soil and his bones are turned into bones. If he changes to a cultivator, he has to break his true spirit to be safe. So, don't think he is very idle and painful, and he even tried to make fire by drilling wood himself. In fact, he has been thinking about the other party and wants to shoot from behind. But it's not just drilling wood to make fire. What bows, arrows, traps, all can't be done. This is really melancholy. Obviously, he has a lot of bad water in his stomach, a lot of naughty ideas in his stomach, but he can't use any of them. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but blink his eyes. Why did he disappear at this critical moment, when his body was almost recovered, and he could move normally? As mentioned before, he was not very careful, and paid close attention to the other party. There is a problem. Asterisk 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 outside the Gu family, heading south. Unlike the hunting team heading towards the southwest river, a figure was running in the woods, heading straight north and south. It was Ku who was found missing after half a mark. At this moment, he was on 3 limbs, and his behavior was no doubt like that of a wild beast. His nose kept sniffing something, confirming the direction while moving quickly. He ran very fast, making a lot of noise, and was on the ground, so he was naturally noticed by the wild beasts in the forest. But the wild beasts ignored him, as if the running Ku was one of them, and did not attack. At this moment, thick hair grew on his face and hands. If Lee Su were here, he would definitely be shocked. Is the other party planning to transform from a human to an ape? His pupils were vertical, glowing in the dimly lit woods, able to clearly capture everything, like a wild beast. This was not the protection of the gods, but the protection of the beast gods. Therefore, the direction he was running in was also obvious. It was the territory of the beast gods, the full egg tribe. As he kept running, the thing hanging around his neck and hidden in his chest was shaken out. It was a strange wooden sculpture of a ferocious beast. He changed his faith. I'm really sorry, I wrote this chapter several times, and I was not satisfied, so I deleted it and started again. It has been delayed until now. Chapter 295 Four-legged attack. Ku disappeared, and he couldn't be found anywhere. This made people anxious. If it was someone else or something else, this kind of disappearance would most likely be suicide, and people wouldn't care too much. After all, if he was useless, he would be a burden. If he was alive, but it was obvious that Ku was not that kind of person, and he didn't have the habit of not causing trouble for others. He was inherently arrogant, and he could ignore the rules and take his son to kill Lee Su. It was obvious what his mentality was like. Such a person would find ways to make trouble for you if he was alive, so how could he die? Even Ime himself frowned and felt a little uneasy. They knew Ku too well. His mind was not much bigger than Lee Su's, and he was very cruel. He was bitten by a wild beast when hunting, and he then tortured and killed the beast, and it took him an hour to kill it. He was a little angry and regretful. Considering the human heart, although Ku made a mistake, he still treated him. Not only that, even if his position as the leader of the hunting team was cancelled because of his disability, his status as a hunting team member was not cancelled. Although the supplies were downgraded by one level, they were still at the hunting team level, which was pretty good. The primitive society was very cruel. Severely injured and disabled people should have been left to die. If they had known earlier, they should not have treated him and let him die directly. Then there would be no such thing. Heme was more active than Yume and directly mobilized the hunting team to search for him. He knew Ku's personality too well. Unless he was dead, his disappearance must be for revenge. Not only that, this person would not only retaliate against Lee Su who crippled him, but Heme would also be hated by him. Naturally, the person was not found, but he brought back some bad news. Some hunting team members found traces left by Ku outside the tribe, not only footprints, but also handprints. After receiving the news, the expression of the four elders suddenly changed and looked a little ugly. The belief in the gods of heaven is to walk on 2 feet, and the palms will not fall on the ground. That is a feature of the four-legged tribe on the side of the beast god. His face turned cold, and he thought of a very bad possibility. Ku betrayed his belief and ran away. This kind of behavior is very rare in the tribe, but it is not uncommon. Some people with cruel and powerful minds cannot stand the rules of the tribe and choose to betray. There was once a strong man who defected from a tribe. He was a warrior and went to the four-legged side. He became the king and fought with the original tribe. In the end, he paid a painful price to kill him. Unlike the belief in the gods of heaven, the belief in the gods of beasts, as long as you hold the statue of the gods of beasts, abandon reason, return to wildness, and liberate your inner beast desires, you can get shelter and become the people of the gods of beasts. Not only that, the people of the gods of beasts are also different from the people of the gods of heaven. Although they have thinking ability and wisdom, they are closer to wild beasts. They do not have the bloodline concept of the people of the gods of heaven. Individuals are more cruel to each other. It is not surprising that they cannibalize each other, but the acceptance of outsiders is also very simple. The only requirement is strength. Under normal circumstances, a disabled person would have a hard time if he went to the beast god, but Ku was different. He was originally a hunting leader. Even though he lost one hand, he still had the experience and strength of a leader. Although he would lose the use of weapons under the protection of the beast god, his body would be improved, and his strength would most likely increase instead of decrease. In the central thatched house, the faces of the four elders were not good, especially the He elders. The four-legged and the Gu family were mortal enemies, and they had been enemies since before the Gu family was established. The hatred was as deep as the sea, and the ancestors were killed by the other party. The blood flowed for not just a short time, but dozens, hundreds of days and nights. What should we do? Should we send a team to hunt them down? It was not a small problem to leave early or late, but at this critical moment. After all, the 7 hunting teams of the Gu family had just left, and the other party followed them. It was completely guessable what they were thinking. Once the other party returned to the four-legged, there was a high probability that this team would be attacked. This time, they did not intend to compete with the four-legged beasts. They planned to go quietly and avoid the four-legged beasts. When they reached the river, they would find a place to stand firmly, hunt big fish to obtain resources, and focus on defense. They would not start a war with the other side. This time, the team had strong people. The strongest 1st, 3rd, and 5th hunting teams of the tribe were all in it. They also had 3 bone tools. The purpose was to avoid being discovered by the four-legged beasts and calling in the ancestral spirits to attack. But if Ku went to the four-legged beasts and conveyed the news, the four-legged beasts would definitely send a large force to chase and snipe from the beginning. Especially the ancestral spirits would probably not be just one, but multiple. With the bone tools in hand, the probability of being captured directly is very low, but casualties are inevitable. Once the casualties are too large, it is not just as simple as not being able to obtain the big fish resources by the river, but it will also affect the participation in the god day in the near future. No. Cheo shook his head. If the other party is protected by the beast god, he will have a greater advantage than the hunting team in the forest, and will not be attacked by wild beasts. He is not weak. He deliberately waited for his body to recover before leaving the tribe. Obviously, he considered the possibility of being hunted and caught up. He said, then let someone notify the hunting team that left. No, 7 hunting teams are already the current limit of the tribe. If there are more, there will be problems with defense and hunting. What about Shu? Is it okay? Yes, it was Li Su. He has a strong tracking ability. When he is with the hunting team, he can find mountain leopards with extremely high concealment ability. Soon, he shook his head and was denied. Li Su's strength is naturally beyond doubt, but he is still too young, and the time for growth is far from enough. It can be said that from now on, he will be a drastic change in one night or one day. Letting him go at this time, if something goes wrong, it will be a huge loss for the Gu family. Let's leave it at that for now. Cheo finally shook his head. I believe in the strength of the hunting team. They also brought out 3 bone tools, one of which is very effective against the ancestral spirits. Even if Ku arrives at the four-legged beast and rushes the troops to go, the hunting team must have found a base. If they just defend without a bloody battle, it won't be a problem to hold on for one night. As long as they wait until dawn, the advantage will turn to the hunting team. Listening to Cheo's words, although the other 3 veins still looked unhappy, they nodded and acknowledged the other party's words. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Li Su naturally knew about Ku's situation. He didn't expect the other party to defect. He was undoubtedly quite surprised. In order to get revenge, the other party was willing to pay such a huge price, from half retarded IQ to completely brain dead. Sure enough, once human beings are filled with hatred, it is really terrifying, and they can do anything. After exhaling, Li Su felt much more relaxed. In fact, he was not afraid of the enemy's ferocity and cruelty, nor was he afraid of the enemy's strength and fear. What he feared most was that the enemy obtained the identity of his teammate, was protected by the rules, and could stand beside him in a grand manner. This was the most uncomfortable, disgusting, and uncomfortable all over. Lost the 4 legs. That's great. Next time I meet him, I will just kill him. I don't need any excuses. He calmly exercised his body. He was really bored. Technology had no place in this world. Although the effect of practice was very poor, relying on breathing and specific movements could only produce a little effect in a few days, but it was better than doing nothing, right? But what is the rule of this world? Drilling wood to make fire is fine, but even if you dig a pit and bury a few spikes, this simplest trap will not work. Li Su tried it himself. There were no spikes buried below, and a thin layer on top. As a result, someone just walked over and didn't fall into the trap. This is far from the truth. By the way, he walked over and fell in. So, what about logic? What about physics? Facing the strange situation in this world, Li Su had only one feeling. Fortunately, Newton was not in this world, otherwise, his worldview would be shattered. Anyway, Li Su was shattered. Time passed little by little. Li Su kept exercising his body. He was growing steadily. Another day passed. He was 1 year older. His body was almost 1.6 meters tall. At the age of 7, 1.6 meters tall, he was considered a giant among the same age. He could look down on all the children under the age of 9. Night fell slowly. It must be said that it was worthy of being a big tribe. It was completely different from when he lived in a cave. At that time, they had already started to prepare to block the cave. Everyone was crowded in a cave, not moving, living on stored food every day, and trying not to make any noise to avoid attracting wild animals outside. Fortunately, Li Su was in good health, otherwise he might not survive the first night. Although the Gu family also began to block the outside, they did not go out, but they still had to do what they had to do inside. Women and children were not nervous at all. All the hunting teams came back and stationed in the tribe. 14 of them, more than 140 people, surrounded the tribe like an iron barrel. There was also a bone tool, which Lee Su had not seen before, but he saw it as it got dark. In the center of the tribe, a table was taken out, on which a bone tool was placed, and a hunting team was guarding it. According to Amu, once something happened, the guarding hunting team would immediately pick up the bone tool, activate the bone tool's ability, and drive away the beast. The bone tool that Gu took out was also a sound tool. It was said that it came from a carnivorous beast that stood on one leg and had horns on its head. This beast was very special. When it walked, or thunder-like sound would be heard from its body. The bone tool that was dug out also looked like a drum, and you could make a sound by clapping the bone tool with your hands. The sound was very loud, and it would make you feel very dull when you heard it. It was similar to the bone tool of the night demon, but in nature, it made the hiding creatures rush over and run around. Although it did not have the control to attract people over, the effect was very amazing. From the first sound, you would feel a huge sense of boredom, and at most 3 sounds would be unbearable, and you would want to escape. Lee Su was a little curious after taking a look at the bone tool from a distance. The only one-legged monster that matched his knowledge was Kinyu, but it had no horns on its head, and the sound came from its mouth, not from its stomach. Of course, what made Lee Su most curious was what did the one-legged beast eat. Eating grass was fine, and jumping and walking was also fine. After all, it couldn't run on grass, but this thing ate meat. How did it catch its prey? It got dark quickly, the moon was in the sky, and the stars were twinkling all over the sky. It was very peaceful. Well, it should be said that it was a rare peacefulness. I have been in this world for 4 days and 3 nights. This is the first time I have spent a quiet night alone, without everyone crowding together, and I didn't take a shower for the next 365 marks. In the end, the smell was enough to suffocate a person. This is great. Lee Su couldn't help but burst into tears, and was deeply moved. Civilization is really important, even if it is just the simplest thatched house. Unfortunately, there was not much time for the tranquility. The sound of rapid knocking on the wooden board rang out, and it was not just one place, but several places knocking at the same time. Soon, there was a noise outside, hurried footsteps, rapid breathing, and nervous voices, which undoubtedly showed one thing: the danger was coming. Faced with this result, Lee Su naturally couldn't sit down anymore and went out. Very panic. The Gu family, which had more than 2,000 people, rarely showed nervous expressions on their faces. Women and children were fine, and the hunting team was the same. They were very nervous, and the hands holding the stone spears couldn't help but overexert themselves. Lee Su couldn't help but be surprised that the hunting team was so nervous, and then thought of a possibility. Could it be that the 4-legged ran over here? After all, there are not many things that can make a medium-sized and large tribe with bone tools so panicked. Thinking of Ku's departure, Lee Su frowned slightly. That is to say, the other party did not bring people to snipe the 7 hunting teams that went out, but came to the tribe. Indeed, there are more people on the tribe side, and there are also bone tools. But obviously, there are more burdens and bigger targets. Isn't it said that believing in the beast god will make you stupid? This doesn't look like a stupid person. All women, take care of the children, take them home, and don't let them come out. Men, take up your weapons, and assist the hunting team in defense. The elder's voice sounded, instructing the panicked crowd. The somewhat chaotic crowd immediately found the backbone, and began to act. Lee Su also followed, merged with the crowd, and rushed to the closed entrance gate. Standing on the gate that was trapped in a row with tree stumps, he looked outside. The moonlight was like the sun, reflecting the light outside. But a few hundred meters away in the woods, there were many human figures. No, it should be said that there were many beasts. There were nearly 100 in the woods, with pupils emitting green light, looking at this side dimly. Among them, there were several beasts that were obviously much larger. Soon, the 4 elders arrived and stood on the gate. The 4 old men looked extremely ugly. Obviously, they didn't expect the four-legged beast to come straight to them. Looking at the shadows in the deep woods, there are at least hundreds of people, and not only that, there are also several ancestral spirits. Damn Ku. His eyes were blazing with anger, and he punched the gate fiercely. After all, it is a place of birth and breeding. I didn't expect the other party to be so vicious and directly bring a large army of four-legged beasts. They are planning to destroy the Gu family. Get ready. Cheo took a breath. There is no doubt that a big crisis has come. The biggest crisis of the Gu family has arrived. With so many four-legged beasts coming, there is no doubt that what will greet them next will inevitably be a bloody battle. The other three old men nodded and began to make arrangements. Hunting team, Team 7 stay alert, Team 7 relax and rest. From now on, divide into 2 groups. 5 teams in each group stay alert, and 2 teams guard the bone tools, and at the same time, prepare for defense against the sky. This is a protracted battle. Don't consume too much physical energy. Although the four-legged beasts are no different from wild beasts, they are very cunning, and will not attack randomly. The real battle will probably be in the middle of the night, or even late at night. This is not the first time I have met them, and I'm very familiar with the habits of the four-legged beasts. Although they have abandoned etiquette and most of their wisdom, they are still human, full of cunning, far more cunning than wild beasts, and more difficult to deal with. Child. Not long after, the cormorant came over and asked Lisu to go over. The four-legged beasts are best at waiting. Their patience is far greater than that of wild beasts, and they know how to use tactics. Now that most of the main forces of the hunting team have left, the remaining ones are experienced, but they have never directly confronted the four-legged beasts. They are too nervous. If this continues, they will probably have a mental breakdown in a short time. Although high tension can improve concentration, who can stand it for a long time? Ku brought the four-legged beast over. It must be said that he had been the leader of a hunting team and still had consciousness. What does the elder mean? We have to fight our way out. The other party came so quickly and exposed themselves just when it was dark. They will not attack next, but will continue to provoke us, causing our people to be nervous and exhausting our spirits. It will be too passive to follow their rhythm. So I expect you to go out from the back with the people from Team 2, Team 5, and Team 7 and attack the four-legged beast directly. Although they are cunning, their thinking is too close to that of wild beasts. They are good at sneak attacks, but not good at dealing with sneak attacks. The faster you act, the less they will think. Lisu couldn't help blinking his eyes when he heard this. After all, he was an elder, and he really had a way. He nodded and didn't refuse. Okay. Although there were many four-legged beasts outside, and there were also a few large beasts, they did not pose a fatal threat to Lisu. It would be better to go out and hunt them, especially the three-legged beast inside. Kill them as soon as possible. Well, his eyes were sharp, and he found Ku, whose shoulder he had broken, and the other party was also inside. Soon, Lisu, Team 2, Team 4, and Team 5 were assembled, and they took their weapons. Team 2 brought bone tools. Lisu thought about it, left the night demon's mouth to his mother, and took the nose cavity himself, and was about to set off. With worry on his face, son, be careful. Lisu was very calm and said directly, okay, mother, I have always been a coward. If something unexpected happens, I will definitely run fast. Cheo brought people over, each holding a stone bowl full of blood, and handed it to Lisu and the others. Seeing Team 2 raise their heads and drink, Lisu couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and his eyelids jumped wildly. Is this the ancestor of courage wine, courage blood? Can I say, Your Excellency, come back and drink it? No matter how you look at it, it looks like a flag. Okay. It's unlucky. Soon everyone finished drinking and let go of the bowl. When everyone looked at Lisu, he had a toothache and had to pinch his nose and drink the full bowl of blood in front of him. Gu family will win. Definitely win. Chapter 296 Bloody Battle. As expected, humans are creatures that should never be underestimated. Even in ancient times, when they were still wearing animal skins and eating raw meat and drinking blood, they still understood the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. They actually dug a hole in the corner of the crescent moon that led directly to the outside. 3 groups of people plus Lee Su, set out directly and went out through this tunnel. Most of the tribesmen don't know about the existence of this place. Only the elders and the top 5 hunting leaders in the tribe know about it. As if sensing Lee Su's curiosity, the leader of the second team explained as they walked, "So Ku didn't know there was such a tunnel in the tribe. So that's it." I said that, since there was such a tunnel, why didn't Ku lead the 4-legged people to kill directly from this side, attacking from the entrance gate? Even if the 4-legged people are accompanied by the ancestral spirits, they are huge and have great power, and it is not easy to fight. Because the Gu family has bone tools, and there are 2 of them. Lee Su had never seen the other one, so he didn't know what it was, but he had heard from his mother that the bone tool that could make thunder had a huge effect on driving away and influencing wild beasts. Even the ancestral spirits with the same strange abilities were not immune to it and would be stimulated and go crazy. Wild beasts are always wild beasts. Once they go crazy, it's not the Gu family that will have a toothache, but the 4-legged ones. That's why the elder said that the 4-legged ones would not attack immediately, but would continue to provoke outside, so that the hunting team dare not relax and exhaust their mental strength. In the absence of the first and third teams, it would be difficult to sustain this kind of continuous provocation for a long time with only the second, fourth, fifth, and third teams. After all, the night is long as a year. When there are 365 scratches, the 4-legged ones will be constantly stimulated outside, and there is no end in sight. It's okay in the short term, but it will collapse after a long time. The knife is in someone else's hand, on your neck, even if you know he won't cut, but can you bear it? I just didn't expect that the old men would be so decisive. They prepared to counterattack without hesitation, and the other party just finished the layout and went directly through the unexpected tunnel and attacked the other party in return. The plan is very good. The 4-legged people are very strong and are especially good at field battles, but how should we say the current weather? It is not very suitable for them, and the advantage is not obvious enough. The moonlight is too bright and not dark enough, which is undoubtedly a good thing for the Gu family. The hunting team itself is mainly meat-based, and animal organs are often eaten. The eyesight is very good. Under this kind of moonlight, there is no difference from daytime, and the combat effectiveness will not decrease too obviously. The tunnel is not long, just a little more than a minute on foot. In fact, it is only about 100 meters, but the road is narrow, and it is a bit slow to walk, and only one person can go at a time. Soon, they were outside, and the team of 30 people gathered together. "Sleep, you and I will be together for a while, and the other 2 groups will each be a team. We will launch the attack first to attract and alarm the enemy, and then you will take action." The leader of the second team made arrangements directly. As one of the top 5 hunting teams, his words were naturally refuted, and Lee Su nodded. "By the way, can you use the bone tool?" The captain of the second team looked at Lee Su and asked suddenly. "Blow it?" Lee Su was surprised. "Do you need to know how to do this? Isn't it just picking it up and blowing it?" "No, that kind of simple blowing will only make you who blows it invisible, but it will launch indiscriminate attacks on the surroundings." "Is there such a saying?" Lee Su was stunned for a moment. "The use of the bone tool requires your will to be infused. When blowing it, forget it. Sleep, you won't use your bone tool for now." He shook his head. Time was too urgent at the moment, and he had no time to explain. After all, the 3 strongest teams of the Gu family were all here, and they needed to fight quickly. So, unless you are surrounded by 4-legged beasts, or attacked by ancestral spirits, try to avoid using bone tools. The leader of the second team patted his head. Because of his talent, he forgot that the other party had just come back with ZHI and the others, and didn't know these things at all. The tribe obviously planned to let him participate in the God's Day in the near future, and there would be plenty of time to teach him slowly at that time. Lee Su was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he took off the bone tool hanging on his chest and handed it to the other party, saying, "Since that's the case, I'll give it to you." The leader of the second team was stunned. The bone tool can be so valued by the tribe. When one was lost, it was possible to expel more than a dozen people from the lineage of my mother and father in the primitive tribe during this extremely important period of population. it can be seen that the power of this thing is probably not bad. If it can exert the power of the night demon at that time, the power of this thing will undoubtedly be quite amazing. Only Lisu can close it, and is almost not affected by the audio of the nasal cavity, and the sound waves of the oral cavity are always far away. Otherwise, if it were someone else, his bones would be crispy and turned into a rice field, and he would be pulled out by the night demon. Okay. Without further ado, at this time, if there was one more bone tool that could be used, the combat power would naturally increase. And he knew that the sound of the night demon's nasal cavity was magical, just like the sound drum in the tribe now, which had the effect of stimulating the mind, and could make the four-legged ancestral spirits crazy and unable to form effective coordinated operations. After taking the bone tool, the leader of the second team thought for a while, handed it to the fourth team and said, "You are a group. We will start from the east first, and you will approach from the west, and use the bone tool to confuse the four-legged ancestral spirits." Okay. Soon, the two sides separated. 20 people on one side and 11 people on the other side quickly circled and rushed towards the four-legged. Not long after, through the moonlight, it was vaguely seen that there was a figure moving in front of the forest. The leader of the second team raised his hand and asked the team members to stop. He took a breath, looked at everyone and said, "Are you all ready?" Including Lisu. Everyone nodded together. The leader of the second team nodded and took out a horn from his arms. It was a bit like a rhino horn, but it was very small and white all over. Its structure was obviously different from the bone tools that Lisu had obtained. This is the horn of the moon-gazing rhino. It is a very strange creature that likes to look at the moon, especially when the moon is bright in the sky. It can fight in the same place for a whole night without moving. Many people died in the past to hunt it. The leader of the second team smiled and explained to Lisu, "This horn has a very special ability. When it is swung at a certain speed, it can hit the void and form a strong wave. The life hit by the wave, whether it is a human or a beast, will feel as if it has been hit. The internal organs will be extremely painful. After returning, many soldiers vomited blood and died inexplicably. Their bodies collapsed inexplicably, and everything inside was vomited out of their mouths. It is also very rare among bone tools. It only strikes the front and cannot be driven by will." Lisu looked at the white jade horn in the other party's hand in surprise. This sounds a bit awesome. The mouth of the night demon seems to have this effect. However, although it also has impact, its power is more reflected in the form of slashing, rather than impact. Lisu frowned, and he couldn't help but turn his head and look at the four-legged creature. His five senses were very sensitive, and he could basically not hide the movements in the forest. Feeling dozens of figures approaching this side quickly, Lisu's face couldn't help but change. "No, we've been discovered." The distance was still far away, and they were very quiet. Even if the team members were strong, they only made a slight sound along the way, and they were in the windward position, so this little movement should not be able to penetrate. The other party could hear it, probably because there must be someone with extraordinary hearing, or an ancestral spirit. Before he finished speaking, Lisu suddenly felt a chill, and hundreds of thousands of information converged, forming a picture in his mind. What a pity. The voice sounded with regret. Not far from Lisu, the second team holding the Wangayu rhino horn suddenly tightened the rhino horn and hit Lisu in front of him. Boom. With a thought, the air suddenly exploded, forming an air wall, and directly pressed towards Lisu. "Why aren't you from Olenage?" The captain of the second team sighed, feeling very sorry. After all, this was a warrior with a talent, a terrifying strong man in the future. Swish. What answered him was a stone spear, which directly pierced through the rhino horn shockwave. In the extremely astonished eyes of the other party, the spear hit the other party's right hand holding the rhino horn. Bang. With two sounds, Lisu flew out and was pierced through the body by the huge impact. He spit out a large mouthful of blood before landing. The captain of the second team was miserable. Lisu's stone spear, with the protection of the gods alone, had to have 1.99 times the damage deepened. After a day, his strength had exceeded 800 kilograms, and he was heading straight for 900 kilograms, which means that he hit 1710 kilograms of force. Then he himself had the wool of the gods, and he also had a bonus on stabbing, which was exactly the same as the gods, and it was 1.99 again 1.99 plus 1.99. The maximum output effect is equivalent to reaching 3 times. That is a full 3000 kilograms of strength. The two of them were not far apart, just 2 feet apart, and Lee Su's spear stabbed at a speed of nearly 100 kilometers per second. 3000 kilograms of force, carried by a speed of 100 kilometers per second, hit the waist of the flesh. What does that mean? The right hand of the captain of the second team was shattered by Lee Su on the spot. That's right, it was not pierced, but directly shattered. The terrible power erupted from the right hand of the captain of the second team. The power of the spear tip not only completely tore his right palm and forearm, but also exploded into his back arm with his blood, as if he was not stabbed by a spear, but someone placed a bomb in it. His entire right arm was blown off, and his shoulder was turned into fragments. If the angle was not wrong, this spear would kill him. With a shrill scream, the second team looked at Lee Su in disbelief. Obviously, they didn't expect that the other party would react and launched an attack and shattered his right hand with one blow. Is this still a human? You should know that, although the leader of the second team is not the strongest in the hunting team, he is extremely strong in terms of concealing his breath and malicious killing intent. He can lurk next to wild animals without being noticed, which is a special ability. The killing intent revealed in an instant may not even last 0.02 seconds. Whether it is a wild animal or a human, when they realize it, they can't do anything. Unfortunately, he met Lee Su, whose reaction nerves are so fast that he can counterattack as soon as he reacts. Not to mention 0.02 seconds. 0.002 seconds. As long as he realizes it, the reflex nerves will be activated directly. Bang! Lee Su flew out for several meters and broke a tree trunk as thick as a bowl before stopping. When he landed, his face turned pale, and he couldn't help spitting out blood again. His whole body was shaking, his blood and ki kept surging, and his internal organs kept echoing. He was controlling his body to make its frequency consistent with the impact of the rhino horn, reducing the degree of damage to his body, and at the same time expelling the vibration caused by the impact from his body. Taking a breath, Lee Su raised his head, his eyes were red, like a wounded wolf, his anger was about to burst through his chest, and the killing intent was like substance, bursting out from him. As if being stared at by a top predator, the entire second team, even the captain of the second team whose face was blue with pain, couldn't help but feel cold all over at this moment. His hair stood on end, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Is this what a warrior is? Everyone in the second team was overshadowed by a layer of shadows. Their hearts were pounding, and their blood felt like it was frozen. Kill him. The captain of the second team shouted with a face full of pain. He had already started, and there was no way back. From the time he dealt with Ku, he knew that this was a ruthless man who was decisive in killing. If he got away today, tomorrow would be their disaster. The 9 team members mustered up their courage. They seemed to know clearly that without any hesitation, they rushed up and stabbed Lee Su with the stone spears in their hands without hesitation. Not only that, the four-legged people also arrived. They came quickly and silently, but unexpectedly they did not attack the second team, but rushed directly to Lee Su, forming a pincer attack from the front and back. Lee Su's eyes were cold and murderous. He was in no mood to think about why the four-legged people of the beast god would join forces with the people of the heavenly god Gu. At this moment, he was really in a huge crisis and an extremely difficult situation. His life was threatened, and the shadow of death was approaching. The last time he felt this way was when he was besieged by the 3 great masters, or when he was chased by that guy lion killer. The suffocating environment made him tremble, and the shadow of death made him extremely restless. His heart was beating wildly, transporting blood to his whole body. His 5 internal organs were making sounds. His bones were screaming. His muscles were howling. His nerves were beating at a speed beyond imagination, and his 5 senses were stimulated to the limit. His vision, hearing, smell, taste, and feeling were forced and spontaneously entered a new level at the moment of death. In an instant, time seemed to stop. Everything slowed down. Even the movement of leaves breathing and exhaling carbon dioxide was captured by Lee Su in his heart. The crawling of ants, the shaking of grass and trees, the vibration of the people who surrounded him, all missed. All the attacks, all the fatal injuries, were captured by him one by one, and the scene of the future had already emerged in his eyes. He took a step forward, and first grabbed the stone spear of the second team member who sprinted the fastest. He turned and shook it, unloading its power, and pulled him back and threw him. At the same time, his right hand instantly made 2 consecutive strikes. One spear stabbed the person he had thrown away, and the other spear stabbed the arm of another hunting team member on the right. He grabbed the stone spear in his left hand, threw away the team member, and threw it directly at another team member. With a puff, it blew through the opponent's heart, carrying him away, and crashing into the person behind him, and piercing through him. He turned his body slightly, avoiding the stone spear attacks of the 2 hunting team members, and entered their bodies. He clenched his left fist, and hammered directly between the ribs of the team member in front of him. The terrible power burst out, but did not knock the man away, but simply burst under his ribs. Under such a huge force, 2 of his ribs were broken on the spot, and his power pierced into his internal organs. Lee Su took a step back, and leaned on the team member behind him, staring at him, and retreated 1 meter continuously, avoiding the attack of the 4-legged man who rushed up. This man, like a 4-legged beast, they have fangs and claws, and their attacks are very low. The claws flashing with cold light passed directly under Lee Su's body, and the fur he was wearing was cut. While retreating, Lee Su's spine shook violently, and he pushed his shoulders with the strength of his upper body, and stabbed out with the stone spear in his right hand. The spear hit the head of the 4-legged man who suddenly attacked him, and the skull cracked on the spot, and the brain matter exploded. He took a deep breath and exhaled. In the blink of an eye, Lee Su had killed 5 of them, crippled 1, and had another 1 on his back. He took another deep breath, stomped his feet on the ground, jumped up, avoided the 3 4-legged beasts that attacked from the front, left, and right, jumped more than a meter high, and suddenly stepped on the head of the second team hunter who was pushed back by him in midair. He stepped his head directly into his body, took advantage of the force, flew more than a meter, and scattered the spears of 2 hunters and the attack of a 4-legged beast. He jumped onto a tree trunk, stretched out his hand to use the force, turned around, and then turned around. The stone spear with a cold white light pierced into the chest of another 4-legged beast who couldn't wait to catch up, tearing the other's heart. Hiss. After killing 2 more people, Lee Su's heart was about to break, and he couldn't stop dizziness. Everything happened too fast. Every second was like a century, not only thrilling, but also extremely exhausting. There were 9 intact members of the hunting team, 15 on quadrupeds, a total of 24 people, and he killed 7 of them in an instant. Lee Su took a step back, and jumped directly onto the treetop. He did not continue to fight, but turned around and ran. Not to mention that the other side had too many people. The most important thing was that his physical condition was very poor. The impact of the rhino horn had a great impact on him. Not only that, he also felt that there were quadrupeds coming, and a large force was gathering, including the ancestral spirit. This was not to attack the Gu family at all, but to kill him specifically. Lee Su was not stupid, and he ran fast in the woods. He did not meet the Gu family, and he did not doubt his mother. It was estimated that his grandfather and others would be fine, but it was hard to say about others. In the current situation, he could not believe anyone, and he did not dare to believe it. However, after running a few steps, Lee Su's eyes were shocked and black, his hands and feet were unstable, and he fell from the tree trunk. He rolled to avoid hitting the ground directly. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were cold. This feeling, is it poison? How could it be? Apart from being injured by the rhino horn, he had no wounds on his body. He was on guard against the attack of the 4-legged beast, so as not to let the opponent's claws with countless bacteria grab him. Suddenly, the bowl of blood in front of him emerged in Lee Su's mind. He couldn't help but tremble his body and spit out a large mouthful of black blood. Damn it. This step by step, the calculation is so deep, so hateful. The eyes kept turning black, even the 5 senses were restricted, and the strength was rapidly fading. Am I going to die here? This thought could not help but appear in his mind. The next moment, Lee Su raised his hand, and put the nails of his index and middle fingers in his mouth, biting them tightly, and pulling them hard. but seeing the blood splattering, an unprecedented pain pierced directly into Lee Su's heart, and the hazy senses suddenly woke up. He turned a corner to avoid the full-legged beast that was chasing him. His bloody left hand directly stabbed the other party's eyeball. With the huge pain from his fingertips, he was covered in cold sweat, his face was blue and his lips were pale. He woke up and jumped up again. Then, he found the direction with the moonlight and fled madly. Afterwards, hundreds of full-legged beasts, with their ancestors' spirits, chased him in the direction he fled. The full-legged beasts could chase him without any scruples, but the second team could not. They stopped, their faces pale, and there was fear in their eyes when they looked at each other. The leader of the second team also came. He was holding the rhino horn bone tool that was found. At this moment, there was a crack on it. This is a bone tool, extremely hard, and it should be almost impossible to break it with brute force. How powerful is that spear? His face was pale, because he lost too much blood, and his heart was cold. He bit his lips tightly, looking at the figure and the voice in the distance, and couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. How could he be so strong? After being hit by the rhino horn, he was able to kill 7 people and escape without injury? Not only that, the bowl of blood he drank before was poisonous, a very special poison, silent and undetectable until it attacks, coming from the four-legged side. As a result, the other party was poisoned, but he was still able to escape. Are you kidding? That is a poison that can kill even a 2-meter long beast. Is this a human? Is this still a human? Warrior. What a joke. With this lineup and this layout, even an adult warrior should die. The warrior is very strong, but it doesn't mean he is invincible. Chill. An incomparable chill filled their hearts at this moment. The hunting team had 5 people killed by the enemy, and 2 were disabled. Now the only ones who were intact were the 3 who were not strong enough, and were a step slower. The leader of the second team had a painful face, and looked at the 3 people and said, "Go, take the bodies of the killed people, and follow the direction of the full-legged beast. Don't stop, don't stop. With them in front, the beasts will not approach actively. Find a chance to deal with the bodies and come back. Already, there is no time. After all, there are 2 teams outside. The other party must have heard the movement, and will come soon. Everything must be handled as soon as possible, otherwise once exposed, all of them will die." Although the other 3 people were pale, they still nodded and started to act. As for Lee Su, he was poisoned, and was being tracked by the four-legged beast. Even if everything he showed just now was extremely frightening, it would be okay. It must be okay. He is dead. He must be dead. Thinking of this, the captain of the second team felt an extremely strong regret in his heart for the first time. It would be better if he died. If he didn't die. He shuddered and didn't dare to think about it anymore, because it was too scary, really too scary. If the other party was alive, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe for them. Chapter 297 Heavy Damage. Lee Su was very tired after spitting out a mouthful of black blood. How could he describe that feeling? It was as if he had played games for 3 consecutive days and nights without sleep in his previous life. His body had been drained. If he continued like this, he would die suddenly. He did not stop and ran very fast. The toxins had been almost expelled. He thought he was just a Superman with 5 senses, strong strength, and terrible reflexes. Sure enough, if a person does not push himself to a dead end, he will never realize how strong he is. His liver was working crazily. For the first time as a mortal, Lee Su felt the existence of other internal organs besides the heart that would beat directly. A large amount of blood was absorbed by the liver, and the toxic substances in it were directly extracted by it, concentrated and injected into the gallbladder, and then the gallbladder changed it into bile, which went directly into the stomach, and was spit out from his mouth. Although it looked like a mouthful of black blood, it was actually just the toxins that he drank, absorbed and digested. Fortunately, it is not an acidic and rotten poison. The toxicity should be liver damage type, accompanied by hemolytic type, neuropsychiatric type, gastroenteritis type, and respiratory failure type. It is a plant poison. According to Lee Su's memory, it should be a plant similar to poisonous mushrooms. Therefore, I remind everyone to be vigilant about mushrooms and never eat them randomly, otherwise you will vomit like Lee Su. He is fine below. As a large amount of toxins are excreted from his own body, Lee Su's body is recovering rapidly. Of course, he is still in a mess. The people chasing him are really not joking. They are not weak in strength, but they are cruel and fearless. Many four-legged people have been killed, but the other party is still chasing them, which is very difficult to deal with. Although he is smart, he is poisoned and can't run at full speed. The four-legged people use their limbs to run on the tree trunks. They are also very smart and can chase and intercept him, which is more troublesome than the night demon. Because he has the ancestral spirit following him, Lee Su dare not let the other party block him. Once the ancestral spirit catches up, I'm afraid that the real murderer will be in trouble. Fortunately, the ancestral spirits that came with the other side this time were all a bit large in size. They were the kind that were very fierce in close combat and had strong bursts, but in terms of pursuit, they were a bit average in this dense forest. When Lee Su came to the Gu clan tribe, he had observed that this forest was very large, extending for dozens of kilometers, and he could not see the end with his eyesight, so as long as he was fast enough, the ancestral spirits would not be a danger to him in a short time. In fact, what really made him a little afraid was one of the people chasing him on four legs. That person had a strange body and was extremely abnormal. He was not tall, but very broad, with very long arms that could reach his calves when stretched out. His shoulders and arms were very thick, not the slender ones of apes, but the huge ones of gorillas. His lower limbs were well proportioned, his thighs were thick, his calves were thin in front and wide in the back. He had a lot of muscles, and his explosive power was very high. To describe it, it was probably the legs of an antelope, the arms of a gorilla, and the back of a tiger. He looked ferocious. His eyes were like crocodile eyes, round and big, his nose was upturned, more like a pig's nose, and his mouth was full of fangs. This guy has a very developed sense of smell. Twice, Lee Su pulled away, but he was found quickly by him. His hearing is also not bad, and his reflexes are very strong. Twice, Lee Su's counterattacks were either discovered by the opponent in advance, or they were dodged by him in a flash. With extraordinary five senses and strong wild intuition, he can be said to be the strongest in the team and the most threatening to him. It was very troublesome for Lee Su to encounter his own trumpet. Under the poison, Lee Su was almost caught by the opponent and hit back. If it weren't for his five senses that were not only superhuman, but also could absorb surrounding information, form a battle miniature in his mind, and produce an effect that was almost predictive of the future, I'm afraid he would really be entangled by the opponent. For this reason, Lee Su had to sacrifice himself and was punched by the opponent. Although he used his arm to weaken the opponent's strength before being hit, this punch was still a bit unexpected. He was just using the force to retreat, but the opponent broke through his defense and hit him directly on the left sternum. There was a click on the spot, and three sternums were directly cracked. The terrifying fist force poured into Lee Su's left chest, shaking his lungs and spurting blood on the spot. Even if he was affected by the poison, and his body was injured by the rhino horn, before escaping the encirclement, and could not recover, Lee Su's fighting ability is undoubtedly there. Although he fled in a panic, he was still able to scare the rest of the second team into panic. It is quite remarkable that a mere mortal could injure him so badly with his innate soul. In terms of fighting ability, if the Gu family wanted to take him down and surrounded him without giving him a way to retreat, they would have to pay at least 2 or 3 hunting teams as a price to kill him. Undoubtedly, his fighting ability has exceeded the height that normal people can reach. Isn't this a warrior on the four-legged side? With countless thoughts in his mind, Lee Su jumped in the air, and the stone spear in his hand suddenly aimed in a certain direction. He swung his waist, and the dragon on his spine continued to exert force, relying solely on the upper body, to stab the air several times in succession. As soon as he made the move, a figure appeared. It was the quadruped with the arms of an orangutan and the legs of an antelope. He was extraordinary, holding a weapon in his hand. It was a bone spear, thick and strong, about the size of an adult's arm. I don't know what kind of bone it was, but it was very hard. Lee Su stabbed the stone spear with a force of nearly 3,000 kilograms. The two sides collided more than 10 times, but it was not damaged at all. It can be seen that its strength is definitely higher than that of iron. I don't know how this thing was damaged to form a sharp bone spear. The opponent's reflexes were also terrible. He reacted instantly and confronted Lee Su head on in the void. Both sides attacked dozens of times in an instant. The stone spear and the bone spur kept colliding, and the air was vibrated, forming a considerable shockwave. This is a flesh and blood body, and it has the effect of a collision between martial arts masters who are almost in possession of true energy. The two men were shaking, and Lee Su flew away and continued to run. His arm holding the stone spear was numb and was shaken quite badly. From the tip to the end of the spear, it was shaking constantly, and the force was extremely heavy. The opponent also used the force to retreat and landed on a tree trunk. The hand holding the bone spur was also shaking, and it was a little bit difficult to hold it. His eyes kept flickering. He was really surprised to meet his opponent. From the moment he was born, he was gifted and had extraordinary strength. He enjoyed a reputation as a genius among the four-legged people and was the future king. But he never expected that coming to Goose to hunt the so-called warriors would be so difficult. Not only did he fail several times, but he was almost killed by the opponent. He had lived in the woods all his life, and the people of the tribe were just half-baked in his eyes. He had lost his instinct as an animal, but he hit a wall with Lee Su and was almost stabbed to death by the opponent's spear. It was so far away that I couldn't help but wonder whether he was the four-legged one or the other party was. Not to mention the injuries. He was also poisoned, but he still showed such strength. What would it be like if he was in his prime? Chase. After taking a breath, the other party took off the beast bag, drank the blood in the bag, and chased him again. As a beast, he could feel Lee Su's situation. Although he didn't know why the other party didn't die after being poisoned, he had to know that the special poison from their four-legged beasts could kill even big insects, but the other party was recovering rapidly. However, as a beast, he could feel that, even if the other party was recovering, his strength was still declining, greatly declining. This was normal. He was injured, poisoned, and was chased by them all the way. He had no chance to rest and recover. Although the four-legged beasts believed in the beast god and their wisdom and thinking ability were not as good as those of the tribes that believed in the gods of heaven, they were much smarter than animals in thinking. They were just bloody and cruel, not bound by rules, and advocated wild freedom. This did not mean that they would not think. In terms of hunting, they were protected by the beast god, not bad, but very strong. The prey had been weakened, so what needed to be done was undoubtedly very simple: to continue to weaken him until his body was completely exhausted. Lee Su exhaled. He was a little tired from running ahead. He was exhausted. If it was him, he would have died of exhaustion. But even so, his consumption was still too great. His physical strength could not keep up. He was already squeezing his own cells. If this continued, he would be exhausted in no time. He spat out another mouthful of poisonous blood. Lee Su could not help but take a deep breath. His body was completely recovered. The toxins in his body were already very weak and could not weaken him. His five senses were recovering rapidly, and he could capture more and more clear information around him. Because of the poisoning and his own damage, most of Lee Su's five senses were closed before, and the capture of information was greatly reduced. Except for barely keeping the focus on the four-legged tribe chasing him, he could hardly perceive more things. Now that he has recovered, he has captured all the information within a radius of 1000 meters with him as the center. After bypassing a tree trunk, a very small head flew out. It was the head of a snake. Lee Su broke it with a stone spear, including its poison sac. He kept chewing and swallowed the rest directly. With food in his stomach, he was shocked, and his body cells seemed to come alive. Of course, Lee Su was not happy or relaxed. He was still nervous and his body was in a highly tense state. Although this kind of recovery can greatly reduce physical energy consumption and even replenish it, it is a fact that the body is highly exhausted. After all, he is still a human being. Without true energy and mana, he can only rely on sufficient time to rest to recover when he is tired. Avoiding the attack of a four-legged beast, Lee Su smashed the opponent's brain with his backhand. His eyes flashed and looked into the distance. Although he was running away, he was not running randomly. This was the direction he chose specifically. As for the end, it was certainly not a cliff or a surging river. There was no such thing nearby, and he did not need to use that dangerous escape. For him, the most troublesome thing was not the people chasing him, but the ancestral spirits behind the people. Sure enough, handing over the bone tool was a huge mistake, otherwise it would not be so troublesome. Thinking about it, Lee Su's face turned black and green. He used to think that enemies were simple, just killing them would be fine. But for the person who plotted against him this time, not only was he a mortal enemy, but most importantly, he felt a great humiliation, being slapped in the face. Fuck. He was a modern man, but he was actually plotted against by a primitive man. Not only was he poisoned, but he was also cheated of his bone tools and attacked. Aren't primitive people said to be very simple? Simple as hell. It was so complicated that Lee Su almost knelt down when he reacted. It can be said that, if the other party had not underestimated his situation, he would definitely die. The amount of poison, the attack of the rhino horn, the second most powerful team of the Gu family, plus more than 100 full-egged people, and several ancestral spirits, before dark, or during the test, he would have been dead without a doubt. You have to know that he left room at that time, and did not try his best to show it. The trap set by the other party was able to kill even myself who had held back. You can imagine how terrible the targeting of this plan is. It's not that the other party was not prepared enough, it's simply that Lee Su grew too fast and too fiercely, far beyond the other party's expectations. Thinking of this, Lee Su couldn't help but feel a chill in his back. This kind of experience is not something that young people can do. The young people on the four-legged side can't do it, only the old guys. Therefore, the guy who did it is very likely to be one of the 3 elders of the Gu family except the cormorant. The cormorant will not do it. After all, he is a direct bloodline. Even if he really inherits the throne in the future, it will be a good thing for the cormorant lineage. As for whether it will be the second master, the younger brother of my mother's father, the age is okay, but the possibility is not high. Because that guy is a reckless man, from head to toe. Otherwise the cormorant would not drag his mother to help deal with the cormorant lineage's affairs, and the second master is not uncomfortable about this, but very happy, feeling relieved. If there is something wrong with this guy, Lee Su can only say that this is really a movie star, a super movie star. Therefore, the only clue is undoubtedly the second team, but the second team? Lee Su took a breath and had a headache. The hunting team 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 were a little different from the 15th team. They were not from the same lineage, and there were mixed people in them, not as pure as the latter. This was really weird. He had a headache, that is to say, apart from knowing that everyone in the second team wanted to kill him, he had no idea who was behind the scenes. This was really too much. It was outrageous, you know. He planned so fiercely, but he got himself out of it. The only one known at present is one of Cheo, G, and E, and it seems that all of them are possible, but none of them are possible. What puzzled Lee Su the most was why they wanted to kill him. There were people from all 4 lines, but the whole team wanted to kill him. They were merciless, and confirmed his eyes. Why? Dad dug up your ancestors' graves. He continued to run forward, sweating profusely. He had never been so tired in his life, no, not in the last life, not in the previous life, and even stuck out his tongue to help dissipate heat. Although he didn't seem to be pushed to a dead end, in fact, Lee Su's situation was really dangerous. His physical value was obviously far superior to that of ordinary people. Even though he was only 7 years old, he was still far ahead of most people. He was able to survive because of his strong ability. He once again dodged the sneak attack of the 4-legged man, the guy with the bone spur. It was very insidious, and he suddenly jumped up from below. If Lee Su hadn't been on guard against him, he might have been hit by the sneak attack. It was getting more and more dangerous. If it continued like this, it would not be a dangerous situation, but a certain death. Lee Su made a ruthless decision. He turned his body in the void and pulled back a little. And it was this slight distance that allowed him to enter the encirclement and the attack range of the ancestral spirits chasing behind him. Roar. A huge roar sounded directly, and the roar was like thunder, exploding on the ground, as if a stun grenade exploded, and an extremely strong shock wave exploded. Lee Su, who was more than 10 meters away, was directly hit, and his body became stiff. This stiffness was a big deal. He could have jumped to the tree trunk on the other side, but he was a little short and fell from midair. 4 black shadows rushed up and surrounded him from top to bottom and left to right. Not only that, the guy that Lee Soo paid special attention to also quickly approached him, and the chilling murderous intent pierced his back. Whoosh! Lee Soo exhaled heavily and inhaled deeply into his lungs. He twisted his body forcefully in midair. The moment the 4 guys rushed in front of him, they stepped on the ground with their feet first. His calves swelled visibly, and his toes and soles exerted force at the same time, directly bouncing his nearly 80-pound body up. He turned over in the air, turning head down with his feet on top. His feet were like spirit snakes, moving in the air, avoiding the attacks from the top and left, and his toes were like guns, kicking them directly in the chest. At the same time, he swept out with his right hand, and before the opponent's hands were about to pierce his chest, he swept the opponent's head first, knocking the skull away, and most of the brain burst out directly. In an instant, 3 kills. Undoubtedly, it was terrible, but it was also the limit. He barely retracted his left hand and blocked the guy who was rushing from the right. With a crackling sound. Although it was called a pounce, its power should not be underestimated. This move came from a beast and was the most commonly used move by land predators. It was simple and fast, so it had great power. Although his arms were blocking in front, Lee Soo seemed to be really pounced by a tiger. The power of the 2 palms was like a Hummer moving at a speed of 80 miles per hour, hitting his arms and hitting his chest. The bones were broken. The hand bones and sternum were all broken by the huge force. With a wow, Lee Soo spat out a large mouthful of blood. His left lung was shaken and injured. He was knocked sideways and flew several meters away. He stopped only after hitting a big tree. At this time, the guy who had the most lethal power to Lee Soo moved. He made a fierce sprint, and his legs burst out with unimaginable power. He crossed the void, and the bone spurs were cut out. The huge power and super fast speed directly formed a round of black moon, which chopped towards Lee Soo's head. Although it was not a knife, if it hit, Lee Soo's head would probably be lost. At the moment of life and death, Lee Soo's eyes suddenly opened, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was like a sword and spat directly at the opponent. The blood was carefully prepared by Lee Soo. He could dodge the previous attack, but he didn't. He did it deliberately, just to give the opponent a feeling that he was at the end of his road. He can capture all information and form an effect similar to predicting the future. How could he fall into the attack range of the ancestral spirit for no reason? Everything was for this moment. He spat out blood in anger, and the blood was squeezed by his lungs. At the same time, the force of the collision just now formed a huge high pressure, which turned into a bloodline, stretched for several meters, and hit the eyes of the man holding the bone spur. He reacted quickly, but unfortunately the bloodline came faster. When he realized it, his eyes had been hit. Although he still dodged subconsciously, his left eye was still hit by the bloodline. Bang! Even if the savage was strong, his fragile eyeball obviously couldn't withstand such a heavy blow, and it was directly shattered. The savage holding the bone spur screamed, and Lee Soo hit him so hard that he paused in the air and froze in midair. At this moment, Lee Soo rolled with the force of being pushed away and did not fall down. Instead, he rolled up from the tree trunk several times until he was about 2 meters high. He barely raised his left hand with a broken bone to hook the tree trunk, and his 5 fingers were like hooks, holding it tightly. His face was blue with pain at this moment, but he did not stop, but used the force to swing himself up. In the air, he tightly grasped the stone spear with his right hand, starting from the tail vertebrae, twisting his waist, to the shoulder, and then to the arm, and then suddenly threw it not far below. With a whoosh, the stone spear broke through the air, making a shrill sound, and suddenly came to the front of the ancestor spirit that had hit him stiff, and was ready to roar again. It was a beast that looked very similar to a bear, but it was a little different. It had long limbs, a long back, and could walk upright. As soon as it opened its mouth, Lee Soo's stone spear hit it, and inserted it straight into its mouth. Undoubtedly, the Zuling, a beast with the blood of the beast god, was quite powerful. Even though the stone spear was fast and urgent, it still reacted, and bit it in the moment it pierced its mouth. After so many battles, it was still a stone, and could no longer bear it. The moment it was bitten by the teeth, the stone spear shattered. It broke into dozens of pieces and exploded in the mouth of the bear like Zooling. The mouth and tongue were torn on the spot, and countless blood gushed out. The terrible pain made Zooling's eyes red immediately, and he screamed wildly. The terrible scream formed a huge shockwave, and in addition to it, the forelegs were also included. With a loud bang, everyone froze, shocked by the roar, and their bodies stiffened. Having injured it once, Lee Su was obviously prepared this time. He opened his mouth wide in the air, and the blood vibrated in advance under the control of the body, maintaining the same frequency as the roar. After his body stiffened slightly, he immediately regained his ability to move. He grabbed the tree trunk beside him and began to leap out at high speed, running deeper into the forest without looking back. Lee Su was running very fast, faster than before. He didn't care about anything and ran madly ahead, almost leaving an afterimage. The corners of his mouth were bleeding, and it kept bleeding without stopping. He was seriously injured and paid a heavy price. Not only was his left lung cracked, but most of his sternum was cracked, and his sternum was not broken once, but into several sections. His eyes were dizzy, and the darkness in front of him was getting darker. He had reached his limit and his body could no longer hold on. He continued to run without stopping, and kept inhaling the smell from the air through his nose. It was almost there, almost there, almost there. Finally, after crossing a large area of dense forest, a huge black shadow appeared in front of him. Lee Su ran over. His eyes, his mouth, and nose were bleeding, but he didn't care. He ran directly in front of the black shadow and ran indecisively. Step by step, he was getting slower and slower, and finally stopped. Unable to hold back, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and all he saw was golden stars. His 5 senses were no longer activated, and his knees softened, and he fell to the ground. Damn it, don't let me recover. If you recover, none of you will survive. With such a thought in his mind, Lee Su fainted completely. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, and behind him, the four-legged creature naturally did not give up. The genius of the clan was now full of rage and murderous intent. One of his eyes was broken, which had a great impact on him. The intense pain almost made him crazy, and he rushed forward madly. There was also the bear-like ancestor spirit, which was also running wildly, with blood all over its mouth and spreading rage. As an ancestor spirit, its bear life was majestic and supreme, but today, it was attacked in the mouth and its tongue was almost broken. It was extremely angry and rushed madly, wanting to find that person and eat him, swallowing his blood and bones to calm its anger. The rest of the four-legged people were also full of murderous intent. They could hardly hold back from screaming and howling loudly. In the forest, they were killed like this by a tribesman. They were upset and unsettled. Not only that, the smell of blood in the air showed that the man was seriously injured, and he could not escape far. They rushed very fast, and the distance that Lee Su had managed to open was quickly filled by them. They soon came to the edge of the woods. The smell of blood in the distance was very close. It was coming soon. The four-legged people's eyes were shining, especially the one holding the bone spur. He couldn't wait any longer and wanted to use the bone spur in his hand to dismember the man. At this moment, suddenly, the fastest bear braked suddenly and stopped on the spot. Its eyes were wide open, staring at the front. After a moment, without thinking, it turned around and ran. Not only it, but also the ancestral spirits that followed closely. They were stunned for a moment, a little confused, and then couldn't help but take a breath. The next moment, their faces also changed drastically, as if they were being stared at by their natural enemies. They turned around and ran away, even faster than the speed of the pursuers, running desperately. The four-legged people were startled, and their faces showed a look of doubt and uncertainty, especially the one with a bone spur who led the way. The face of the man changed even more. The bear that ran away was his. The two had been together for too long, and were familiar with each other. When the bear ran, it made a sound, and the sound was filled with great fear and terror. What's going on? Hululu. Just when the four-legged people were confused, there was a sound in front of them. The sound was very loud, like thunder, and the surrounding trees were shaking. After a long while, the sound stopped. In an instant, the faces of all the four-legged people changed drastically, and the ghosts were flying. Even the man holding the bone spur couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and was scared. They swooshed out at twice the speed of when they came and disappeared from the woods in an instant. Soon, the forest became quiet. As for the humming sound, it would only sound once every long period of time. The sound was very loud, like thunder, and with its sound, a huge object like a mountain was also rising and falling. It was not a mountain, but a living thing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Nutritious. Cough. Cough. I don't know how long it has been. Lee Soo slowly opened his eyes. He felt very uncomfortable and had difficulty breathing. His eyes kept turning black and he felt a tearing pain in his body. He was lucky not to die. The other party really didn't have the courage to chase him regardless of everything. Otherwise he would have really failed this time and fell into the hands of a group of primitive people. How long did he sleep? Lee Soo raised his head and glanced at the moonlight that was slightly offset. He couldn't help but take a breath. Fortunately, it wasn't long, and it shouldn't have been more than 8 hours. The injury can only be said to be average, mainly because of his physical strength, which was consumed too badly. He has a strong body, so the consumption is naturally much greater than others. Originally, his weight was more than 80 kilograms. Now if he weighs himself, he is probably less than 60 kilograms. A full 20 kilograms of weight was consumed in this battle. His heartbeat was very fast, his limbs were weak, his mouth was dry, and his skin elasticity decreased. Dehydration is quite serious, and the water loss in his body exceeds 8%, or even 9%. The loss of energy is even more so. He is very healthy, with a fat content of about 16%. Now there is only muscle in his body, and the fat has been burned dry. This is not good, very bad. Lee Soo stood up with great effort, and then Yi Guan kept scanning the surroundings. He needed to replenish water and food. His 5 senses became very dull. When he moved, his brain could not help but feel dizzy. Lack of sugar, lack of salt, all kinds of lack. All organs are screaming. Not only the battle consumption, but also the consumption during the coma is not low. His body was hit hard continuously. 7 or 8 sternums were broken, and they were broken twice or 3 times. Before the coma, his chest was uneven, and his left lung was also uneven, showing impact damage. After waking up, the bones were pushed back to their original positions by the muscles, and the bone began to proliferate and repair. The damage to the left lung was also much better. Obviously, during the coma, the body mechanism underwent a certain degree of treatment under self-protection. Unfortunately, the nutrition was not enough. Although the cells were strong enough, they could not exert their maximum activity effect. Moving is not a big problem, but it is obvious that it can't withstand high-intensity combat. If you meet a full-egged person now, you don't need to be too strong to kill him. Hululu. There was a sound, just nearby, like thunder. Lee Soo raised his head and looked behind him. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. It's a god. He didn't run towards the cliff, because even if he jumped down, with the full-egged people's hands, unless it was a cliff, it wouldn't be a problem for them to climb down. And jumping off a cliff, what's the difference between that and seeking death? Although there are many stories where the protagonist jumps off a cliff and survives, and also obtains top secrets, and red fruits and ginseng are planted everywhere like cabbage below. In fact, if 100 people jump off a cliff, 99 will die. Lee Soo doesn't have that much gambling spirit to rely on luck. What's more, he has bad gambling luck. He always loses when playing cards normally. During the holidays, he often gives a month's living expenses to relatives. As for jumping into the river, it was not the kind of river that would sweep people away. Do you think that people with 4 legs are landlubbers? What's more, there were ancestral spirits following him, one of which looked like a snake, and was obviously amphibious, which almost eliminated his idea of finding a river to escape. Therefore, if he wanted to escape to heaven, he had few ways. In fact, there was only one way, which was to find the gods. Lee Soo didn't know what other gods looked like, but the one he had seen was undoubtedly very mysterious and had terrible power, but creatures were right, and creatures naturally had habitats. Following the smell of the other party, he ran over. The result was very good. The four legs didn't chase in, they didn't dare. In fact, let alone the four legs who believed in the beast god, even the Goo family who believed in the gods of heaven would not dare to approach if they knew that the gods of heaven were here. It was completely different from the atheist Lee Soo. In this era, gods were everything great and extreme. They could only be worshipped from afar, but not approached, not to mention when Lee Soo fell asleep next to the other party's calf and had 2 notches. This was disrespectful. If he was discovered, he could be burned on the spot. Well, fortunately, the god of heaven sleeps well, and he doesn't have the habit of kicking the quilt after falling asleep, except for the vibration of his body when breathing. He basically doesn't move, just like he's dead. Otherwise, maybe there's no need for the four-legged beast to take action. If the god of heaven turns over, he might be dead. Lee Soo took a breath lightly, opened his nasal cavity, and captured the smell in the air. Soon, his brows frowned, and his eyes were a little cold. Didn't leave. Although the four-legged beast didn't get close, it didn't leave immediately. In the distance, their smell was brought over by the wind. The other party was very thief, and was guarding not far away, which gave Lee Soo a headache. At this moment, he was just between the legs of the god of heaven. He was seriously lacking in physical strength, and couldn't climb away, and the other party was guarding outside, which was considered to have blocked him. In this way, it was difficult for Lee Soo to stay away from the god of heaven, and go outside to get meat and water. After all, the place where the god of heaven was sleeping, wild beasts would never dare to approach. The breath was too strong, and just approaching could scare you to spasm all over your body and unable to control yourself. Lee Soo didn't do that, because his vitality was on the verge of death. Not to mention that his cells had no strength to react. He had seen even more ruthless ones. For example, his brother-in-law Yang Jian, before he passed the tribulation, met a golden immortal, or a golden immortal who was close to the Dalo level. That feeling was much more terrifying than facing the gods directly. If it weren't for the Kingping sword suppressing his soul would have been shaking, and he couldn't say a word. This kind of suppression from the pinnacle of life is really no joke. In his heart, he cursed the four-legged guys outside, saying that his father dug up your ancestors' graves, and wanted to chase him like this. Then he bent down, and lay on the ground, to explore the smell underground with his nose. Have you seen wilderness survival? Animals do dare not approach, because of the suppression of life instincts, but it doesn't mean that insects are the same. How big is the area under the mountain-sized god? There are many trees and bushes. Soon, Lee Soo found his first target, which was a plant with a high water content. The leaves were thick and large, and there was plenty of water in it. He pulled off 2 leaves, which were bigger than his head, and quickly put them into his mouth to chew. It was very bitter, and his tongue was numb. It was obviously carrying a trace of toxins. Lee Soo didn't care. Although his body was very weak, he still had resistance. To him, this toxin was no different from energy. After eating 2 leaves, his face became much more relaxed, and the symptoms of dehydration were alleviated. Finally, he had some strength, and Lee Soo began to dig a hole. This was undoubtedly a physical job. He didn't dig fast, and it took a lot of effort to expose a stone that had sunk into the ground. He gently pushed the stone away, exposing the bottom. There were a lot of insects. He had eaten raw blood and raw meat for several years. Now, in order to survive, he didn't hesitate. He sniffed it with his nose to make sure it was only slightly poisonous or non-toxic insects. He grabbed a handful and threw them into his mouth. The taste was very strange. It was unbelievable, but it was not unacceptable. After all, he turned off his taste and smell when eating. Well, they were all high in protein and rich in energy to an incredible degree. I remember that, after watching Wilderness Survival, I was curious and went online to look up some information. Guess what Lee Soo found? Wow. The dry matter protein content of bees is as high as 81%, flies is 79%, crickets is 76%, butterflies is 71%, and termites have 80% protein and fat. Its nutritional value is twice as high as beef. Wow, really wow. In fact, I personally think that eating beef to lose weight is enough. Just eat insects. Not to mention the rich nutrition. This weird taste can also greatly hinder your appetite, and the effect is great. Especially the squirming feeling when throwing it into the mouth. Lee Soo couldn't help but retching whenever he thought about it. After eating almost 2 handfuls of various insects in succession, there was more or less something in the stomach. After a burst of warmth, Lee Soo raised his head and looked outside. His eyes were fierce and full of cruelty. He is not narrow-minded, petty, and holds grudges. Just because he almost killed him, Lee Soo could have wiped out the other party's clan without hesitation. Now he was forced to eat leaves and insects. The hatred was too big, and it was a fight to the death. Unfortunately, the other party was not a demon clan, and Lee Soo could not open the Buddha kingdom and the 6 reincarnations here. Otherwise his true spirit would have to be trained by the other party and become a decoration in the 6 reincarnations. He continued to carefully use the bricks. Although the gods would not be awakened by such a little sound, even if they woke up, they would not care about such a small thing as himself. But who was Lee Soo? How could he completely leave his fate to others to kill him? He was very careful, constantly eating leaves and insects. In order to survive, he didn't care. The energy is really high, and the wilderness survival is not in vain. The effect is awesome. Of course, it is not recommended for everyone to imitate it. Unless you are really dying, don't do it. After all, his nose is too sensitive and can smell more than 1,000 kinds of smells. He can smell whether there is poison or not. After eating almost 1/10 of the marks, that is, 1.2 hours, more than 100 square meters of stone were lifted by him, and 10 kilograms of leaves were collected. Lee Soo finally returned to the calf of the god with satisfaction, curled up his body, closed his eyes and dozed off. Four-legged, wait for me, I will beat out all the brain marrow after it recovers. Asterisk 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 at this moment, outside. Four-legged barely controlled the ancestral spirits to wait quietly at the extreme position close to the god. They ate blood and flesh and waited quietly. The leader was undoubtedly the Bone Spur man who had turned into a one-eyed dragon. His eyes were fierce and full of anger. He wanted to rush in directly and kill Lee Soo. One of his eyes was knocked out, which made him very angry. The left vision was pitch black. Although he could make up for it through feeling, it was obviously not as effective as when he had an eye. Unfortunately, the fear of the gods from the soul made him dare not act. Unlike Lee Soo, he was protected by the gods, and his aura was close to the other party. He would not react too much if he approached the gods. But the followers of the beast god were different. If they got too close, they would definitely wake them up. Not only that, this is a very serious provocation, which will make them angry and furious. With their strength, there is no chance of escape, and they will be killed directly. When will the people arrive? He turned around and spoke. The language was different from that of the Gu family, but it was the right language. The message has been sent, and the other party has also responded. We have to wait a little longer. A four-legged person answered. Of course, they were not waiting outside, but they must kill Lee Soo. Even if there were warriors between tribes, they would find a way to kill them, let alone the hostile four-legged. Not long ago, they deeply understood its horror. If they continued to let it grow, it would be an extremely terrible disaster for the four-legged. It is really hard to believe that people can be so powerful that they can run so far from their pursuit without bone tools, poisoned, and injured. After leaving the range of the god's breath, they immediately notified the people from the Gu family to come over. They couldn't get close, but the guys with the belief in the god might not be able to get close. Go and notify him again. If he doesn't come, expose him and make him unable to stay in Gu's family. He couldn't wait any longer. If he waited, Lee Soo would most likely recover. The one-eyed man with bone spurs spoke directly, his eyes filled with extreme anger. Lee Soo's injuries were not fatal, and he might recover. Once he recovered, it would undoubtedly be very difficult to kill him. The ancestral spirits brought this time were not fast enough. Have you sent a message to the tribe? Let the Wolf King come. Yes, the Wolf King is on the way. Very good. The one-eyed man with bone spurs glowed with cruelty. He was very angry, but Lee Soo alone could not suppress the anger in his heart. He wanted more, and more blood to sacrifice his left eye. You also called the Wolf King? Suddenly, a voice sounded the language of the gods. The full-legged man was startled and turned his head, but saw a figure walking on foot. He was walking slowly, but his speed was very fast. He had just finished 100 meters, and when he came to his senses, he was already in front of him. His breath was extremely strong, not only filled with wildness, but also rationality. One eye was blood red like a beast, and the other eye was extremely clear. When the one-eyed man saw the other party, he immediately jumped up and shouted angrily, "You!" Before he finished speaking, his head flew high and moved from his neck. The person who came broke his head with a blow. Alas, I underestimated him. I had already overestimated him, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated him. He has improved so much in a short time. His strength is far beyond imagination. This is probably not a warrior, but someone like him. The one-eyed man died. The full-legged people were surprised, but did not move. They trembled and bent over, buried their heads in the ground, and did not dare to look at the other party. Retreat. There are people from the Gu family coming behind. Kill all the people with the marked breath, then leave and take the Wolf King back. The Gu family still needs to exist. He waved his hand. His eyes were dim, looking at the place where the gods were not far away. His eyes kept flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. The kneeling full-legged people kowtowed twice, stood up and retreated quickly with the ancestral spirit without looking back, and soon disappeared. After a moment, the man took a step forward and walked directly towards the direction of the god. Chapter 299 Practitioner. His skin trembled inexplicably, and Li Su, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes, and at this moment, the moonlight in the sky seemed to be absorbed by his eyes, and there was a terrifying light in them. His limbs shook at the same time, and his heart suddenly contracted at this moment. The beating force was very strong, like a compressor, squeezing a lot of blood to rush to the whole body, and his breathing became deep and long. A lot of oxygen was absorbed by him into his lungs, and with the arch of his heart, his body, which was still in the sleeping process, quickly revived. The whole process took less than 0.2 seconds, which is a blink of an eye. His body went directly from a relaxed state to a combat state, and the switching speed was extremely terrifying. If there was a thermal imager at this moment, you would find that Li Su's body suddenly lit up, and his body temperature rose by more than 0.5 degrees. The muscles and nerves of his whole body had been overheated, and he could burst out all his strength 100%. He did not move, still staying under the calf of the god, but slowly turned his head and looked not far away. Between the two legs of the god, there stood a figure, less than 100 meters away from Li Su. The other party stood on 2 feet, and his breath did not have the wildness of the beast god. Is it someone from the Gu family? As the thought came to his mind, Li Su's heart was secretly shaken, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Even if he was sleeping, he was not in the coma before. 4 of his 5 senses were partially activated, monitoring the environment around him, and would immediately warn himself if there was any abnormality. As a result, he was actually touched by the other party for nearly 100 meters, and the feeling was shaken to wake him up. This guy is stronger than the 4-legged guy with the bone spur. Is there such a strong man in the Gu clan tribe? Li Su was a little unbelievable. You know, even if he had seen a hunting team, his strength was only okay, and he was stronger than the 4-legged guy with the bone spur, but it was very limited, with a gap of about 3 to 4 levels. And there was no doubt that the breath of the one in front of him gave him a feeling that was at least more than twice that of the guy with the bone spur. Who is he? Looking at the other party's face, Li Su was confused and puzzled. Although he did not see all the members of the Gu family, none of the hunting team escaped. He memorized them all and could recognize them immediately. Not only that, he remembered the smells of more than 2,000 people in the Gu family, but no matter which of the combined memories, he could not connect them with this guy. Who is this guy? It was as if a question mark suddenly appeared in front of him, which made Li Su very uncomfortable, and felt extremely uncomfortable. His smell was extremely strong and eye-catching. After memorizing it once, he could recall it immediately the next time he smelled it, but this was not the smell of a living thing, but the smell of life. How to describe this difference? To put it simply, the smell of a living thing is a combination of pores, sweat, dead skin, etc. The smell of life is different. It is a unique breath formed by the raging fire of cells In short, normal people have the smell of living things, but only one kind of people have the smell of life, that is, practitioners. Exclamation mark. That's right. When the strength reaches a certain level, the practitioner can close his pores, and the innate ki circulates inside, preventing it from leaking out. Through the innate ki, the body characteristics will be extremely flat, and they will hardly sweat. And under the maintenance of the innate ki, their cell lifespan will be abnormally strong, and the speed of molting is much lower than that of normal people. If they are not injured or very tired, they will hardly leave any smell. Under normal circumstances, even creatures with well-developed respiratory organs such as dogs and elephants can hardly smell it. Like a stone, mosquitoes will not approach. Lee Su is different. The abnormality of his body comes from the innateness of the soul. The five senses of Superman are not physical, but are formed by the influence of the soul. Therefore, in terms of smell capture, he has an energy sense of smell that ordinary creatures do not have. How is it possible? Lee Su's eyes were full of shock and some disbelief. After coming to this world for 7 years, he had already tried countless times various ways of cultivation, and it was obvious that he could not practice. Since he couldn't practice, Lee Su thought that there shouldn't be any human beings in this world who could practice. After all, in terms of talent, Lee Su's weighting was an astonishing 195%, and in this world, even the protagonist could only have 100% at most. If a talent of nearly 200 couldn't be practiced, it meant that the path of practice was undoubtedly the way to go. How did the other party do it? The person who came was none other than the one who killed the four-legged bone spur man. He looked at Lee Su with surprise in his eyes. To be honest, he was quite shocked. The better Lee Su performed, the heavier his killing intention became. Therefore, the layout made the other party escape, which made him unable to sit still. After waiting for several hours, he decided to do it himself. He couldn't let it grow up, otherwise it would inevitably become the biggest enemy in the future. But he didn't expect that he had just come here and was still 100 meters away from the approach, but he was actually noticed by the other party and woke up. Not only that, the speed at which he entered the combat state also shocked him. Even if it was the bone spur man, no matter if I appeared beside him and knocked his head off, the other party had no reaction during the whole process because his five senses were avoided by his special method. When he realized it, it was too late. Just like an ordinary person facing a hunting team, he was already dead. This is his strength, a special ability, which four-legged people, and even the people of the Gu family, do not have. Even a beast as strong as a Zuling, facing him is no different from an ordinary beast, and can be easily killed. This made him, who was originally planning to get close to Lee Su, and take off his head directly, pause for a moment. His talent is already abnormal. Although he thought about it, his murderous intent became stronger and stronger. On the surface, he was calm, but in his heart, he was turbulent, and his strength could not stop surging. He was serious, facing immortal. In an instant, Lee Su sensed it, and the hair on his back stood up directly, as if someone had grabbed his heart. His body was tense. After several hours of rest, his body, which had recovered to about the 7th level, began to vibrate and heat up. Every cell was mobilized by him. The wound on his left lung, the broken bones of his sternum, and the cracked bones of his left hand were all heating up and being repaired at an accelerated rate. Swish. Just when Lee Su was about to enter the highest combat state, the opponent's figure disappeared. His eyes moved rapidly up and down, left and right. His pores were all open. His nose was madly absorbing air. His tongue kept moving, and his ears were open to the limit. Thousands of different audios were captured by him. Lee Su suddenly turned around and looked to his right. He took a breath and punched out. HMM. A figure appeared, with an even more astonished look on his face. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party had captured him. He was amazed and shocked by Lee Su's instant counterattack. He couldn't help but pause when he raised his hand to chop. He was sure that the person in front of him was just an ordinary person, without his power. He couldn't help but feel infinite regret in his heart. It was a great pity that such a human race had to die. It was simply a huge sorrow. It was a pity, too pity, because he was born in the wrong place. With a direct hand knife, the man paused for a moment and chopped on Lee Su's fist. Boom. The sound was not loud, only in the radius, but the intensity was beyond imagination. There was a kind of power that penetrated from the other party's palm and flowed into Lee Su's body like water along his arm, rushing towards him. The blood was oppressed, and the infiltrated power broke into Lee Su's vascular system violently. A large amount of blood mist spurted out of his fist, and the blood vessels seemed to be about to explode. Ki. No, it is a more domineering power than Ki. The way it is composed is difficult to understand, and it has unimaginable destructive power. Lee Su was quite uncomfortable when thousands of pounds of power were directly penetrated. After Cheyenne Long, he once again tried to be crushed by others in a frontal battle in the world fragments. He retreated with a thud, unable to control his body at all. His internal organs were shaken, and golden stars appeared in front of his eyes. The power was too terrifying, and all the bones in his body were shaken apart. Damn, he was actually defeated by a power that was not even at the peak of the magic realm. Killed. Lee Su's heart twitched, and his balls were in great pain. The gap between the two sides was too absolute, just on the surface, just like an ordinary person encountering a master with internal strength, who was learning the top martial arts such as the 18 palms of the dragon subduing, or a martial artist encountering a cultivator. Moreover, what made him extremely uncomfortable was that he didn't understand in his heart why the other party wanted to kill him, and that so many arrangements were made to kill him. What's more, the cultivators went out in person to kill an ordinary person like him. Of course, the other party was not feeling well either. Is Lee Su's fist so easy to receive? Not easy to receive. That seemingly simple punch was protected by the gods, protected by his own talents, and felt a huge crisis. He even brought a spiral to this punch. The fist was like a bullet, not only with super high power, but also with a terrible penetrating effect. The damage was at least 5 times the normal strength. Even though the opponent had a higher level of strength and penetrated his strength at once, it was not completely dispersed. Some of it fell on his hand knife. The man was shocked, and his hand bones creaked. Fortunately, he had the ability to protect and maintain the shape of his palm. But even so, his right hand was in great pain, as if he was not slashing with a fist, but slashing on a steel plate 1 meter behind. The whole arm was shaken and flew up, and the next step of taking life was paused. At this moment, Lee Su ushered in a glimmer of opportunity. He suppressed the uncontrollable body with absolute will and soul. He turned slightly, and his fingers were like knives. Together with the power of the man, he rubbed directly towards the calf of the god beside him. His eyes were cold, with incomparable cruelty and determination. Death is death, but he can't let the other party feel good. The other party dared to run to the god to kill him. There must be something strange. If the god could wake up, maybe he could reveal something. He could never be willing to die in such an inexplicable way. Faced with Lee Su's behavior, the man whose palm was hit by the opponent's force was in great pain. He was shocked. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Lee Su with incredible eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He actually attacked the gods? How dare he? In this world, God is absolute, everything, the faith of all life, the supreme being that the human race worships, and the object of soul submission. The man was shocked, completely shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Lee Su to attack the gods. This was definitely beyond his imagination. His thinking was stagnant. This is the god who protects you. How dare you attack him? Although the other party couldn't utter a word, Lee Su still understood. He had a defiant look in his eyes and a sneer on his face. God? Are you kidding? Sorry, they grew up in Hanki and believe in maximum. And if you look carefully at Lee Su's mythological history, the gods that can be worshipped by them are either able to fulfill wishes, such as the god of wealth, and those who can believe in them selflessly and worship them sincerely are their own ancestors, such as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The Chinese are very realistic. They go to temples to pray for wealth, blessings and peace, or to be reborn in the next life. As for spiritual sustenance, they are all in their ancestors. As for the gods, didn't you see that the first thing Lee Su did after getting protection was to make a fool of the gods? Dung. Lee Su punched the calf of the god of heaven. Before he could sneer at the mosquito-sized man, he was shocked and vomited blood and retreated. Not only did he not get any force into him, but it was like hitting a steel plate, and all the cells were numb. Shit. I can't even hit him. Lee Su fell to the ground, blood gushing from all his 7 orifices, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. That's right. People can't beat him, let alone gods who have terrible power and are as huge as mountains. Damn, it is worthy of being one of the 3 must-die books. This mindless pursuit and unimaginable power, how can he break through this thing? It's a ripoff. It's also a 195% talent waiting. Fuck you. Lee Su fell to the ground and couldn't move. There was no fear on his face, but he was unwilling and extremely toothache. Let him die, but you should at least let him understand what's going on. He tried so hard to kill me, and it turned out that he shouldn't have been exposed to obviously when he just came, but it seems that if he didn't expose it, how can he break through the night demon? It's a crappy game, and the physical sensation is extremely poor. Lying on the ground, Lee Su complained crazily, tired of it. However, after complaining for a long time, he found that the expected severe pain did not come, and he didn't feel the passing of life. What's going on? Was he scared silly by himself? Well, recalling the punch he made against the god of heaven, the other party was indeed shocked, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Could that be his chance of survival? Should he have turned around and killed the other party halfway through the fight? No way. No way. That's fine. It's too much. Thinking of this, Lee Su opened his eyes, but didn't move. Instead, he was about to speak. After all, not to mention being injured by the other party, the punch against the god of heaven had shaken him badly, and there was no way he could recover in a short time. He was very heroic. Facing this crappy game, what else could he do except 15 throws? If you want to kill, then. Looking at the empty surroundings, Lee Su opened his mouth again and again, and the whole person was stunned. Fuck. Gone. He actually left. Fuck. Lee Su really turned into a question mark face at this moment. His face was black. The fucking person came to kill him inexplicably, and he couldn't figure it out, but he left in a weird way and suddenly disappeared. Could it be that the gods have woken up? Listening to the snoring sound still ringing behind him, it was obvious that Lee Su's punch was no more powerful than a mosquito bite, and the gods didn't feel it at all. So, what did the other party want to do? Question mark? Lee Su was so angry that he was confused, and the man who left the forest quickly had an inexplicable look in his eyes, which kept shaking. Attack the gods? He actually dared to attack the gods? At this moment, he was so shocked that his 3 views were shattered. It was simply incomprehensible. Chapter 300 End. Huh? What happened? Lee Su exhaled. His head was still dizzy. He didn't understand why the other party would just leave like that. Just now, if he had just made another move, he would have definitely died. What happened? The other party left. He was so murderous when he came, and he left without a trace of fireworks. What the hell do you want to do? Don't think that Lee Su doesn't care about the other party and can accept this beating just because he left. No, he is not kind-hearted. If you give him a piece of pancake to help him overcome difficulties when he is in trouble, he will remember you for the rest of his life. He will also remember you for the rest of his life when he is in trouble. There is only one reason why he didn't beat you to death. When I can beat you to death, you are already dead, so there is nothing I can do. Lee Su shook his head, a little shaky. He finally ate a lot of insects to replenish his physical strength, but now he was beaten clean again. He was so angry that he vomited blood. He had never felt so uncomfortable before. Does that mean he has to do the operation just now again? This life is simply unbearable. Do you really think that you won't feel sick if you block your taste buds? No, I can't help but feel a chill as soon as that thing enters my sight. Panting, he quietly broke open 2 stones, grabbed the worms inside, and threw them into his mouth one by one. It's not hard to swallow them when you get used to the chewing. Not to mention the taste, it's not hard to swallow. It's crispy soft, rich in high protein, and contains various trace elements, especially some of them with a little bit of toxins, which are more stimulating than peppers. Even if you turn off your taste buds, you can feel your mouth numb. Add a little bit of watery leaves, not to mention the large amount of vitamins in it, and the effect of refreshing is no less than morphine. although the only drawback is that it is very bitter. Just like eating Coptis chinensis, it is not unacceptable. After a luxurious wild raw meal, Lee Soo felt much better. At this moment, his eyes were shining, his pupils gathered a lot of moonlight, and his eyes kept shaking. He was feeling the situation in his body. The opponent's attack had a lot of energy impacting his body, which was obviously the power of cultivation. I thought this world didn't have it, but it turned out not to be the case. Lee Soo's eyes were shining. He picked out the details, trying to feel the aftertaste left in his body. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled heavily, his face showing a strong unwillingness and disappointment. He failed in plagiarism, and failed to tuck in the wool. It was obvious that the gods themselves could tuck in the wool, but it was not possible to tuck in the wool of a mere person, which was very uncomfortable. Disappointment, unwillingness. But there was an inexplicable flash in Lee Soo's eyes, something strange. Failure to steal is one thing, but understanding the nature of this energy is another. It is not true ki, nor is it mana. It is energy, yes, but it is not completely energy. There is a problem inside. It is very wrong. The structure and composition are completely different from the regular practice energy. It is very strange. He even heard a voice from inside, and couldn't help shaking his head. This was too weird. Unfortunately, the power came and went quickly, and it gave Lee Soo a dense feeling, as if chocolate, toffee, brown sugar, rock sugar, coffee, cocoa, chocolate, chili, tomato, pepper, salt, 5-spice powder, curry powder, etc. were mixed together. Before he could make a specific distinction, it was gone. His eyes were dim. At this moment, he wanted to find that bastard and experience his power. If he did it again, maybe he would be able to analyze something, detect the root cause, and find the direction. Of course, this idea was just a thought. The main thing was that he couldn't beat him. If he really showed up, he would probably be beaten to death. So this idea could only be thought about. If he wanted to win the opponent, he had to continue to become stronger. Lee Soo understood the nature of the power used by the opponent. It was a higher level energy that could easily penetrate physical power and directly act on the human body, starting from the fragile nerves and blood, and producing unmatched power at once. There is no doubt that it was very strong. Unfortunately, he was not unable to solve it. If he could clearly know who the opponent was, and give him enough time to prepare, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. His physical fitness was too poor, and his strength was too low. The residual wave of his dispersed and torn strength could also have a significant effect on his palm when it touched his hand. Therefore, although his physical strength was strong, it was nothing in Lee Soo's eyes. The way to kill him was simple. He didn't give him a chance to fight in close combat, but directly kitted him from a distance. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. It was too dangerous at the moment. His physical fitness was not strong enough. He had been here for too short a time, and was too young. If he had stayed for 20 days and nights, it would be hard to say who was lying on the ground today. He had recovered a lot of physical strength, and was able to move freely. He stood up, and prepared to act. In the previous battle, not only did the opponent come, but the smell of the four-legged creature also began to fade. It seemed that he had enough confidence to kill him, so he asked people to retreat. Undoubtedly, the opponent had a strong desire to kill when he came, which instantly awakened Lee Soo and made him feel a huge threat. Without thinking, Lee Soo left directly. Although he relied on the gods to block the four-legged people who would stay by the side of such a behemoth for no reason, not to mention that turning over could cost him his life. Who knows what expression the other party would have when he suddenly woke up and saw him? Apart from anything else, Lee Soo didn't want to kowtow to the other party. If it was an ancestor, it would be fine, but a god? Forget it. He left quickly, and sure enough, the taste of the four-legged beast had become very light. After a while, he couldn't help but take a breath, and his tense nerves finally calmed down. This killing disaster should be over. Without rushing back, Lee Soo took a deep breath, locked onto a beast, found a sharp stone, ran over directly, beat it to death, cut it, and started eating. Even if it was raw meat, it was obviously much better than the sound of insects. At least it wouldn't move in the mouth. And there is salt in the blood. Animals have much higher salt content than insects. There is also water. Not only that, the final thing is fat. High protein can also replenish the body. But he consumed too much in this battle. The fat reserves were all dried up. Only muscles were left in his body. Although it looked good and sharp, Lee Soo knew that this state was not good. It was all muscle. Once consumed too much, it was easy to have insufficient energy. It was not until the cells that manage fat in the body became complete and the weight increased by about 10 pounds that he stopped and stood up to leave. Lee Soo suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. There was a breath approaching this side. There were quite a few people. It was mainly the smell. He had smelled it. It was the Goo family. Someone came again. And this time the smell clearly had the smell of the cormorant pulse. The second master was also in the team. 2 of the 3 teams of the cormorant pulse came directly and even brought Lee Soo's bone tools. He couldn't help but frowned. Should I go over? Originally, if his injury had recovered, Lee Soo did not plan to go back in the short term. If he missed the god day, it was no big deal. His life was undoubtedly more important. Anyway, it was not a big deal. If it didn't work, he could just wait for the next time. 10 days and nights, 20 years would be just right for him to grow to the peak and have enough strength to deal with everything. After hesitating for a while, Lee Soo decided to go. Aware of the existence of the cultivator, it was not safe to stay outside alone. The other party had such a powerful force, but was designed to kill him, which already showed that he did not want to be exposed. Then, in public, it would not be easy to be targeted. If he really had to stay alone in this desolate mountain, what should he do if he suddenly remembered to kill him? Besides, the other party did not kill him. There must be some reason, and it was not easy to find the trace of the cultivator. Lee Soo did not want to give up. As mentioned before, the other party was very strong, but it was only one point, not all-round strength. The physical body was his biggest flaw. With the preparation in his heart, Lee Soo would not easily fight with the other party again and prevent the situation where the other party's energy directly broke the defense and caused a physical stalemate. If you prepare 2 more stone knives, it is really uncertain who will live and who will die. His strength is improving very quickly, basically 1 concept a day, especially after the age of 8. He will usher in a rapid strengthening, and every day will be different. As long as he is given some time, he is confident that he can take down the opponent while he is safe and sound. Once he is taken down, it will undoubtedly be great news for Lee Soo. He can get a glimpse of the secrets of the practitioners in this world and find the way to become extraordinary. As long as he can become extraordinary, the danger of this world fragment to him will undoubtedly drop sharply. After making a decision, Lee Soo took action and took the initiative to move towards the Goo family, of course, to his second master. Soon, he found Lee Soo, and his second master was very happy, and his heart, that was kicked in his throat, was finally put back in his stomach. He ran over and led people to surround Lee Soo in the center, looking him up and down. There were a lot of blood stains, some of which were Lee Soo's own, but more of them were from others. "Are you okay?" Lee Soo shook his head. I exhaled, took off the 2 bone tools on his body, and put them on Lee Soo. "Take them well, and never leave them with you in the future." Lee Soo nodded, and couldn't help but touch the bone tool of Night Demon. To be honest, if the bone tool had not been cheated away by the captain of the second team, he would never have fallen into the dilemma of dying twice this time, especially the first time. He should have been able to kill back. Sure enough, people should not be too confident. Once they are inflated, it is easy to be slapped in the face immediately. After thinking for a while, Lee Soo said, "By the way, the people of the second team." The other party attacked him by surprise. Lee Soo did not intend to cause trouble for the time being. There would be plenty of time in the future, so it was undoubtedly the best thing that some of them were still alive. In this way, it was basically just a matter of time to find the mastermind. I heard this. His face was gloomy. He shook his head and sighed. "No more. No more." Lee Soo was shocked. Although he killed a few, he also left a lot. The captain of the second team was not dead. With his strength, although he broke an arm like Koo, he was considered useless. But as a team leader, even if he lost an arm, he was better than ordinary team members. Well, that damned Koo, he got away with it. I couldn't help but gnashing his teeth. He was very angry. There was no doubt that Ku's betrayal had cast a huge shadow on the Gu family and caused extremely heavy losses. Is Ku dead too? Lee Su was stunned. His face changed slightly. So clean, so clean. All the connections were cut off. He left several people in the second team, and there were 3 people who were not injured, but they were all killed. Not only that, even Ku was killed. From this analysis, there is undoubtedly only one conclusion that can be drawn. That is, everyone who has something to do with this time has been killed by the other party. And from the time calculation, the sandpan should have been made before the last person who appeared in front of him. That is to say, from the beginning, the other party had the idea of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots and wanted to kill all the people involved this time. Lee Su's scalp was a little numb, and he had a new understanding of the ruthlessness of the guy who calculated him. The means were quite vicious and clean. Judging from Erai's reaction, the entire second team was regarded as a hero like himself and sacrificed for the tribe. Who is the other party? He couldn't help but nod his head, completely stumped, a little horrified, frightened by the means of a primitive man. Soon, the team gathered together, a full 5 teams, and everyone was injured. It was said that they were ambushed by the 4-legged beasts when they came, and several people died. Of course, they also killed a lot of people in return. In the end, the 4-legged people took the ancestral spirit and fled, heading west quickly. This surprise attack seemed to end here. Following the large army, they quickly returned to the tribe. There were cries, and many people died, especially the second team, which was completely wiped out. Fortunately, before the captain of the second team died, he asked someone to bring back the rhino horn that almost killed Lee Su. Otherwise the loss of the Gu family this time would be too great. ZHI was very nervous. Seeing Lee Su come back safely, she looked very excited and hugged him tightly, fearing that if she let go, he would really die. After meeting the 4 elders, they often exhaled and patted Lee Su, saying that he was fine. As they chased along, they found many bodies of 4-legged beasts, all of which were obviously killed by Lee Su. There were more than 10 of them, which was equivalent to him destroying a whole hunting team of the other side. This was remarkable. The 4-legged beasts were also seriously damaged and should not attack again. After returning home, Lee Su chatted with his mother for a while and began to rest. Lying on the hay, he couldn't help but take a breath. Sure enough, he didn't find the breath of that person, no smell at all, and even didn't find anything unusual on the way back. Judging from the sense of smell alone, it was as if this person had never existed. There was no way to be sure whether he was in the Gu family. After thinking for a while, Lee Su shook his head and didn't plan to think about it anymore. He was ready to have a good rest. His body was still very tired. Although the cracks on his sternum and hand bones had healed, they had not fully recovered. Next, the Gu family was very peaceful. There was no problem. The long night passed with the moon moving overhead. During this period, the Gu family also took people out to hunt. After all, the moonlight was very good, and with the protection of the bone tools, there was no need to be afraid to go out like Lee Su did in the cave. At first, 5 teams set out with bone tools, and later, they became 3 teams again. They borrowed Lee Su's bone tools and went out. The 4-legged beasts did not come again, and it lasted until dawn. As the sun rose, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the hunting team that was sent out also returned. They were not attacked by the 4-legged beasts, and they continued to hunt all night. In this season, there were many big fish in the river, and they were as tall as a person. There were 7 teams and 70 people, and each of them carried 1,000 pounds. This was not alive, but pure meat that had been dried. It was as much as 70,000 pounds. It was definitely an unimaginable harvest. After diluting it with water and adding wild fruits, each person could only eat half a pound per hour. The entire tribe could only eat 500 pounds per hour, and in fact, even less. After a day and night, they had less than 40,000 pounds, and what they brought back was enough to eat for 2 days and nights. There was no doubt that this mission was successfully completed. When Uncle Azhan came back, he was also very excited. In fact, he was quite nervous on the way, fearing that the 4-legged beast would attack, because there were too many things and they were not walking fast. In fact, he was prepared to lose some of them. As a result, he came all the way safely, and he didn't see the shadow of the four-legged beast. After returning, he learned that the tribe betrayed by Ku brought the four-legged beast to attack, and the second team was completely wiped out. Many people were directly scared and broke out in a cold sweat. They put down their things and went home quickly to make sure that their families were okay. After everything was packed up, someone came. It was the elder cormorant. He found Lisu, and it was about the god of heaven. Although there were some accidents, the god of heaven would never be abandoned. Even if they were extremely greedy for the huge resources by the river, they could only compromise in the face of the god of heaven. Food is just to ensure the continuation of life. The gods are the absolute belief. They can die for themselves, and they cannot be neglected. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.